Hello everyone, welcome to What If Naruto Took Ainz's throne in the Overlord World movie. Before we start, please go support KING-JEISON for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistaken character's gender, but of course Naruto is a male. In this story, instead of Momonga getting trapped in the game, it will be Naruto, who is one of the members of said clan. Well, it should be noted that Naruto in this story will be immortal. Chapter 1. In a dark room we can observe a person with blonde hair reading a document in his browser that dealt with the closure of one of the most famous games in the history of RPG video games. This was an MMORPG known as Yggdrasil, a game that was sold en masse, surpassing games like Dark Souls, Bloodborne, GTA V, which although everyone wants GTA 6 to be released, is still a very famous game, etc. And well, you may wonder why such a famous game announces the closure of its servers. Well, I have no fucking idea. Well, you will wonder who is the person who is reading said document. Well, it is none other than the bucking Naruto Uzumaki, and you will wonder how is it that our favorite blonde is in such an advanced era in which people put on a three-dimensional helmet with a cable on the back of their neck that leaves them in a coma and in a vegetative state to be able to enter a game. Well, simple my dear friend, the bastard is immortal and comes back, and you wonder how is it that he is immortal. Well, I would be willing to write you a long paragraph about how this blonde became immortal, but I know that you want to know what is going to happen in the future, and because you care about what happened in the past, so I will summarize it for you. The guy after killing Sasuke the homohexual duck hair lick scrotum. Yes, I hate Sasuke, I have nothing with homosexuals. Naruto sealed Kagaya and the 10-tailed Biju in it, but seconds after the sealing of the Biju and the Hexi Kagaya. Yes, I like Kagaya. Naruto's body could not bear them and fused with both beings, and thus Naruto was left with the knowledge of both beings that gave him a hell of a headache, and when he finished the color, Naruto thought he was going to have a stroke from the pain. And said no shit, I almost shit myself from the scare, and not a second more his body exploded in a massive explosion that destroyed everything around him, thus destroying the tree where all the cages and shinobi were. After a couple of years of regenerating, since his body was made of chakra like a Biju, everything was already devastated. In the end, Naruto became sad and went to wander until now. Present. Naruto. Well, it seems that Yggdrasil is going to close in 15 minutes, I'm going to connect so that I can be there until the last moment, he said, putting on the three-dimensional helmet and injecting a cable into the back of his neck. Nazarick. In a room appeared the avatar of Naruto, who was a kitsune race that he chose in honor of his friend Kurama. This character specialized in agility, speed, stealth, enhanced senses and a great affinity for magic. This character could only be unlocked by the fastest person of the beta testers. If I took the idea from Sword Art Online, anyway, the clothes that the character was wearing could only be obtained from a unique event in which a clothing company made a cooperation between that clothing company with Yggdrasil. The event only lasted 5 days, and the challenges were extremely difficult. The challenges were so difficult that only 6 people could obtain the complete suit, and one of the 6 people was him. The suit was so rare that it raised 50% to all attributes of the character, and if before he was fast with this character, now the fastest player in the game, and after that the suit raised your resistance by 40% to all types of attacks, although in reality he did not need resistance to effects, elements and attacks, since before the opponent finished his attack, Naruto would already be behind the player sheathing his katana slicing his opponent's neck. Imagine him with fox ears and a tail. Naruto's avatar makes him look like he's about 18 years old. After appearing he started walking. He was just wandering through the tomb of Nazarick, and he was immersed in his thoughts, thinking about everything he had to go through with his clanmates to be able to build this tomb. Every piece of furniture, every block, every artifact, every object that Nazarick contained had been obtained by everyone in the clan. He along with his clan friends had dedicated hundreds of hours to this game to create this tomb. Coming out of his thoughts he saw on the mini-map 2 points that were in the round table room. Heading to said place he saw at the entrance to the Pleiades, maids, next to Sebastian. Ignoring them for the moment he prepared to enter the room. Once inside the room he could see 2 avatars. One was Momonga, which was a skeleton with sorcerer's robes. Whoever has seen the anime already knows who it is, and the other was a kind of purple slime. The 2 were talking until they saw him. Momonga. Oh hello Naruto, how are you? Asked the skeleton. Naruto. Well, as far as it goes, how are you all? How are you taking the server shutdown? Naruto asked. Dirigero. Well, what can I say? I'm a little sad that they're going to close the servers, but hey, what can be done? Said the slime. Momonga. Well, I'm frustrated, but since it can be done, I'll have to read one of your books to relieve my stress, the skeleton said to Naruto, who could only sweat at what he said. If Naruto was the author of his master Jiraiya's books and well, his book was a worldwide success and the majority, if not everyone in the clan were fans of his book, of course Naruto had become a bit perverted. I mean, who wouldn't become one to read all the books and not just leave them there but continue the saga? But anyway, leaving that aside, let's continue with the conversation. Naruto. Hahaha, he could only laugh nervously. Well, what are you going to do? Asked the blonde. Yujiro. I was about to leave since I have work tomorrow, said the slime. Momonga. I still have to get up early to work, said the skeleton. Naruto. Well, see you, I hope to see you sometime in real life, said Naruto. Momonga. See you later. Yujiro. See you. I hope you give me your autograph when we do. Naruto could only sweat, and so the last two members of the most powerful clan disconnected. Once again Naruto looked at the timer and realized that there were 4 minutes left. Turning around he could see the supreme scepter of Ainz gone, the clan weapon, the most powerful weapon in the game. It was built by everyone in the clan. Each member of the clan had to get an extremely rare item to be able to get this scepter. Thinking about it a bit, he decided to use it as a sanitizer. He never liked the shape of the weapon, so by casting a spell on the same staff, he transformed it into a golden glove without fingers, in which the embedded gems could be seen. Think of it as Iron Man's glove with the infinity gems and the fingerless glove. Turning around again he prepared to leave the room. Upon leaving he saw the Pleiades again with Sebastian. Thinking a bit he prepared to give them a few orders. Naruto. Follow me, said the blonde. The Pleiades Gennaro and Sebastian only nod. Heading to the throne room just before sitting on it he turns and orders. Naruto. Stay tuned, he orders and sits on the throne, turning to his side and seeing Albedo and Saber. This is one of the strongest characters in the Tomb of Nazarick. Thinking about it for a bit and using the gem glove, he opens the synopsis. When he opens it, he is surprised at how long the synopsis is. Naruto. Wow, what a long paragraph, he said, and concentrating on the last paragraph he reads, she is a lady on the outside, but inside she is a nymphomaniac lover of the Ichigo Paradise books from Naruto. Naruto can only stare at the paragraph a little uncomfortably, but then takes out his gauntlet and corrects what he wrote and writes, is deeply in love with Naruto and is a fan of the Ichigo Paradise books and mentally laughs. Turning to see Saber, he said to himself, why not put the same thing in her synopsis? Doing the same with Albedo, he copied the same thing in Saber, finishing by leaning back on the throne. After all that he comes back and looks at the timer and sees that there are only 15 seconds left and he says to himself, well, it was fun while it lasted. Yes, it was fun, just when the timer reached 0 nothing happened and that confused our blonde. Naruto. What's going on? Was the server shutdown delayed? How strange, the servers were never delayed throughout the game. Looking at the control panel, he couldn't see the mini-map or the menu option or his own life bar. Stopping in shock he asked in a whisper, but everyone could hear it due to how quiet the throne room was. Naruto. What's going on? He asked. Everyone stared at him until Albedo appeared. Albedo. Is something wrong, Naruto-sama? She asked with a worried face, approaching Naruto. Naruto just stood in shock watching as Albedo's fleshy lips moved and articulated words. Then he proceeded to sniff and capture the smell of spawn coming from Albedo. Recovering from his state of shock he sat back on the throne. Everyone looked at him strangely, seeing the inexplicable actions of their last lord. Naruto could only lean forward and place his hands together in front of his chin in a gesture of thought. Seeing his gem glove he turned it back into a scepter and released it so that it only floated. Everyone saw this expectantly. Taking it once more it became the glove and Naruto only weighed. Naruto. The systems work as usual, he thought. Then he looked up and saw Sebastian and proceeded to order. Naruto. Sebas said. Sebas. Yes, my lord, he replied. Naruto. I want you to go to the outskirts of Nazarick and investigate around 20 kilometers. If there is anyone around, invite him in my presence, he ordered. Sebas. Hi, my lord, and so he left the throne room. Without further ado the room fell into a tense silence. Naruto also looked again and saw the Pleiades. Stopping he addressed the Pleiades, who were a little tense, and it didn't help that Naruto's eyes began to shine a neon blue, a little intimidating. That only made them tense more. That did not go unnoticed by Naruto. Standing in front of Yuri Alpha, who was the leader of the Pleiades, Naruto spoke. Naruto. Why is everyone tense? He asked. The Pleiades could only look at him. Naruto. Don't be nervous, I won't do anything to you, after all you are my beloved personal maids, said Naruto. Immediately after, Naruto also put his hand up to Yuri Alpha's face and caressed her cheeks. This act made the maid blush and made all the maids be in a state of shock and jealousy. Naruto then proceeded to bring his face up to Yuri Alpha's ear and said. Naruto. Well, although I would like to stay and pet you, I have to order you to go to the 9th floor because of a possible invasion, he said in a whisper that everyone could hear. Yuri Alpha could only nod with a massive blush and then left with a group of very jealous Pleiades. Turning around she saw a very jealous Albedo and Saber walking back to the throne and sitting down. She turned around and saw them again and she remembered what she wrote in her synopsis and she told them. Naruto. Saber, Albedo come closer. He ordered something that Albedo and Saber did without question and Naruto told them close to him. Naruto. Come and sit on my lap. The two could only sit on his lap, a little nervous, and Naruto continued to take them by the waist and make them blush. Naruto. Wow, they are beautiful, huh, said Naruto, getting excited when he felt the two fleshy butts on his thighs. Lowering both hands in unison, he took their plump butts between his hands, causing both to let out a moan of pleasure, and then raising his hands and grabbing their breasts. This made their libido rise to an uncontrollable degree. While he groped their breasts, the two could only let out moans of pleasure. Suddenly stopping, he ordered them to stand up, to which the two only reluctantly obeyed. Then he ordered them. Naruto. Cough cough cough. Except for the guardians of the 4th and 8th floors, gather all the guardians in the Coliseum arena on the 6th floor. I want everyone there in 1 hour, he ordered. Albedo Saber. Hi Naruto-sama, they said to turn around, but just as they turned around Naruto proceeded to spank them, making them jump and squeal in pleasure. Chapter 2. After sending Saber and Albedo to gather the guardians, Naruto was left alone in the throne room with nothing else to do. Naruto set out to go to the Coliseum on the 6th floor. Using his teleportation ring, Naruto appeared in a hallway of the Coliseum, walking a few more hallways. He entered the open area of the Coliseum. Not long after entering, a small figure jumped from a balcony and landed on the battlefield. As soon as she landed, she ran straight towards Naruto and stopped right in front of him. This small dark elf was Aura Bellafiora. Aura. Hello Naruto-sama, what brings you to the Coliseum on the 6th floor? Asked the little elf. Naruto just stared at her, which made the elf a little nervous. In a quick movement that not even the little elf could follow, Naruto was lifting the little elf, spinning around and hugging the elf. Naruto. But how cute, said our favorite blonde to the little elf who was blushing. After that he asked her, and where is Mare? He asked, and an already recovered Aura reacted. Aura. Mary. Don't be rude to Naruto-sama, shouted Aura, and from the same balcony another small figure appeared that sounded more shy and nervous. Mare. I'm coming, said this nervously, then jumped but a little wobbly, and approached Naruto. Aura. Cough cough cough. Well Naruto-sama, what brings you here? The elf asked again. Naruto thought about playing a joke on him. Naruto. Oh. I'm not welcome here. How cruel you are, Mare-chan, said Naruto with anime-style tears. This made Mare nervous. Aura. And no, how could I think that? Of course you're welcome here. After all, you're the boss, Mare said hysterically. Naruto could only laugh. Naruto. Haha, it was just a joke, he said, making Aura fall and pout. Naruto, seeing this, grabbed her by the cheeks and started to tease her. Aura. I tie, she said, a little playful and blushing. Naruto just left her cheeks and said. Naruto. Well, the reason why I'm here is because I called a meeting of all the guardians, except for floors 4 and 8. Aura, upon hearing this, could only grimace upon hearing this and asked. Aura. Ah, she's going to be there too, she snorted. Naruto could only look without understanding. Naruto. Well, another reason I came was because I wanted to try this, he said, then showing his glove with the gems embedded in it, to which the elves quickly recognized it as the guild's ultimate weapon. The elves could only look at it in admiration. There. That is the most powerful weapon in the tomb of Nazarick, he said in surprise. Naruto. If this is the ultimate weapon that cost us, the supreme lords of this tomb, so much to build, each embedded piece is a very powerful and rare relic to obtain with challenges so difficult that it would be impossible for normal beings to obtain, but since we, the supreme lords of this tomb, are extremely powerful, we were able to obtain one and each piece that makes up this majestic weapon. In itself, the staff alone can destroy half a kingdom with a simple basic attack, since it has a spell amplification system. Cough cough cough. Excuse me, I got excited, said Naruto with a drop of sweat. Aura and Mare could only look on in admiration. Mare. And what object did you get, Naruto-sama? The elf asked. Naruto. Well, I got the staff and the red gem that is embedded in the middle, he said. Mare. But didn't he say that each supreme being only brought one relic? The elf asked. Naruto. Well, to tell the truth, 11 relics were needed and we are only 10 supreme beings, so one of the supreme beings had to get the last one, and well, since everyone was upset and tired of looking for their relics, I had to go, he said to the elves. Aura. And how were the challenges? She asked and Naruto instantly looked tired. Naruto. It was not easy at all. I had to defeat 3759 armored titans, along with 1200 beast titans, to be able to reach the temple, where it was guarded by an army of level 300 undead samurai, to then be able to challenge the final boss who was a chimera along with Medusa, and both were level 500. All that took me to get in 2 days, said this one with a tired face. Since that day, he could not sleep or eat anything, since if he got distracted for a moment he would lose the challenge and would have to start over. As for the elves, they were in a state of shock because of how powerful their boss was. Naruto. But well, what does it matter? Here is the ultimate weapon and that's the only thing that matters, he said. Naruto. Well, we got distracted from what we were going to do. He fixed this by doing a summoning spell, summoning a flame demon. The elves were surprised and Naruto asked, do you want to fight against my summon? He asked and Oro got excited, but Mare got scared. There. And now that I remember, I have to go do something, as she couldn't finish because Oro pulled her into the battle. Ora. Come on, don't be a party pooper and let's show Naruto-sama what we're made of, she said, standing in front of the summon. Naruto. Demon fire defeats the twins, he ordered, and the battle began. 45 minutes later the fire demon was defeated. Naruto. Well done, said he to put his hand in a black hole, where he took out a jug of water and served it to the elf twins, which they gladly drank. When they finished, these two stared at them. Naruto, seeing this, asked. Naruto. Something's wrong. Ora. Nothing, it's just that we thought you were colder and more reserved, she said. Naruto. Oh. If you want, I can impose more, he replied, to which they responded. Mare. No, this is fine, this is much better, they said. Naruto just smiled and looked in a direction where a portal appeared, from which a gothic loli with a lace dress appeared. Not a second later she rushed towards Naruto and hugged him. Ooh, Naruto-sama, I missed you so much, she said, holding on to Naruto's neck, who then took her by the waist, making her blush. Naruto. Oh, Sheltier, I missed you too, he said to the now identified Sheltier. After being there for a while, Ora separated them, telling Sheltier that he was disrespecting Naruto-sama. Sheltier. Oh, but it's the tadpole, I hadn't seen you, she said, causing a mark to appear on Ora's forehead. Ora. Oh really, what a coincidence that I can't see your breasts either, okay. She said, angering the vampire. Sheltier. Ha, but I have bigger ones than you, he said to anger the elf. Ora. Ha, but I'm only 78 years old, but you're immortal, so your breasts won't grow anymore, said the elf, angering the vampire, who clashed foreheads. Naruto just ignored the fight between these two. A few minutes later Cocytus appeared along with Demiurge, Saber and Albedo. The instant they were all together and all discussion ended and they were all in front of Naruto. Albedo. Let's begin, she said, so everyone could start introducing themselves. Sheltier. I, Sheltier, Bloodful and Guardian of the 1st and 2nd floors, bow down before you. Cocytus. I, Guardian of the 5th floor, prostrate myself before you. Ora. I am Ora Bellafiora, Guardian of the 6th floor. Mare. I'm Arabella Fiora, also a guard from the 6th floor. Mare. We bow before you. Demiurge. Guardian of the 7th floor, Demiurge, I prostrate myself before you. Albedo Saber. As leaders of the Guardians, we bow before you. No. With the exception of the Guardians of the 4th and 8th floors, by your orders, we, the Guardians of Nazarick, give all our loyalty and service to you, our supreme leader, and we bow down before you and are ready to obey you. Naruto. Raise your head, he said with a serious voice that at the same time formed an aura around him of golden color with black tips, showing a small portion of his for something that amazed the Guardians. For such power everyone has gathered, I thank you. Albedo. Ah, your thanks are wasted on us. We have pledged our lives to you, Naruto-sama. You can replace us. However, we have sworn to work hard to live up to your expectations. The supreme being who created us, we swear. Mare Sheltier Cocytus Demiurge knowledge. We swear. Naruto just stayed silent, expectant and analyzing everything he said, then started to laugh softly and then it turned into a laugh. Naruto. Incredible. I have no doubt that you will be able to fulfill your duties as floor guardians without fail, said our blonde, happily making everyone smile. Well, leaving all this aside, the tomb of Nazarick is in a critical situation. I have sent Sebas to search the surroundings of the tomb, so let's listen to Sebas' report. Sebas. It seems that the tomb of Nazarick was teleported to a meadow with a few mountains and trees, said the butler. Naruto. Something else. Sebas. There was no sign of human life for about 2 kilometers from there. Further away there were only small creatures and cursed trees that were bleeding from their eyes. Sebas said. Naruto. Did you notice signs of magic in the trees? Sebas. Yes, but it was almost inexistent, it was as if it had been there for a long time. Naruto could only frown at this. The cursed trees normally did not bleed from the eyes and were also very aggressive. It was as if he was there only as a spectator until his mind clicked. This is worrying, Naruto whispered, calling everyone's attention. Naruto, seeing his confusion, proceeded to explain cursed trees normally do not bleed from the eyes. They are also very aggressive, therefore the instant the cursed trees had visualized Sebas they would have attacked him instantly, and he alone remained still as if he were only an observer, and the only ones who can create creatures like those are the elves. Just as the Narutos can create zombies, as sentinels or a sorcerer can create minions, that means that tree was not a cursed tree, anyone was a sentinel, concluded Naruto. At the end of the explanation everyone tensed up because of the meaning of such statement. Sebas, on the other hand, was in shock as he could have overlooked such an insignificant detail. The first reconnaissance mission outside the tomb of Nazarick, to which he had been sent, and put it in danger. Right now Sebas felt like the worst shit possible. He felt so stupid. Naruto saw that Sebas was complaining about himself, so he turned to him and proceeded to approach him. Sebas, seeing this, was already resigned to his death because he really deserved it for doing such a stupid thing. He could only lower his head and wait for the blow that would kill him, but instead he felt a hand on his shoulder. When he looked up, he saw Naruto giving him a gentle smile. "Naruto. Come on, don't get discouraged. It was just a mistake. Everyone makes mistakes. Just don't let it happen again." Everyone was admiring the bravery of their leader. Sebas. "But my lord, I put the tomb of Nazarick in danger. I don't deserve such a level of compassion." Sebas refuted. "Besides, what would happen if the elves attacked us?" Naruto. "PRRF, so?" Naruto snorted. "Let them come if they dare. They are nothing more than miserable insects that I stepped on by accident. Besides, that is the most they can do is cast low-level spells and shoot arrows at us. If they have the audacity to attack us, I will make them feel true terror and despair for daring to think that they had even a miserable chance of defeating me," said Naruto proudly, and his aura of evil intensified, making a couple of cracks in the ground. This made the men smile and excited the women. Naruto. Although it sounds fun to destroy a race, it's a hassle to spend time and energy dealing with that plague. Naruto. Well, Sebas, you're forgiven, but don't let it happen again. Sebas. Hi. Naruto. Mare, is there any way to hide the grave? Mare. Hiding it with magic would be very difficult, but what if we hide it with soil and vegetation? No. You suggest that we dirty the great tomb of Nazarick with mud, said this angrily. Naruto. Saber, don't speak without my permission. No. Hi. Naruto. Well, what does it matter, it will only be the walls that get dirty, in the end the inside will look just as majestic, said Naruto. Okay, Mare, proceed to cover the walls and camouflage them, also create other mountains of equal or greater size, so that it can be camouflaged better. Mare. Hi. Naruto. Now one last thing, Naruto said, and everyone paid attention to what their lord was going to ask. What do you think of me? Everyone stood still, and Shaltier was the first to give her opinion. Shaltier. She is the most beautiful and perfect being, she is the epitome of beauty. Mare. She is kind and compassionate, full of compassion for those closest to her. Tacitus. Is a being with incomparable power like a god. Demiurge. It is a being with an intelligence beyond any living being or deity with infinite wisdom. Albedo knowledge. Is a being worthy of having everything and the person I love with all my being. Naruto was left thinking, wow, girls really hold me in high regard. Well, I like that. Naruto. Subarachi. Thank you for your sincere words. I fully trust in our friendship and together we will achieve greatness. Now, without further ado, everyone return to their respective floors and resume your work, said Naruto, disappearing in a vortex of golden flames with black tips. Chapter 3. After having disappeared from the arena, all the guardians remained kneeling, and little by little, each of them stood up except for one. They all began to talk. Aura. Wow, what power Naruto-sama was overflowing with. Mare. Ugh, I was very nervous, I thought I would die, said the little dark elf, without noticing how Albedo and Saber were trembling. Albedo. Was it awesome? She said with euphoria and admiration. No. Needless to say, his level of power was incredible, I already want to be in his arms while he overflows with such power, said the samurai. And that demiurge go to Shaltier that had not risen. Demiurge. Shaltier, is something wrong? He asked, adjusting his glasses with his torso. Shaltier. Oh. It's just that Naruto-sama's power was so powerful that I got excited and couldn't help but have a small accident downstairs, she said tremblingly. Albedo. She's a bore, she said angrily. No. What a bitch, she said, also angry. Shaltier. Hahaha. What are you talking about, bitches? It's the normal thing that would happen with such power. The only abnormal thing would be you, who didn't have the same thing happen to you. Albedo. Hahaha, I don't need that to happen to me. After all, in the future I'll be his wife, said this conceited woman. No. Mate Albedo, you are climbing to the clouds, the only wife of Naruto-sama will be me, she said in defiance. Shaltier. What are you talking about? The most worthy of occupying this position is me, she said, beginning to emanate her power, causing the ground to crack. Albedo. Oh. So you're challenging me? She said, also letting her breath emanate, making the ground crack even more. No. I think they're forgetting about me, he said, releasing his power in the same way, but unsheathing his katana a little. The three women looked at each other with a murderous gleam in their eyes. Emerge. Wow, this got tense here. Well, Aura, I'll leave it to you since this is a woman's thing, said the guardian with a lizard tail. Aura. Yeah. Why me? Cocytus. Because you're a woman. Mare. Bye sister, good luck. Emerge. Although I'm a little curious as to who the winner will be. Mare. What are you talking about? Demigod. Well, you see that Naruto-sama was the only supreme being who stayed with us until the end, but that doesn't mean that in the very distant future he won't leave us, whether it's due to old age, so why not leave descendants? Vicidos. Blasphemies, the Supreme Lord cannot stoop to such low carnal acts. Emerge. But wouldn't it be an honor to serve and raise Naruto-sama's heir? Cocytus. Oh, well if you put it that way it would be great, wouldn't it be incredible, said the giant blue beetle, who began to fantasize about raising the supreme heir. A few minutes passed during which Albedo, Shaltier and Saber argued and Cocytus fantasized. Emerge. Cocytus, are you done fantasizing? Cocytus. Yes, it was a wonderful dreamlike scene, said the beetle. Emerge. And you're done? And what was the decision? Albedo. Yes, we're already done. Shaltier. And we decided. No. That. Albedo. Saber. Shaltier. We will all be his wives, but we will compete to see if he falls in love with her first, they said in unison. Emerge. Well, since you've decided, I'm going back to my apartment to keep watching. Cocytus. I'm leaving anyway. Elsewhere minutes before. Naruto appeared in a hallway near a wall. Naruto. Wow, they really have a high esteem for me, said our blonde kitsune. Well, now that I'm alone and with no one around, I can start thinking about what's going on, thought Naruto, since he didn't stop to think about it because he got distracted by the little scene with Albedo and Saber, and again that scene came to his mind again, causing a drop of blood to come out of his nose, but he wiped it quickly. Again he wondered why he did all that. It was strange since it was as if his body was not responding. This happened just when he smelled the aroma of strawberries that came from Saber and Albedo, until an idea came to his mind as to why. It could be because since I am a kitsune yokai the senses have intensified and this made me lose control. That means that what I smelled was not a perfume of strawberries, but pheromones. Oh my god, I will have to control myself. Or why not do my thing, after all I am their lord and they are my servants as well as the Pleiades who in themselves are already beautiful. Well, one day each of them will be given the opportunity, we must take advantage of the bug. Moving away from his thoughts he walked through the halls until he met a stoic Narbril. She was one of the Pleiades that he created. Seeing him, she blushed slightly and hurried to go to him. Naruto. Hello Narbril-chan, what are you doing here alone? Narbril. We were all looking for him in the Pleiades, since we couldn't find him, she said seriously, but with slightly flushed cheeks. Naruto seeing this couldn't help but think that she looked pretty with that little blush, so he also reached out to stroke her head, which intensified the blush on the Pleiades' face and made her pout at her lord's act. Naruto. Well, come with me to the armory. I want to see something. Narbril just nodded with her face serious, but still with a blush present. Naruto upon arriving at the armory was able to witness a large quantity of katana swords, wakisashis, I don't know if they are written like that, tantos, catalysts, broadswords, setros and other weapons. Naruto stared at the weapons and prepared to take a sword a third of Naruto's size, but when he took it, his avatar instantly rejected it. Naruto just stared at the sword and prepared to change his clothes into armor. P.S. Imagine him with a haircut from the image in the first chapter. So Naruto equipped his armor that was obtained in another event that if well was not a big deal to get it, the vast majority of the guild members did not get it since one of the challenges required having a brutal speed which they did not have either because they were sorcerers or did not focus on leveling up the speed. Well, the grace of this armor was that like the previous outfit it increased resistances to effects and elements to a greater extent while in attributes such as life, defense, speed it increased them to a lesser extent. However, this armor allowed the wearer to equip a catalyst for spells, a katana or tanto and a sword. Well, leaving that aside, once again Naruto prepared to take the sword once more, which this time he accepted, giving a couple of practice slashes at a speed that seemed like blurs. Naruto and Narbril were surprised by the speed of the slashes, while Naruto was surprised by how fast and how light the sword felt in his hand, since he thought that his slashes were going to be slow because of the size of the sword. Narbril was surprised by the pure skill and speed of his lord. Without further ado, Naruto left the sword in its place and turned to see Narbril and said. Naruto. Narbril-chan, I'm going outside to get some fresh air. Narbril. Then let me accompany you. Naruto. "Oh, no, it's not necessary, Narble-chan," said Naruto. "Narble? But Naruto-sama, my duty is to always be by your side, keeping you company and protecting you." Naruto. "Oh. So Narble-chan wants to keep me company," he said, approaching the black-haired girl until he was in her ear, his lips almost touching hers. "Maybe tonight you want to keep me company in my chambers," he said flirtatiously, making the black-haired girl reach a new shade of bright red that would put the magma in an active volcano to shame. Getting a little closer, Naruto could smell the same scent of spawn that he had smelled with Albedo and Saber, making him smile. Moving to the side behind the black-haired girl, Naruto proceeded to lick the black-haired girl's neck, causing her to let out a cute moan. Moving his right hand down her thin waist down to her thighs near her femininity and caressing her thigh, Naruto proceeded to suck the black-haired girl's earlobe, causing her to let out another drowned moan, making her left hand react, causing it to go up her waist. He reached her breasts and took her left breast and proceeded to grope it, causing her to only moan with pure and exciting pleasure until the black-haired girl tensed and let out a great moan of pure ecstasy and her legs began to tremble with her love juices dripping from her crotch. Naruto left her sitting on a nearby chair to rest and whispered in her ear, "We'll continue this little game another time." Narble could only sit there panting and blushing. Naruto proceeded to leave the weapons room and headed to the outside of Nazarick. On his way he crossed paths with the Demiurge's lackeys, who was a red demon with wings of fire. The second was a crow with the body of a woman, but with wings and feet of a crow with a mask that covered her nose and mouth and had golden eyes with black skeletons. Naruto alone stared at them and just said move aside, which they didn't object and did what was asked. At the same time they knelt down. Coming out of a corner, Demiurge came out and noticed Naruto and was surprised to see Naruto there. He immediately knelt down in a sign of respect and asked, "Demiurge? Naruto-sama, what are you doing here?" Naruto smiled and said, "Oh Demiurge, come on, can you stand up?" He said kindly, disconcerting Demiurge with his kindness, and he began to stand up. "As for what I'm doing here. Demigod. Don't tell me you're watching the floors to do an exhaustive study on how to further improve the defenses. Nothing less could be expected from the Supreme Being," he said, now disconcerting Naruto with such a deduction. Naruto. "Well, yes, and I also came to get some fresh air." Demiurge. "Well, I can't allow you to travel without any escort. Naruto-sama, allow me to accompany you." Naruto. Okay, come with me." Demigod nodded high. Upon leaving the gates of Nazarick, Naruto proceeded to activate a mark on his forehead, a dark purple, almost black in color. Imagine Meliodas' demonic mark in phase 1, creating wings of dark matter. He flew out in a rush of speed towards the sky. Shortly after, Demiurge grew wings and his face transformed like a lizard's, and he flew off, also in a blur, but a little more visible. Naruto, upon arriving above the clouds, stopped and looked at the starry sky. Shortly after, Demiurge appeared and stood next to Naruto at a safe distance. Naruto. "How beautiful, it's like an infinite sea of precious jewels," Naruto said. Demiurge. "In my opinion, this starry sky only shines for you." "Oh, I know it sounds corny, but whatever, what can you do? In fact, this sky belongs to you, just like this world." Naruto just smiles and says, "You say it belongs to me without knowing what's out there, but it wouldn't be bad to take over this world," said the blonde while smiling. This statement made the Demiurge amazed, believing that his lord was really going to take over the world. Naruto. It wouldn't be a bad idea really, but well maybe in the future I'll take it into account," thought our blonde lord. Noticing movement downwards, he put his gaze on a large amount of earth that was approaching the tomb of Nazarick, putting magic in his eyes, making them shine, and expanding his view. He could notice a small figure on the walls that he could identify as the little elf that was Mare. Naruto. "Oh, but it's Mare, he's already started to camouflage the tomb of Nazarick," he said, then proceeded to descend towards the little elf. When he descended far enough he began to speak. Naruto. "Looks like you're doing well with the camouflage." The little elf was surprised by the presence of the Supreme Being. There. "Ah. And then Naruto-sama, what are you doing here?" Naruto. "I just came to see how the preparations for camouflaging the tomb were going, but seeing that it's going well reassures me," he said, looking at the pile of dirt that was stacked on the walls and saw that grass quickly began to grow on the ground. Naruto. "Well, I also wanted to give you something for your great work," he said, raising his hand, and in it, a small flame revealed a golden ring with a bright red gem. Mare was surprised by the invaluable article that the Supreme Being was offering him. Mare. No, I can't accept this article that only Supreme Beings are worthy of using," he said, waving his hands in front of him. Naruto. "Oh, don't worry, I'm giving it to you so you can teleport to any floor and thus make movement in the tomb easier," he said, offering him the ring. Mare accepted it with deep gratitude. The moment she put it on the ring it shrank to fit her small finger. At that moment two voices were revealed, which were Albedo's and Saber's. "No. So here was Naruto-sama." Albedo. "We were worried, Naruto-sama," they said. They were approaching. When they arrived, they would bow. There. "Oh hello Albedo, Saber," said the elf, raising his hands a little, making the ring shine. Upon seeing the ring, the two opened their eyes and let out a gasp of drowning, which then jumped at Naruto. "Naruto. Albedo, do you know anything?" asked this curious person. "Albedo. Or nothing happens, why?" "No. If nothing happens." The two said with innocent faces. Naruto then looked at the ring he gave to Mare and realized what was happening, which made a mischievous smile cross his lips. Naruto. "Well, if nothing happens, I will proceed to give a ring to Demiuru for being a bodyguard devotee," he said, giving a ring to Demiuru, who was surprised but accepted with gratitude. "Demiurge. Oh, I thank you with all my being, Naruto-sama," he said, bowing. Albedo and Saber only remained. There were expectant stops with hopes that the supreme being and the person they liked would give them a ring too. Naruto. "Well, I have a few more rings left, what should I do with them?" he said with an innocent face. This made the two uncomfortable, trying not to take the rings. Naruto. "Well, since I see no one else wants a ring, I guess I'll go give it to Aura," he said, preparing to leave, but was held by the arms by Albedo and Saber, both of whom were blushing and pouting. Albedo. Saber. I want a ring, the two said, making Naruto smile. Naruto. "Ho ho, so my dear Saber-chan and Albedo-chan want a ring," he said, making the two blush more. "Well, I should have said it before," he said, to make two more rings appear, and delicately taking both of their hands, he proceeded to place them on her, as if he were proposing marriage. This made them blush even more. Naruto. "Well, I'm going to visit Shultier to give her a ring too," he said, but Albedo and Saber didn't listen to anything, because they were fantasizing about a wedding followed by a honeymoon and some blonde children in their arms, while they kissed them with a maternal face. Naruto simply disappeared in his golden and black whirlwind to give her a Shultier ring, leaving Albedo and Saber in their fantasy. Chapter 4. After leaving Albedo and knowing a bit of fantasies, Naruto teleported to Shultier's floor. Appearing in the middle of a large room, Naruto began to walk directly to Shultier's chambers. On the way he met several of Shultier's vampire subjects, who upon seeing him only knelt, asking about Shultier's whereabouts. The vampire told him that Shultier was in her chambers. Heading towards Shultier's room, Naruto found himself with the door to her room. When he was about to open it, Naruto heard noises coming from inside the room. Concentrating more on listening, Naruto could identify the sounds as moans. Opening the door a little, he could see Shultier's thin and curvy body in bed, while she masturbated with her fingers in her femininity, while she squeezed her small breasts hard, so much so that she left marks on her very pale skin. While she did all that, moaned the name of our favorite blonde. Shultier. "Ah. If Naruto-sama mistreat me more," the vampire moaned. Naruto. "So Shultier-chan is a masochist," Naruto thought as a smile graced his lips. With great stealth he entered unnoticed without any sound and landed right next to Shultier and said. Naruto. Well here my dear Shultier-chan is a masochist," he said, making Shultier open her eyes wide in shock at being discovered, and to top it off she doesn't invite. "This deserves a punishment," said he to approach the disastrous body of Shultier. This made the vampire get wet with excitement when she heard of a punishment. Taking her and putting her on all fours, Naruto began to massage her firm butt while opening and closing her buttocks. Raising a hand and giving her a hard spank on the right gluteus, Shultier let out a loud moan of pure ecstasy. Naruto saw how the pale buttocks of the vampire turned a bright red tone. About to give her another spank, Naruto saw a drawer from which a red rope protruded. Naruto approached to see what was in said drawer. When he saw the contents, he was surprised by the amount of hex toys that were in said drawer. Taking a few items, he went to the bed where Shultier was still in ecstasy, moving at a great speed that Shultier couldn't follow. Naruto tied her up with a rope. You already know how he tied her up, there's no need to describe it. Shultier, surprised, let out a moan and said. Shultier. Yee. Punish your personal slave more, she said with a lascivious face. Naruto. You make a lot of noise, said Naruto as he tied a rubber bowl with holes in the vampire's mouth, who began to drool and breathe heavily. Seeing the other objects he brought with him, he saw some small pink balls, a whip with several leather strips, and a smaller rod that seemed to be made of balls that were beginning with small balls, that as they reached the base they were getting bigger. For a moment he wondered how this was all in a game. Shrugging, he did not give it more importance and proceeded to take two of the pink spheres and place them on his breasts. A disc-shaped panel appeared in view, and Naruto began to turn it to the right, and as he turned it the spheres began to vibrate, causing the vampire to gasp and let out muffled moans. Seeing this, Naruto gave her another hard slap, this time to the left buttock, causing juices to come out of the vampire's vagina. Naruto smiled seeing this and approached the vampire's ear. Naruto. It seems you like all this, my little Meso-chan, he said, blowing lightly in her ear, causing her to gasp. Taking the whip, he looked at her and asked, are you ready? The vampire could only look at her with eyes full of lust, and then Naruto began to whip her. So about 10 minutes passed between spankings and beatings that made her cum. Naruto put aside the whip and grabbed the stick and asked. Naruto. Let's see, Meso-chan. Are you ready for the next stage? This one only dropped drops of slime and came to the ground forming a small puddle. Naruto without waiting for her to respond brought his face to Sheltier's small anus and proceeded to spit on it to lubricate it. Once lubricated, Naruto proceeded to insert the hex toy into her narrow anal cavity, causing the vampire to clench her jaw and consequently squeeze the rubber ball that was in her mouth. After opening it and inserting it to the base, Naruto proceeded to take it out and put it back in roughly, causing Sheltier to arch in pain and pleasure, repeating this action for the next 15 minutes. Naruto pressed a button on the hex toy, causing it to begin to writhe, making the vampire give small arches of pleasure with muffled moans. Regaining control of himself, Naruto began to speak. Naruto. This was fun, but well in reality I had not come to play with your hexy body, said Naruto. The reason why I came to visit you was to give you a teleportation ring, so you had better mobility in the grave, said this still hearing the moans of Sheltier. Naruto seeing this approached the vampire's face and took her by the vamvilla and asked her, did you hear everything I said? He asked, causing her to nod. Naruto in a gesture of affection caressed her cheeks and taking out the ring he put it on the middle finger of his hand, making it quickly adjust to her finger. Will I retire my dear Sheltier-chan, said he to untie her and let her rest in bed, at the same time he retired. After all the game with Sheltier, 3 hours passed in which nothing interesting happened. It is not necessary to say that Naruto was bored, so taking out a crystal ball he began to channel magic, causing it to begin to project an image of the outside of the tomb of Nazarick. Naruto. We see what's interesting outside the tomb. Exploring for half an hour, Naruto was getting bored until he noticed something in his field of vision, causing him to get closer. Naruto could see a large crystalline mirror that went from end to end at a distance where the end of both sides were lost from view, and you could not see the end of it. Needless to say that Naruto was intrigued by this wall. From what he remembers, he never saw anything like it before in the game. Placing a checkpoint to know where it is, Naruto explored again for another half hour. Naruto saw a village that was on the shores of the sea with a port, but this was not what intrigued him. What intrigued him was that this village was on fire and was being attacked by pirates. Naruto only saw what was happening until he saw two people, to be clearer, a woman and a girl. Both were fleeing from 4 pirates. A miscalculation, the girl tripped and fell to the ground. The woman seeing this could only approach the girl and hug her in a protective way. It didn't take long for the 4 pirates to surround them. Naruto, when he saw the woman's actions, could not remember a scene from when he was a child that he had long forgotten, but that somehow he was able to remember at this moment. Flashback. Naruto was running hand in hand with a 16-year-old girl in the red light districts of Konoha. The reason they were running was because a mob of drunken villagers wanted to kill the demon child. The girl was of average height and had dull green hair. She was an orphan since her parents died the day of the Kyuubi attack. She left her with her uncle and his wife, who was only interested since she was only with her uncle for the position he held in the civil council. To summarize, the woman was a complete bitch to her. After a few years, her uncle died, and not long after his death, his wife threw her out into the street. Since life was tough for her in the village's situation due to the Kyuubi attack, there weren't many jobs, and to survive, she had to resort to prostitution. Not long after that, when she was walking down some not very busy streets, she saw a group of villagers coming out of an alley. What intrigued her was that on the hands and shoes of each villager, you could see blood stains that obviously weren't theirs. Seeing this, she thought it was a mob that had beaten her up. Some poor devil who owed them money. Being the red light districts, it would not be a surprise. Filling with curiosity, she approached to see the guy. For a moment, after being surprised that it was not a man that this group was beating, but a boy of about 5 or 6 years old. The boy was in a corner with a broken arm and a leg. On his left side you could see 2 ribs sticking out. She was surprised at the level of cruelty of those people to do this damage to a small child. After a while of watching the child, she could distinguish a very weak voice coming from the child. This surprised her that the child was still alive. Getting closer, she distinguished the blonde hair and the whisker marks on the child's face. She finally recognized the child from the rumors that circulated around there about the Kyuubi child. Upon recognizing him, she began to feel a pang of rage at knowing who it was, but she heard the child's voice once more. Naruto. I'm sorry, because millimeters they hurt me, he said while tears fell that combined with the blood he had from some cuts he had on his face. When she heard this, she couldn't take it anymore and she took the child and quickly took him to her apartment. Laying him on the floor, she proceeded to put his ribs back in place. This cost her a bit since she was not a nurse or anything like that. Taking a broom handle and breaking it in half, she fixed his broken arm and placed a piece of broom back on it. Repeating the same action with his leg, she placed the remaining stick on his leg. Stopping and going for some alcohol, rags and bandages, she proceeded to clean his wounds and put the bandages on him. Then she proceeded to place him in bed to rest. The next day Naruto woke up and saw a girl about 13 or 14 years old asleep on the side of the bed. Naruto, seeing her bandaged body, could only deduce that the girl healed him. Taking courage, Naruto took the girl's shoulder and shook her to wake her up, which happened after a few shakes. When the girl opened her eyes, she found other electric blue eyes. Instantly she was lost in those electric eyes. "Naruto? So you were the one who cured me?" he asked, effectively bringing the girl out of her stupor. "Oh yeah, I found you in a very deserted alley," said this one. "Naruto? What's your name?" "Oh right, my name is Mary." This is how she introduced herself. Naruto? "Oh well, my name is Naruto," he said to the now known Mary. "Mary? Nice to meet you, Naruto, but why were you in that state?" she asked, intrigued although she already had an idea of what happened. Naruto? "Well, the villagers hit me, and I really don't know why they hit me. No matter how much I apologize or beg, they keep hurting me," he said with a sad face. Mary? "Well, it would be better if you went because your parents might be worried." Naruto? "Well, you see, I'm actually an orphan," he said with an even sadder expression. Mary? "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know." Naruto? "Don't worry, it's true, you didn't know. Well, I'm going back to my apartment since the guys with masks might start looking for me," he said, leaving a curious Mary, wondering why the ambushes were looking for Naruto. After some goodbyes, Naruto was preparing to leave until Naruto turned around and asked him. Naruto? Mary, can I come visit you sometime?" Mary, somewhat suspicious, thought about it, but in the end she accepted. Without further ado, Naruto left. A year and a half passed in which Naruto met the Ichirokas and Naruto introduced them to Mary and asked them to give Mary a job since Naruto did not like that she sold her body, since on certain occasions when he went to visit her, there were some drunks who wanted to overstep their bounds with her and the Redeed had to intervene to defend his precious person. In the end he was left with several bruises from the beating of the drunks for defending Mary, but it did not matter as long as nothing happened to Mary. In the end, the Ichirokas gave Mary a job and she was able to escape that life of prostitution. Another year and a half passed, during which Mary became very fond of Naruto to the point of acting like his older sister, until the moment in which we find him running in the dark streets on October 10th. The two were running as fast as they could until Naruto tripped over a piece of stone sticking out of the ground. Mary, seeing what happened, proceeded to hug Naruto protectively, taking all the blows for Naruto. Villager 1. "Move bitch, we want to kill the stupid boy," shouted a villager. Villager 2. "Wait, isn't that the boar who stopped prostituting herself a year and a half ago?" An analysis of the drunken villagers. Villager 3. "Ooh, that's right, we can have fun with a little devil boar," said another drunk. Drunk shinobi. "Okay, let me. I'll throw a kunai at his shoulder to make him release the brat," said the shinobi in a noticeable state of intoxication. Preparing the kunai, he threw it, but being drunk, he miscalculated the trajectory and ended up cutting his lugular, causing Mary to bleed to death. Naruto, seeing this, panicked. With his small hands he tried to stop the bleeding, while a lot of tears came out of frustration and sadness of not being able to stop the bleeding and seeing the most important person in his life die. Mary, with her last strength, could only raise her hand to his cheek and give him a small but gentle smile and saying softly, "I love you," she said, letting her hand fall while the life was extinguished from her green eyes. Naruto just remained static while he saw the corpse of his now first love on the cold floor while a pool of blood was created. Villager 1. "AI, you killed the bitch, now we can't buck that boar's cunt anymore." Shinobi. "Well, it doesn't matter. We can go to the red district later for some boars." Naruto, upon hearing the conversation, became enraged like never before. While the villagers and the shinobi continued talking, Naruto's eyes turned crimson while his whiskers became noticeable, his nails grew, and he was covered in a bubbling red mantle. Everyone suddenly stopped talking when they noticed the overwhelming thirst for blood that left them paralyzed. When they turned to the source of it, they were scared to a level where they could hardly breathe and felt that their hearts would stop beating at any moment. Naruto without more took a step towards them, who were petrified. The moment he took the second step, Naruto disappeared to the dismay of everyone. Suddenly the shinobi who killed his beloved Mary only felt a push on his back when he turned back through Naruto's red eyes and could see that his hand was embedded in his spinal column, effectively leaving him paralyzed. The shinobi without more fell to the sky, unable to move. Then Naruto disappeared again and appeared next to Villager 1, giving him a strong punch in the head that the second after having hit him, he exploded in blood and veins. Again Naruto disappearing. This time he embedded his arm once again in the chest of Villager 2 and took out his heart and squeezed it until it was crushed. The last villager, seeing how he killed his two companions, just stepped back and was about to run away but just fell, and when he looked at his feet, they were broken in an abnormal way. Villager 3. "Please don't kill me, I'll give you whatever you want," said the villager, but when he saw that she didn't back down, he got more nervous and saw the woman's corpse in the distance. I'll give you my daughter so you can do with her whatever you want, but please don't kill me." Naruto could only make a face of disgust at what this piece of scum had just offered him. Naruto stood on his chest and knelt down, and without hitting him with enough force to burst his head, he began to hit him several times, until with a stronger than normal blow, he crushed his head until he made a crater under his head. Turning to where the murderer of his first love was, Naruto stood with his hands dripping with blood. This made him look even more chilling, causing the shinobi to start peeing in fear. "Shinobi. PP, please forgive me. Naruto. You and I are going to have a lot of fun, ha 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 ha," he said with a sinister laugh. After 20 minutes Sarutobi arrived with 5 ambus. Upon arriving at the scene he could see a Naruto sobbing next to the body of a woman. Looking around he could notice the dead villagers, but what paralyzed him was seeing the corpse of what appeared to be a chunin, since he could identify the chunin vest. Seeing the state of this almost vomited. Had the stomach open with the entrails protruding from them, he was missing all the teeth in his mouth, and in the same he had the heart in his mouth, while the eyes were taken out and put in the ears. In the head it seemed that with a kunai had torn off the scalp, and he himself put it on the corpse simulating a beard. Sarutobi. But what happened here? He asked nervously as he looked around until he settled his gaze on Naruto. At that Naruto turns around and looks at the Sandaime in the eyes and says, "Gigi, I'm living in hell," he said with tears in his eyes. Then flashback. Upon remembering Mary, she put on a melancholic face, which did not go unnoticed by Lupusregina. She was one of the Pleiades, who was the only one of the maids who had a playful attitude. Seeing this she approached Naruto and asked. "Lupusregina. Are you okay, Naruto-sama?" she asked, pulling Naruto out of his mild depression. Naruto. "Oh no, it's nothing, it's just that seeing those pirates disgusts me," he said, making Lupusregina look at the crystal ball. Seeing 4 pirates with ragged clothes, disheveled hair, and missing some teeth, when she saw the pirates, she also got a playful face of disgust. Lupusregina. "Wow, what disgusting people." This one said. Naruto just laughed when he saw her. Naruto. "Ha ha 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 ha, they really are, how about we have fun with those pests?" he asked Lupusregina, who turned to look at him with a playful face. Naruto. CZ-2128, Delta, called the mechanized maid. CZ-2128 Delta was a Pleiad that was created by the Supreme Beings. Although it had mechanical parts, it also had human parts that helped it eat, breathe, and even procreate. CZ-2128, Delta. "My name is Naruto-sama," asked the cyborg, approaching. Naruto was going to order him to tell Albedo that he was going to go to a fishing village in the northern outskirts of Nazarick, but first he told him. Naruto. You know your name is too long to say, from now on you will respond to my call as Delta, he said, so that the maid nodded. The now renamed Delta responded, "Hi Naruto-sama." Naruto. "Well, Delta, go tell Albedo and let them know that I'm going out with Lupusregina to a fishing village north of Nazarick. Of course, if you'd like, you can join them after you tell them, Delta-chan," he said, causing some of the little circuits to clash over the affectionate nickname, and she blushed a little. Delta. "Hi Naruto-sama," she said as she left the room with a slight blush. Turning to see Lupusregina, he approached and took her by the waist, an action that made the Reteed blush, and then disappeared in his typical golden and black whirlwind. Scene break. Henry Emmett was an ordinary peasant who could easily be mistaken for someone else. She lived a normal, boring life, which consisted of working in the stables and trying to find a partner so she wouldn't be single for the rest of her life. Everything was calm until now they are being attacked by pirates. Their father sacrificed himself to buy them a little time so they could escape, but it was in vain since their little sister had stumbled and the pirates caught up with them, resigned to the future that awaited them like death or worse, still being used as a hex toy. The pirates, as they surrounded her, began to talk about what they were going to do to her. Pirate 1. "Wow, you made us run, you damn bitch," he said a little angrily. Pirate 2. "But it was worth it because look at the beauty we found." Pirate 3. "Now that you mention it, you're right. The girl isn't bad at all. We can play with her while the others continue capturing and looting the town." Pirate 4. "Well, what are we waiting for?" Before they got close, another pirate appeared. Pirate 5. That old lady was hot," said this one. Upon hearing that statement, the other pirates were disgusted by what their shipmate said. Pirate 2. "You're the only sick guy who likes to grape old women, damn, how bucking disgusting," declared this guy. Not even they, who like to grape women during their raids, had a fetish as twisted as Pirate 5, so much so that it disgusted them. Pirate 5. "What are you talking about? Old women are the best with their wrinkled dry pussies to grape until they have a heart attack." Pirate 4. "Buck, shut your bucking mouth, don't you see, you're killing our desire to buck with your disgusting fetishes," said this one, already with a green face from just imagining bucking an old woman. Pirate 1. "Well, I'll pretend I didn't hear the river of shit that came out of your mouth and proceed to grape this young girl," he said before approaching again. "Wow, these scum are disgusting," said another voice, again interrupting the advance of the pirates, who turned to the source of the voice and asked. "Pirate 1. Who's there?" "Pirate 2. Show yourself. You dare to give me orders, you dirty piece of shit." This made the pirates angry. "But well, since they're going to die anyway, it doesn't hurt to show myself," he said, causing a golden and black whirlwind to appear behind Henry and her sister. "I am one of the supreme beings of Nazarick, you filthy scum." Chapter 5. "Well, since you're all going to die anyway, it doesn't hurt to show myself to you, filthy insects," said the stranger, as he appeared from a tourmaline of golden and black flames. "I, one of the most powerful supreme beings, am now the owner of the great tomb of Nazarick." The pirates just stared at a teenager who appeared to be about 16 or 17 years old with black armor with golden lines and edges. After analyzing the teenager, they proceeded to analyze what he said and quickly got angry. "Pirate 1. Who are you calling insects, useless brat?" barked the first pirate. "Pirate 4. Damn stupid idiot, we're going to kill you." Everyone was about to carry the teenager until they saw the woman in a maid dress who was standing next to Naruto. "Pirate 3. Ooh, but look at the beauty that blonde idiot just brought us," said the man with a lustful face. "Pirate 2. What a beauty you bring us, what do you think? Maybe this beauty will take away that disgusting fetish you have," he said while asking Pirate 5. Pirate 5. I'm not interested in young women. You can have her for me. I'll go find another old woman." Pirate 1. "Well, it seems your mind is more twisted to a level beyond repair. Well, at least help us take the beautiful bitch in front of us." Pirate 5. PFF whatever. Naruto and Lupusregina just looked at them with a neutral expression, but upon hearing what they were saying about their maid, a vein appeared on Naruto's forehead. "Naruto. Come on, they want to turn my dear Lupus-chan into a slave," he said as he called the pirate's attention. "You know, I was going to kill you quickly and painlessly, but you've made me angry, so your death isn't going to be pleasant at all, and I'm going to start with you so you know what awaits you," he said as he pointed at Pirate 5. Lupusregina blushed at the affectionate nickname he gave her. Everyone was about to laugh until Naruto burst into a speed explosion that shook the ground and left a mark on the armor's surface, leaving only a smoke billowing up. All the pirates were stunned by the tremendous force with which the teenager moved until a voice brought them out of their stupor, especially Pirate 5 who heard the voice right next to him. All the pirates turned as quickly as they could and noticed the blonde next to Pirate 5. With tremendous speed he moved his hand as if he was going to hit the pirate with the back of his wrist, but he stopped centimeters from the pirate's face. Everyone remained silent, thinking that he had chickened out, and decided not to hit his partner out of fear, until after 2 seconds of nothing happening, a shock wave was formed that made the pirates retreat. Then Pirate 5's head began to deform, starting with the eye opposite the side of where Naruto was standing came out of the socket. Then the skull began to inflate followed by the ear also inflating and consequently exploding in an explosion of blood, skulls, teeth, and brain, followed by all the trees a few meters from the opposite side of where Naruto hit broke like simple branches, leaving a large cloud of smoke. Author's note. Tell me how this graphic explanation of how a person's head explodes like a watermelon turned out. Remember, this is my first description of a battle. Lupusregina was watching with fascination and admiration while a blush adorned her cheeks. All the pirates were shocked by the strength of this teenager who a few moments ago they thought was easy prey until they witnessed how he killed with a single blow, destroying the head of one of their companions who, although they didn't like him very much because of his strange fetishes, was still a companion whether they liked it or not. Naruto. Well, since you were able to witness how he killed his partner with an ease that isn't even funny, you already know what awaits you, but don't worry, you won't die like he did. Or no, your death will be slow and painful. Everyone was paralyzed with fear. Naruto, showing off his speed, disappeared again and appeared behind all the pirates, which caused them to fall to the ground with their arms and legs broken so they couldn't try to escape, although he doubted they would succeed. He only did it to avoid the inconvenience of having to hold them back. Durandus told Lupusregina to him. Naruto. Lupus-chan, let's play nurses, he said, getting a smile from Lupusregina, but since we don't have morphine for the patients, we'll have to do it without morphine, he said, scaring the pirates. Well, since I don't want to get my hands dirty with your disgusting blood, I'm going to put on some gloves that they gave me at the beginning of the game that have no use just to throw them away, he said, putting on some brown gloves. Let's see what we should check first. I already know what about your spine to see if it is healthily straight. Taking out a rusty knife that he had kept since the game began for having killed some goblins, he began to run down the side of the man's waist, who began to scream harrowingly. When he finished cutting, Naruto gave the knife to Lupusregina and proceeded to put his hand in the wound. Again the man began to scream with tears already coming out of his eyes. Naruto arrived and took the spine, held it tightly and broke it, making the man scream even louder. Already tired of hearing him scream, he said. Naruto. Lupus-chan, do something to make her shut her mouth. It's already irritating me, he said, while Lupusregina came up with an idea. Lupusregina. Okay, just give me a few seconds, Naruto-sama, she said, to disappear into a wine-red portal, a few moments later appearing with a rubber ball similar to the one she used with Sheltier, making Naruto smile gracefully. Naruto. Oh Buck, this is a great idea, come on, put it on him so he'll shut up, he said, turning to look at the man. Come on, Day, he said, but he didn't want to open his mouth. So that's how we are, very well, then I'll force you, he said, to move his hand inside the man's wound and squeeze his lung, causing him to release air and causing him pain, to consequently make him open his mouth. The moment he opened his mouth, Lupusregina put the rubber ball on him. When Naruto saw the man with the ball in his mouth, he started laughing. Damn, what a great idea you had, Lupus-chan. After finishing all this, I'm going to give you a reward. This made Lupusregina's eyes light up. They continued torturing the 4 pirates, having forgotten about the 2 peasants who only remained expectant, well, only one, since the girl had her eyes closed while the older girl covered her ears. After about 7 minutes of torturing the first one, he died. Naruto. Well, it seems that he is already dead. Well, I play with the other 3. I am going to create a shadow samurai to go kill the pirates that are in the town, he said, to cast a spell on the corpse. Naruto. Undead samurai, sorry for my lack of creativity when creating names for techniques. Suddenly the deformed corpse was covered in a viscous black mass, which also formed a humanoid shape that when it finished forming a zombie samurai could be seen. A few seconds after being created, the zombie samurai recognized Naruto as his master and knelt with his katana to the side. Seeing this, Naruto ordered. Naruto. Okay, zombie samurai, go to the village about 250 meters north and kill all the pirates who are attacking the peasants. As for the peasants, don't harm them. Oh yeah, and leave the pirate leader alive and capture him, he said to the samurai who was just waiting for orders. Standing up, the shadow samurai ran off at a speed that seemed like a blur to humans, but they could still follow him with difficulty, and we are talking about a human with many years of training and experience. When she was about to continue playing doctor with the 3 remaining pirates, she saw Lupusregina's back, who stared in amazement at where her lord's creation had gone. A smile appeared on Naruto's face. He approached and slapped Lupusregina, who squealed and jumped at her lord's action. Turning around, she saw her lord looking at her, who spoke. Naruto. Come on, Lupus-chan, don't get distracted, let's keep playing, you said to the very blushing Redeed. When she was ready to continue her game, a portal opened from which CZ-2128 Delta came out. When Naruto saw her, he proceeded to greet her. Naruto. Oh Delta-chan, you're here at a good time. We were playing doctors with these test dummies, he said, pointing at the disabled pirates. Delta. Hello Naruto-sama, how can I help you? Naruto. How about you go to the village to help the zombie samurai that I sent to kill the pirates and capture their leader, and also to supervise that he doesn't accidentally kill a peasant, he said. So the Delta nodded and left at a speed greater than that at which the samurai had left. Okay, let's continue. 20 minutes later. Naruto. Yeah, the last one died. Well, it was fun while it lasted, he said as he stood up and said, well, let's go Lupus-chan, let's see how the town is, he said. When they were getting ready to leave for the town, a shy voice appeared. Henry. Edo could accompany them? Asked a peasant who had long since been ignored by the blonde and the maid. Naruto turns to see the peasant, he stared at her for about 15 seconds, but for Henry it was like minutes. Finally Naruto spoke. Naruto. Okay, come closer, said Naruto, which she did cautiously. Once close, Naruto took the shoulder of the peasant and Lupusregina, while the familiar Borda swallowed them to take them to the direction of Delta's presence. When they appeared in the town, Naruto could see a pile of mutilated pirate bodies. Some corpses had a hole in the head or a huge hole in the chest, or were headless either by decapitation or explanation. I could also notice that the town was almost in ruins, several houses were on fire, and finally noticed a large group of peasants huddled in the middle of the town, with the zombie samurai standing with one foot on the back of the pirate, who deduced that was the leader of the pirates, and to one side was Delta with a submachine gun in her left hand, a shotgun in her right hand, a missile launcher on her back with a grenade launcher strapped to her lower back, and finally 2 revolvers on her waist. It should be noted that all the weapons were gold. That's right, Naruto made himself an hero, spending a small fortune in game coins, which didn't really bother him because of the absurd amount of gold he had from the exhausting hours of play he had playing, and because he made the weapons gold, well, it's very simple, so that he would have a lot of flow. Leaving that aside, Naruto was approaching the group, which when the villagers noticed him they got nervous. When he finally reached the front of the group, the young peasants blushed and almost neon red all over Naruto's face. His fine features and neon blue logos made him seem like a real gentleman. When Naruto arrived, he went to greet Delta again, but when he saw Delta's face, he could feel a drop of blood that had apparently splashed him. Opening his eyes, he approached Delta with great speed with a handkerchief and grabbed his chin and began to clean it while saying, "Naruto. Delta-chan, you are stained with this disgusting blood, and to top it off on your face, that was exhaustively created by me like all the other maids, so that they have an incomparable beauty," said Naruto Chibi to a Delta Chibi blushing, while the Lupusregina Chibi looked at them with amusement and a little jealousy. After cleaning her, Naruto hugged her while rubbing her head and said, "That's better, very clean and impeccable as it should be. Delta. Thank you very much, Naruto-sama," she said with a healthy blush and a small smile. While the group of villagers watched everything with a drop of sweat. "Naruto. Cough cough," he coughed to regain his composure. "Very well, it seems you captured the pirate leader as I requested," he said to the zombie samurai who only nodded. When Naruto was about to speak, he was interrupted by an old man. "Old man. Hello, I am the leader of this town. I wanted to thank you for getting rid of the pirates. How could I repay you?" said this man. Naruto. "Oh, it was nothing and you really don't need to pay me." This made the old man a little nervous and cautious. This strange, until he realized what was happening. "I see, a stranger coming out of nowhere with two maids and an undead samurai and helping them without asking for anything in return is very strange. Well, I will have to ask something in return for them to trust," he thought, and then they talk. Although thinking about it, "I want to make a deal with you," he said, "but first I want to ask you a question," he said, so that the mayor would nod for him to continue. "Is this town not affiliated with any kingdom that protects them from this type of attacks?" he asked the mayor so that he could answer. Mayor. "Unfortunately not, since our town is at a point where it's too far for the kingdoms to travel here." Naruto. "Okay, this is the deal, you give me $4,000 a month and in return I will give you protection from these creatures," Naruto said, casting the same spell he used to create the zombie samurai, but this time covering the entire area, creating more samurai from the pirates' corpses, but these were more different. They didn't have the armor or the rotten appearance of the one who had helped them at the beginning, and they had a yellow glow where their eyes should be, making them look intimidating. Author's note. Well, here I'm going to make a cut to say that the money in this theory is going to be like the dollar, because if I try to do it with different currencies, I'm going to get confused, and also because I'm too lazy to make a table of currencies and put their value and name to each one, so I'm going to leave it as the dollar. Post-date greetings to the future Panamanians who read this fic. Naruto. Well, as you may have noticed, these samurai look, how do I put it, healthier than this one, he said, pointing at the zombie samurai. This is because these samurai are more powerful than this one, he said, while again pointing at the symbiote samurai who remained emotionless. This left the villagers purpled, since a single samurai had been able to decimate a total of 120 pirates, but with a little help from the maid he only killed a few, and now this stranger tells them that this group of samurai, which by deduction must be the 120 pirates that attacked them, are stronger than the zombie samurai that they already considered a brutal force. This had only one answer for the mayor, and without hesitation he accepted. Naruto. Well, all samurai form, he ordered, and in less than 5 seconds they were all formed in 6 rows of 20 samurai, each row next to the other. It should be noted that each samurai had the Naruto emblem, which consisted of a swirl with the head of a fox, and they had flags with the same emblem. Seeing them formed, Naruto continued ordering with a firm and commanding voice, "Well, I want you to make a flag with my emblem, showing that this town is under my protection. I also want you to help rebuild the town and make it look as if nothing had happened, or as soon as possible. Once finished rebuilding the town, I want you to defend this town with all your strength from any intruder who intends to attack this town. If visitors come and have no malicious intentions, let them pass to the door where some villager will be sitting in a post and interrogate him about the reason for his visit," he finished ordering. To which all the samurai hit their chests and nodded. "Now quickly deploy and start working," said Purr as he spoke again, "or you wait, making the zombie samurai stop. You will not stay here, since you are not necessary," he said as he approached. "I will send you to the army of the tomb of Nazarick. There you join your kind," he said to put his hand on the zombie's shoulder so that he would disappear in a golden flame. Releasing an exhausted sigh, he said, I'm exhausted," he said as he turned to the pirate they had captive on the ground. "Well, I'll send you to the torture room to get information out of you later," he said, while in the same way he touched the pirate so that she too would disappear in golden flames. Turning around again, he saw the villagers. "Well, we're leaving because I'm tired. I suppose that tomorrow I will return to discuss some terms of this small alliance," he said, so that she would disappear in a whirlwind of gold and black, along with her 2 maids. Chapter 6. After disappearing from the small fishing village, Naruto appeared in a hallway in front of his room's door. Naruto. Well, that was entertaining and exhausting, said Naruto. Well, I'm going to sleep for a while, he said, turning to the door of his room and taking the handle, and then turning around and seeing Lupusregina and Delta to stay, thinking that lately in these many years and years of being immortal, he never slept with company in a bed. Although before he slept with women it was only for Hex, and nothing more. What Naruto meant by sleeping with company was just lying next to a woman and snuggling hugging that person. Naruto had only slept with women just to have Hex for 5 hours straight, and there was never love in those carnal acts. All that was until he came to the current era where the world was more modern and Naruto met these game consoles, leading him to isolate himself a bit from society and not have a female company. Another thing that caught his attention was that when Naruto went out on the streets, he was always mistaken for a foreigner because in reality Naruto did not look Asian, despite speaking his language perfectly, obviously because that was his native language. Naruto, despite the centuries and centuries of being alive, learned many languages, if not all, but well, we are already moving away from the main topic, Naruto thought, as if he were narrating his life XD. Naruto. Lupus-chan, Delta-chan, come in with me, she said, surprising the aforementioned since they rarely entered their lord's bedroom, which was only to keep his room clean, but without saying anything, the two maids nodded. When they entered, they could see a room with dark red walls with neon lights on the upper edges, almost white in color. In the middle against the wall was a huge bed that could easily fit 15 people. I'm not going to describe it because I'm lazy, use your imagination. Naruto. Well, let's sleep, he said, disconcerting the two maids who didn't understand what their lord meant. Lupusregina. Excuse me, Naruto-sama, I don't think I understand what you mean by let's sleep, said the brunette with the other cyborg maid nodding. Naruto. Well, as you can see, I want to sleep and I want to have female company with me while I sleep, he said calmly, making the maids blush with embarrassment for understanding what their lord was referring to. Lupusregina Delta. Okay, Naruto-sama, they said, blushing and with their heads down trying to hide their blushes. Naruto. And what are you waiting for? He said, making them raise their heads and see him with orange pants with fox prints. Are you planning on staying overnight in those maid clothes? Come on, take off your clothes so you can sleep more comfortably. He said, making the two maids turn so red that it seemed like they wanted to invent a new color of red. In Delta's case, sparks were coming out of her ears due to the overheating of her circuits. Nodding docilely, the two maids took off their clothes and left them on a chair in a corner. Naruto, who was already in bed, observed the two maids with a bra and black pantyhose with lace in the case of Lupusregina and opaque green in the case of Delta. Well, I imagine that you know which pantyhose the maids wear, so there is no need to put an image. The two maids just stood there as if waiting for their lord's approval, and the more they watched them, the more nervous they became, thinking that their lord didn't like their appearance. This made the two maids put on a downcast and sad face. Naruto, seeing this, asked, "Why do you have that sad face?" He asked curiously, to which they only responded, "Delta. It's just that we think our bodies aren't to your liking," said the cyborg to her lord, who just stared at them. Naruto. PFF yahahahaja. Naruto just laughed at what they said. They just looked at him strangely and somewhat embarrassed. "Do you really think that I'm not going to like your bodies?" Naruto said to the maids, "You were created by us, the supreme beings. Well, I created your beauty, the other members created your abilities and so on. Well, I was in charge of meticulously creating every inch of your body, so that you are considered one of the most beautiful people in the world, along with the other maids, Shaltier, Albedo and Saber, so much that they gave me an award for the best character creator. Cough cough cough. Excuse me. I got excited," said our favorite blonde with a small blush for being excited. The maids were just blushing massively, and Naruto could notice at the door of the room the remaining maids, along with Albedo, Shaltier and Saber, all just sticking their heads out with the door ajar, and all with a blush. This made Naruto sweat drop. Naruto. Well, are they going to come in or not? He asked, causing the two maids in their underwear to get out of their blushing mess and get into bed nervously. The other maids, along with Albedo, Shaltier and Saber, were about to leave sadly, until Naruto spoke. Naruto. And where do you think you're going? I asked, making the maids and guardians stop and go back to see our favorite blonde. Naruto. Come on, keep me company, he said with a smile, but remember to take off your clothes for better comfort, he said, making them all blush, but they nodded and quickly took off their clothes nervously, and all getting into bed surrounding and hugging Naruto, all snuggled up in bed and proceeded to sleep, all with a calm smile and a healthy blush. The next morning. Naruto, waking up, noticed all the warrior maids along with the three guardians looking to one side to his right. He could notice a blonde who was lying on her side, making her waist curve more, making her buttocks stand out. This was Solution Epsilon. And turned to his left and saw a small figure lying down who was hugging one of her arms, sticking them to her small breasts, making her look tender. This was Intoma Basilisk Zeta. Author's note: in this story Intoma will not have a mask to hide her spider face, because in this story, Intoma will have a human face with small fangs at the corner of her lips. Note this is her normal face, she doesn't have a mask, I just wanted to clarify that. Naruto moved his right hand and passed it under Solution's waist and brought her closer to him, causing her to let out a sleepy moan and proceeded to grab one of her chubby buttocks that stuck out between the corners of his fingers since Solution was a half-human slime. He then proceeded to grab Intoma by her small waist and easily lift her since she was small and light. He then positioned her on top of his chest, causing her to smile from the body heat, then Intoma lulled herself into his chest and continued sleeping. Naruto moved his left hand and grabbed one of Intoma's little buttocks, making her moan, although her butt wasn't that big, it was very firm and tight. Naruto continued kneading the maid's buttocks with ease, letting out small moans. Skidding, Naruto released Solution's buttocks and quickly proceeded to knead her breasts, which were very soft and firm. After caressing Intoma, Naruto put two of his fingers between Intoma's tight thighs and rubbing her intimacy a little. Naruto took out his fingers and saw that she was wet as was Solution. Naruto saw the faces of the two maids, and they were very flushed. Naruto then began to massage Intoma's small breasts. Although Naruto does not dislike having relations with a loli, he was not stupid enough to get involved with a loli and get imprisoned. Well, although he could easily escape from prison and use a henge for 80 years, so that any hint of danger of being arrested and not be treated as a pedophile, but Intoma was different since it was supposed to be in a game, and secondly because she is supposed to be 256 years old, so Naruto could touch this arachnid loli as much as he wanted. But while Naruto was in his thoughts, he continued to grope Intoma and Solution, without realizing the two maids were in the blushing mess, decided to let them rest. Naruto stopped groping them and lay down to rest a little longer. 30 minutes later. Naruto, Albedo, Saber, Shultier and the maids were already awake with sleepy faces and happy to be sleeping in the same room and bed as their beloved, although Intoma and Solution were the happiest of all. This made the others suspicious, but they didn't take it into account. 15 minutes later. We can see our favorite blonde walking in some corridors with dungeons on the sides. Walking a little more, Naruto stands in front of a dungeon and then opens it to reveal a man in his underwear, chained to some X-shaped boards hanging in the middle of the cell. Not long after entering, a hideous purple creature came out that had tentacles and a dominatrix outfit and had eyelashes and lipstick on her lips. This was Nuranist Pinkle, a creation of the Supreme Beings for an event that guild could make the most horrendous character in the game, which of course they won by very little. At the end of the event you could do whatever you wanted with the created character. While other guilds killed them in unimaginable ways, our guild decided to treat him as another member of Nazarick and put him as a torturer since his mere presence was a visual torture to witness. Nuranist. Oh Naruto-sama, he came to visit me and finally make me, has said the thing with a chilling voice to Naruto, who didn't even flinch at the statement. Naruto. What are you talking about? That will never happen, he said calmly to the effeminate creature who only squirmed. Leaving that aside, and I hope you don't bring that up again, how is the torture going? Nuranist. Muo Naruto-sama, it hurts me, as for the torture it's going well, he's been willing to talk about anything for 45 minutes now, when I violated his holes, said the creature with disgusting morbidity. Naruto. And what did you do in the 45 minutes after the guy gave in? The blonde asked curiously. Nuranist. I kept raping him for those 45 minutes, he said. Naruto could only sweat drop at the declaration of having raped the man he was now seeing and proceeded to speak. Naruto. What's your name, human? Pirate. My name is Edward Skort IV, son of the King of Madrigan. He shouted desperately, wanting to get out of the place. Naruto. Okay, now what's the story of the crystalline wall that extends throughout the world, and what is it? The blonde asked the great pirate. Pirate Edward. The infinite wall. He asked, trembling and amazed that this person did not know about the wall. That wall has been there for millennia. No one in the world saw when it appeared, however, when someone tries to cross it, they never return. The wizards of the kingdom say that it is not really a wall, but a portal to another dimension, but the cost of mana to cross the portal is very high that not even 1,000 wizards can reach the cost required to cross it. He said, finishing his tirade. Naruto. Interesting, he said with a smile on his face. Chapter 7. Naruto. Interesting, said our blonde now Kitsune upon hearing the explanation of the deformed piece of shit that was posing as a human. Very well, Nuranist, I give you 45 minutes to have fun with this scum hang, to kill him and throw him outside the tomb. We do not need these kinds of filth taking up space in the tomb, said the blonde, occupying his role as Supreme King of the Tomb of Nazarick. Naruto turned around and left the torture room while listening to the screams of the poor man. Naruto continued walking until he reached the throne room. Upon arrival he saw the maids, Shultier, Albedo and Saber prostrated at the side of the throne. Walking a little further he reached the throne and proceeded to sit down. Everyone looked at him intrigued by how he had sat and by the smile on his face. Naruto tilted his head and saw Sebas and proceeded to order him. Naruto. Sebas, go and bring Mare, Aura, Cocytus and more to the throne room, the blonde said to the butler, who without thinking nodded and turned to comply with his order. Without taking his eyes off the maids, Naruto saw Yuri Alpha. Naruto. Yuri-chan, come, he said with his eyes shining neon blue, making the maid a little nervous. When the maid was already in front of Naruto, he took her by the waist and sat her on his right thigh. Naruto's action made the maid with glasses let out a squeal of surprise and embarrassment. At the same time that she blushed, the action also caused massive jealousy from the other maids, Albedo, Shaltier and Saber, which had their jaws clenched and a death glare. Naruto. Everyone relax, he said, getting everyone's attention. You will all have your moment after all. You all belong to me and only me. I created you and made you with an incomparable beauty that few people outside the grave or in another dimension can compare to them. So do not worry, I love you all, he said to relax and blush everyone present. After 15 minutes of playing around with Yuri Alpha, Mare, Aura, Cocytus and Demiurge had arrived at the throne room. Letting Yuri Alpha resume his position, Naruto proceeded to call Aura and do the same thing he did to Yuri Alpha, making the little dark elf blush. For those who don't know, Aura is a woman even though she looks like a man. That's because of a fetish that one of the supreme beings had. Naruto. Well, the reason I sent for you is because of an event that I discovered yesterday, said Naruto. Yesterday, bored, I began to inspect the distance of the tomb with a crystal orb, and I discovered that there was a crystal wall that extended across the world, he said, making a holographic screen appear in the middle of everyone so they could see the wall that was reflected. The reason for the mention of this wall, well, as I told you, yesterday I also distinguished a small town that was being attacked. Honestly, I wasn't going to waste my time helping them, but I thought about gathering information about the wall, he said, hiding the fact that seeing the girl next to the young peasant girl reminded him of him with his sister. Deceased. Well, I managed to easily catch one of the attackers, and Neuronist extracted the information from the scum, he said, pausing to see if everyone was paying attention and continued with the story. From what the scum said, that should now be dead and not take up space in the world, said that the magicians of his kingdom and other kingdoms have come to the conclusion that it may be a portal to another dimension, he said, surprising everyone with the statement. Mare. Who would have thought that there would be a wall the length of the earth, said the little dark elf. Cocytus. And that it is possibly a portal to another dimension or dimensions, said the giant beetle. Demiurge. And what should we do, Naruto-sama? Prepare for a possible attack by beings from another dimension? Asked the floor guardian. Naruto. The truth is that I am thinking of venturing into these dimensions to get some entertainment, said Naruto. Shaltier. So you are going to leave us all alone? She said with a sad face. Naruto. Do not be confused, first I will investigate if I can teleport the tomb right inside the portal, and if my magic allows me to do it, then I will send a ghost samurai with enough magic to enter and tell me how long it was inside to know if there is any difference in the time of this dimension with the other dimensions, said Naruto. If in the event that I cannot teleport the grave to the portal, I will take the maids, Albedo, Saber and Shaltier. Demiurge, as he is the most intelligent being below me, will stay to create strategies for a possible attack. Kasutos will stay for the brute war that will defend the tomb, along with an army of 500,000 samurai soldiers, while Sebas will be as sentinels who inform of possible attackers. Now why I want to venture to another possible dimension? Well, very simple, this world no longer offers me any adversary worthy of combat. All living beings in this world would be decimated by one of his lackeys, said Naruto, pointing to them all, implying that his lackeys were stronger than any enemy, and if that is true, they are much stronger, therefore Naruto was like a deity in this world. The guardians and maids thought, understanding the point. Naruto. And if you did not understand, look at this, he said, to teleport all the people in the room to a mountain that was on the shores of the sea overlooking a kingdom. You will wonder why I brought you here. Well, simple, that kingdom that you see there is the kingdom from which the pirates who attacked the village I decided to protect came from. At that moment, a ghost samurai appeared who was investigating the kingdom. This samurai was sent when Naruto left the torture room. Naruto. Well, Samurai Report, he ordered the samurai. Those samurai. This kingdom is, in a few words, a waste of space in the world. I did not feel any good people in this kingdom, and most of the streets they wanted to kill you or rob you, along with a large number of prostitutes with venereal diseases. Naruto. Well, as you heard, this kingdom is a waste of space and air with the inhabitants that it contains, so what better place to demonstrate the supremacy of my power, said Naruto, to raise his hand to the height of his chest and begin to channel golden energy. In a few moments a sphere the size of a hand formed in his palm. Now watch, said Naruto, causing the small sphere to emerge into a large hare, flying towards the kingdom. When it impacted, it generated a huge explosion that, when it encompassed the entire kingdom, contracted and left a crater the size of the kingdom. This made those present marvel at such destructive power. Naruto. As you can see, no one in this world is capable of facing me anymore. That in a certain sense is boring, so that's why I want to go to other dimensions," Naruto concluded, teleporting everyone back to the throne room, if not before ordering the same samurai to go to the wall, enter and observe inside, if he transported him to another place, and if the time is different, and the samurai just took out uncle and left. Minutes later they were all in front of the glass wall, and they saw the samurai in front of them waiting when they arrived. Naruto said. "Ready, you can enter," he said, so that the samurai could enter. About 10 minutes passed, and finally the samurai returned who had not changed anything. Naruto just looked at him and said, "So how is it inside?" Ghost Samurai asked. "Sir, when I entered I left a portal the size of a person the same shape as the wall when I entered. I was in a kind of corridor in which there were other portals, but these were of different shapes and colors. When I entered another portal that was chocolate colored with stones floating around it, I appeared in a cave that seemed to be very well hidden, or few people passed by there when leaving the cave. I was attacked by several giant humanoid beings who were naked and seemed to be delayed and were of different sizes ranging from 15 meters to 7 meters. I quickly killed my attackers and noticed that they were heading more towards me. I spent around 45 minutes killing those things that kept appearing after trying to kill them all, so that he would let me investigate the dimension. I decided not to make him wait, and I re-entered the cave and entered the portal again, and I appeared in the same corridor as before and quickly went to our portal, and now I am here," concluded the ghost samurai. All with a thick and ghostly voice. Naruto. "I see, so it seems there are more dimensions besides ours," he said with a smile, "and it also seems that time passes faster in that dimension. Maybe in others it passes slower or faster or even passes in the same way as ours," said Naruto. "Very well, let's return to the grave and leave the grave inside of any living being and give this world one last chance to see if there is someone worthy of my attention who dares to enter the grave for its riches and provide us with some entertainment. While we watch it on a screen all together while we eat fried chicken, pizza, soda, popcorn and all kinds of food and witness how naive humans fall into death traps, fighting to see who gets further," said Naruto with a sadistic smile that excited the women present while Naruto thought. Naruto. "Yes, as if it were one of those television programs where people go through obstacles. Only in this one if they fail they die and there are no commercials. It's perfect." 20 minutes later. Naruto. "Very well, it seems that the tomb is now visible to everyone. Just wait for the rumor of an abandoned castle to spread by word of mouth, and the treasure hunters come, and the visual fun begins," said Naruto in a room that they had just created a little before the game company announced the closure of the servers, and that is why they had not used the room before, and how good it would be to launch it with this mini program and watch it with all the guardians. The room had a giant screen like a movie theater, and in front of it, instead of having many seats, it had a large sofa where all the maids could easily fit along with the guardians, and in front of the sofa, there was a table where all the food and drinks would be put to enjoy the entertainment more. Naruto. Well, the food is being prepared. Let's see if someone is worthy of trying to enter the tomb," said the blonde lord to change the channel and be seen on the outskirts of the tomb, and a group of 5 men who had all the appearance of being treasure hunters was seen. Naruto. "Wow, I must admit it, rumors travel fast," Naruto said, a little surprised that there were already people who were willing to enter and challenge the many traps in the tomb of Nazarick. "Well, let's see what these humans have," Naruto said, watching as they entered through the doors. The moment they entered, a cannon shot was heard, along with the sound of flesh colliding with something solid. The treasure hunters turned to see one of their companions who was the newest of the group and saw that in his chest there was a hole where his heart should be. The man with the hole in his chest could only say, "Man with hole." But what he said before hearing several cannon shots and several iron balls destroyed the upper part of the man's body, leaving only viscera, guts and feet that fell silent. Shortly after, the 4 remaining men were astonished by what had happened, although it did not hurt them that their companion died because he was new and they did not know him. They were surprised by the fact of the trap that consisted of cannons when normally in the castles or dungeons that they had looted there were only stakes, arrows, spike pits and very rarely giant stones. "Man 2. What do we do, boss? These look like traps we've never seen before," said this nervous man to a man who seemed to be his leader. "Man 3. Buck, did you see that? He destroyed it in less than 3 seconds and we didn't even realize it or had time to dodge. I think we should get out of here," said this one to the leader who remained silent. "Leader. You're right, let's get out of here," said this one, also nervous. In the movie room. Naruto. "So you want to leave, because I won't leave you too late," he said, so that a circle appeared in his hands that shone slightly golden and then disappeared. "Now how will you get out of here?" he said smiling. Back with the unfortunate treasure hunters. When the leader reopened the door where they entered, he did not see the starry sky that should have been when they were out of the tomb. Now they were in a large hallway that had several doors on its sides. The leader panicked along with his companions. "Man 4. PPP, but what the hell is going on?" said this confused and nervous. "Man 2. But it was through here that we entered. This was nothing like what they were used to. This was on another level. Man 3. Boss, now what do we do? Asked. Leader. Buck. No way, we'll have to move forward, he said, walking cautiously, followed by his companions. Deciding to enter a door to his side, they opened the door and saw a huge room with no furniture around and only a chest in the middle. This put the treasure hunters on alert. When there was a chest that was too easy to obtain, that meant there was a trap. Entering silently with great fear, they did not notice anything strange and proceeded to walk a little more with confidence. When they were already in front of the chest, they noticed a slightly heavy breathing that they didn't know where it was coming from, downplaying it a bit, but still aware of the heavy breathing. Man 2 proceeded to open the chest. On the way to open it, the leader was absorbed in the heavy breathing and his mind clicked and he shouted. He led. No, open the chest. But it was too late because his partner had already opened the chest, from which emanated 2 thin and long arms and feet, a relatively large tongue and sharp teeth. The moment the hands came out, they grabbed the man tightly and pulled him inside and began to chew, trying to eat the man. The other people just watched with a face of horror while they listened to the screams and the flesh being chewed by the creature. When it finally ate the man, it just put its hands and tongue back in and stayed there still with thick breathing as if nothing had happened. Man 3. What the hell was that? I've never seen that thing before. What the hell is going on? The man said, panicking. Leader. Buck, shit, what is this? What should we do? I don't know what to do anymore, said the leader, panicking and lowering the confidence of his companions. They continued walking without being aware that they were being watched by the owner of the tomb. But Naruto and the others. Naruto. Ha 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 ha, wow, they're already panicking and are losing confidence in being able to get out of this alive. Well, they're not wrong, they won't get out of this alive, he said, seeing that they were entering a room, knowing that he was in that room, and he just had a sadistic smile and attracted the girl towards him, taking her by the waist, while the other maid had a whole pizza and proceeded to eat it. But the treasure hunters. Entering the room, no longer caring much about stealth, they did not notice a large figure on the ceiling that was stuck in the corner of the room next to the ceiling. Walking a little further, a kind of spiderweb took one of the treasure hunters and carried him up, so that the man let out a cry of surprise and terror when he saw the creature that was dragging him up. When he was close enough, the giant spider bit his head and killed him instantly. The 2 remaining men tried to leave the room, but the purge closed and they couldn't get out of the room. In the lonely corridor, only the muffled screams of the treasure hunters could be heard, screams that no one would hear and that would be lost in the infinite corridors of the tomb of Nazarick, screams of men who would possibly be forgotten and would not be remembered by anyone. Chapter 8. We can see in a room with a giant television a large group of people watching television and mocking the pathetic attempts of people trying to infiltrate the tomb of Nazarick. They had been watching for a long time as all the humans who entered the tomb Morion in various and creative ways, such as death by cerebral embolism, death by blood loss when their private parts were mutilated. Even a few died because an arrow shaped like a dildo was embedded in their skull or different pairs of the body. In reality, that death was something disturbing and creepy that even Naruto wondered who had set that trap, until he thought of a supreme being with strange fetishes that I am not going to mention because I do not remember who the supreme beings were, and mentioning them from time to time is tedious because I do not know their names. Well, I'm getting off topic. The thing is that they had been watching for quite some time the unfortunate humans who entered the tomb and did not return to go out. They had been going for so long that Naruto asked the low-ranking maids to bring some alcoholic drinks to have a better time. After drinking with all the maids, Albedo, Saber, Shaltier, Demiurge, Cocytus, Sebas, Mare and Aura were all in a state of medium drunkenness in which you are aware of what your body does, but at the same time your body does what it wants. Naruto saw how one of the humans died, being caught in chains by his limbs and being pulled until he was dismembered. Seeing this, Naruto said. Naruto. Ha 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 ha, did you see that? That was one of my traps, isn't it great? What do you think, Demiurge? He said, petting Demiurge, who was a little drunk. Demiurge. Hick was fantastic, Naruto-sama, and very creative, he said with a smile. Naruto. Yes, it was true, he said with a touch of pride as he took a big gulp from a bottle of Jack Daniels and approached Cocytus. Come on, Cocytus, my friend, baby, this drink is delicious. Cocytus. Okay, Hick, he said as he took the bottle and started drinking. Naruto. Let's go. Bottom, he said with a smile on his face, being supported by the others who also said the same thing. Everyone. Bottom. They said with their fists up. When he finished drinking, they shouted, "Wee, this is how it's done." When Cocytus finished drinking, he removed the bottle from what could be called a mouth that you couldn't really tell was there. Cocytus released a large amount of steam from his mouth as if it were a steam train. Naruto. That's how it becomes my friend, he said while patting him on the back with a smile. Wow, we ran out of the 88 bottles you brought us. I'm going to order about 15 more to finish, he said while ordering one of the low-ranking maids to bring the 15 bottles he wanted, which quickly came out and went in search of what was ordered, and it didn't take long when she appeared with a cart with 15 bottles of different sizes and different brands, but all expensive. Once again they began to drink and enjoy the massacre that could be seen on the big screen. Naruto. Sebas, my friend, let's toast together, he said as he gave a bottle to Sebas and kept another bottle for himself. Sebas. Of course Naruto-sama, he said with a drunken blush on his face, let's toast to you, one of the supreme beings, and the only one who didn't abandon us and stayed with us. We are truly very grateful, he said with a touch of gratitude, while the others did the same while raising their bottles and clinking them and shouting. All. Toast. Naruto. I could never abandon you, you will always be my family, he said with some anime-style tears. I really love you, he said to compose himself and dry his tears. Well, the truth is that I am very proud of you, he said, making everyone feel great pride and happiness for making their master proud. Naruto. Well, it seems that the drinks are gone again, so I'm going to end the celebration party, but not before ordering the floor lackeys to exterminate all unwanted guests in the tomb, since we don't want cockroaches in the tomb, he said, as a magic circle appeared over him, and in another part of the tomb, a 30-meter-high hologram appeared in front of an army of 400 soldiers between ghost samurai, vampires, giant insects, fire lizards with armor the size of an average human. Naruto. Hello, I am your supreme leader and I have come to order you to annihilate the unwanted guests and group them outside the tomb and then incinerate it, understood? He said so that the small army roared in affirmation and the hologram disappeared. In the movie theater. Naruto. Well, Demiurge, Cocytus, Sebas and Mare can leave, he said, so that the aforementioned staggered back while singing happily, and while you, he said to the maids, Albedo, Saber, Shaltier and Aura, I want to make you mine right now in my room, he said with a tone of lust that hit them all and made them blush immediately. Naruto teleported them to his chambers and saw them. Naruto. Very well, what are you waiting for, let's start, he said, so that everyone could take off their clothes with him and everyone got into bed and an intense night of hex began until the next morning. Author's note. I'm not going to do a lemon for now, but that doesn't mean there won't be one in the near future. The next morning a large group of women could be seen in a very destroyed room, and in the middle of this a panting Naruto watching all the women with a satisfied face while they slept. Naruto stayed watching them until he got sleepy and fell asleep until the next day. The next day at 11:30 am. We can see a group made up of Naruto, the maids, Albedo, Saber, Shaltier and Aura in front of the gigantic crystal wall. Behind them were Demiurge, Cocytus, Sebas and Mare. Naruto. Well, I trust that they will protect the great tomb of Nazarick, although with the kind of humans and their insignificant power, I don't think there will be much threat, he said, looking at the small group that was going to stay to protect the tomb. Naruto. Well, without further ado, let's go in to enter the well, being followed by the other women. Shortly after entering they felt their mana being drained, and Naruto understood why the human magicians who tried to enter died upon entering, and it was because at the moment of entering their mana was drained in less than a second. Of course for Naruto it was nothing, it was as if you were drinking a glass of water from a river. Naruto turned around and saw the girls and asked. Naruto. They feel good, how long do you think it will take for their mana to drain? Albedo. In the case of us guardians, we would be drained around 20 weeks, and in the case of the maids, it would be in 18 weeks, she said, not worried. Naruto. Well, let's look for a portal that catches my attention, he said as he began to observe the different portals that were in the hallways, until he saw one that was bright white, and around it was releasing a dark vapor. Naruto. Interesting, let's go into this one, he said, pointing to the mentioned portal. Approaching, Naruto entered the portal being followed by all without complaint. Upon leaving the portal they appeared in a somewhat dark cave. Naruto, while raising his hand, a celestial flame appeared in his palm illuminating the cavern and seeing the path out, and upon arriving he noticed that the exit was covered by a large vegetation that hid it. Naruto. Well, we will have to go out and investigate what is in this dimension, he said, coming out of the bushes that hid the cave followed by the other girls, and they found themselves in a forest with a small river that passed in front of it. As they were about to head towards the nearest civilization, Naruto turned towards the cave and said. Naruto. Narbrel-chan casts a concealment spell on the cave to prevent future people from discovering it, he said, to which Narbrel took out Uncle with his typical stoic face and cast the spell. Nard-chan, take off that serious face and give me a smile, he said as he approached Narbrel and spanked her, making her blush and a small smile form. I like it like that, you look more beautiful like this, he said, and then planted a chaste kiss on her. The others just smiled without concern since they knew that he would love them the same way. Separating from the kiss, Naruto proceeded to kiss the other girls. Time skip. Naruto with the outfit from the beginning of the fic, and if you don't remember which one it was, don't worry, I'll put the image back in for you. Naruto was arriving at the entrance of a city that could be called normal if you didn't count the huge tower that was in the middle of it. After a few minutes of walking in the city, the group was stealing glances from both sides of the females. In Naruto's case, for the features he had, since for every woman he is the hottest and youngest man they have ever seen, Naruto looks about 17 or 18 years old, and in the case of the male part of the population, they had never seen so many beautiful women grouped in one place, and this made lazy faces appear on all the men who saw them. However, for Naruto's women, they did not even take importance to the looks of those scum who pretended to be men. After another while walking, Naruto decided to enter a tavern to gather some information. Upon entering, the tavern was in a deep silence in which everyone looked at the newcomers, not only because they had never seen him, but also because of the strange clothes that the blonde was wearing and the beauties that accompanied him. Naruto proceeded to walk, being followed by women the whole time, and sat at the bar and proceeded to order. "Naruto, give me a beer please," he said, to be attended by a sleeping woman who had a face that looked like she had been through many battles. "Okay, I'll bring you the order in a moment," he said as he went to get a pitcher to serve the drink. Naruto turns around and saw his women and said, "Naruto, come on, sit down and order something," he said, and the women didn't hesitate to sit in a way that Naruto was in the middle and all order the same thing as Naruto, which didn't take long to arrive. When the jug of beer was placed in front of Naruto, he spoke. "Naruto, what an interesting city this is, really," he said to the bartender, who looked at him and answered, "Yes, it is. At first glance you don't look like you're from around here," he said, and this husband gave a small smile at the irony of what he said. "Naruto. Or if you knew," he thought to himself, "well, the truth is that I'm not from around here. I come from a very far away place and I wanted to travel to see it, and here I am," said this one. "Oh, and luckily, excuse my manners, let me introduce myself. I'm Naruto," said this one, introducing himself. "Or if my name is Mia Grand, but everyone calls me Mama Mia," she said, introducing herself with a smile. "Naruto. Nice to meet you, but tell me what the tower in the middle is. I'm very intrigued about what it is," he said while taking a sip of beer. "Mamma mia. You mean the adventurers building?" "Yes, the building itself is a large tower where they sell armor, swords and all kinds of things, but nevertheless under this tower, there is also a dungeon that is made up of floors that descend, in which all kinds of monsters appear, and the more you go down the monsters are stronger, and yet no person has reached the end. The only ones who have come this far is the Loki family, who have reached the 45th floor. But from there no one has dared to go down any further," she said, intriguing Naruto. "Naruto. Wow, that's interesting, and what do you gain by going down the dungeon? I mean, what do you get out of it?" this one said. "Mamma mia. Or true, when you kill each monster they drop some stones that you sell when you leave the dungeon, and the stronger the monster is, the bigger the stone is, and they can also give you objects with which you can make magic weapons," she said. Naruto. "And families are necessary to be in one to be able to enter the dungeon, and what are these families?" he asked. "Mamma mia. Well, families are a large group of adventurers who serve a god, and this god helps them boost their levels to be able to go further in the dungeon. There are many families, with the family of Freya, Loki, Hephaestus, etc., and as for the other, it is not necessary to be in a large family, as long as you sign up and they will let you in, but it is not highly recommended that you enter without a family, but well, that would be sedition of the person," she said, concluding her diatribe. Naruto. "Well, thank you very much for the information. I took this as a thank you for the drinks and the information," he said, leaving about 10 gold coins. Mamma Mia, seeing the coins, opened her eyes wide and asked. "Mamma Mia. Yeah, are you sure? It's a lot of money just for a bear given that little information," she said, surprised but in a low voice so that no one would notice the conversation. Naruto. "Don't worry, that's for not hesitating to give me the information," he said. "Yes. Worry, since in the pocket dimension he had millions and trillions of gold coins without counting the large amount of precious gems that he had saved. He even had pure gold armor and gold swords too. In short, he had everything in his pocket dimension, and he could still save millions of more things, no matter the size of the object." Mamma Mia just stood there in astonishment and quickly put the gold away without anyone seeing her, to prevent someone from being a smart guy and trying to steal the gold. Without further ado, Naruto left the bar, and as he was leaving he ran into another group that was entering. This group was made up of Vin Damon, Reverial Joe's Alf, Ace Wallenstein, Hein Hiryud and Tiona Hiryud, that Loga, and the leader of the Loki family. Naruto just saw them and they saw them back. However, the group that was about to enter were surprised to see the Tien, Tinos, Reveria and surprisingly Ace were blushing. This left the group perplexed and they turned their gaze to where the two brunettes, Elda and the blonde, were looking, and they saw the blonde who was leaving the bar, but the one who came out of her stupor and a vein appeared on her forehead was Loki herself, and she said. "Loki. Hey, what do you think you're doing?" he said, "He's throwing a tantrum." Naruto. "Well, I'm leaving the bar, what can't I do?" he said, surprised. Loki. I don't mean that, I mean that you're trying to conquer my dear Ace, he said. Naruto. Who is Ace? He said, leaving the group even more perplexed since he didn't know who Ace was, and yet before anyone could answer, the blonde, still blushing, took a step forward and introduced herself. Ace. Be good night, she said, leaving Naruto and the group surprised as they were about to faint since it wasn't night and obviously seeing Ace nervous. Or excuse me, good morning, I'm Ace Wallenstein, and I apologize for my goddess's outburst, she said, bowing. Tyan. And I'm Tyan and she's my sister Tyan, said the brunettes. Fiona. Nice to meet you. Reveria. And I'm Reverial Joe's elf, nice to meet you, said the elf with a blush present. Naruto. Well, I'm Naruto and these are my companions, he said, introducing himself and his wives. And nice to meet you, how would you be? He said, giving a kiss on the hand to the blonde, the elf, and the two brunettes who blushed more. Naruto. Well, it was an interesting conversation, but I have to go. See you later, he said, starting his way to the great tower that was in the middle. 15 minutes later. We see our favorite group entering the great tower and approaching the counter where an elf with shoulder-length brown hair was sitting. Naruto. Good morning, I would like to register my group and myself so we can go down to the dungeons, he said to the receptionist. Oh yes, of course, my name is Ainachuru, nice to meet you, and in order to register you, could you give me your names? Said the elf with a blush. Naruto. Of course, my name is Naruto, and they are. Naruto proceeded to name his women. After giving them their names they took a picture of everyone and then gave each one a card with their names, photos and how many stones they had collected, which at the moment was at 0. Naruto. Thank you very much, he said to give him the total amount of what the registration cost since before arriving. They quickly went to a jewelry store to exchange a few gold ingots and gems. In itself Naruto already had enough to buy a mansion and not have to work for the challenge of life, but what was fun about that? Naruto. Well, I'm leaving, thank you very much for everything Aina-san, he said with a charming smile that made her blush. Leaving the Naruto tower he set out to find a place to stay or some land to build his mansion. After investigating he didn't find any house that he liked, but nevertheless he found a piece of land that was at a very cheap price that was next to an abandoned church. Without hesitation he bought it, and when he arrived it was already afternoon and the sun was setting. Naruto was about to create his house with his wood magic, but someone interrupted them. What do you think you're doing? Asked a short woman with large attributes and black hair. Naruto. Oh hi, I'm Naruto and these are my companions, he said as he introduced himself again, and what I'm doing is building my home here since I bought this land, he said, looking at the small woman. I am the beast goddess of the family and I am living in the church that is next to the place where you are going to build your house. Well, I had just gone out to see unknown people around here, said the goddess. Naruto. Well, I'm going to continue with the construction, he said to build his mansion, but again he was interrupted by another clearly female voice. Beast goddess, what's going on? The voice asked nervously. Hestia. Oh, I'm glad you're back, Bella-chan, said the goddess. Well, I just came out to greet our neighbors. She said so the girl could see the group and a massive blush appeared when she saw Naruto. This is Belle but in a feminine version. Naruto. Hello, I'm Naruto and these are my friends, he said, a little exasperated at being interrupted and because he had already introduced himself many times. From now on, we're going to be neighbors, he said, casting a spell, and from the palm of his hand a chocolate circle formed, which he quickly pressed against the ground. Branches began to sprout from the vacant lot, quickly taking the shape of a gigantic mansion. Then in the hollow parts where the glass should go, Naruto took out of his pocket dimension some very resistant glass that would withstand 70 cannon shots and remain intact. Showing off his speed, Naruto placed the glass and making a last spell he filled the pool with water. Performing the wood spell again, he created all the furniture inside the house and some chairs that were at the edge of the pool to tan. Naruto. And to finish, he said, and a large magic circle appeared over the futuristic mansion and disappeared. Hestia and Bella were stunned by what had just happened. This guy who appeared out of nowhere had just built a mansion with a pool in a few minutes, all without breaking a single drop of sweat. Naruto. I feel like I'm missing something, said this thoughtfully. Saber. The lights Naruto-sama said is. Naruto. Oh right, thanks Saber-chan, he said to raise his hand, and from these a few dozen bright spheres appeared, and without further ado the spheres headed to the mansion and were placed at points inside and outside the house to illuminate the mansion. Naruto. Well, I think that's all. Come on girls, let's go to sleep. Let me create a big room so we can all have fun, he said, so that everyone blushed, but Hestia and Bella didn't notice because of how surprised they were. Well, Hestia-chan, Bella-chan, see you tomorrow, he said, saying goodbye, to which these two foolishly responded with a goodbye, and without further ado, Naruto's group entered the mansion to have another wild hex routine. Chapter 9. It had been about 4 days in which Naruto and his women had entered the dungeons just to see the areas and know what types of monsters there were. Most of the monsters were wolves, ants, orcs, rabbits and some other large monsters and minotaurs, but in itself, they were not a great challenge since with a single slash at supersonic speeds they were decapitated. But of course these types of monsters came out since they did not go down more than the 18th floor, which was where there was a floor free of monsters, but of course, they also always had to kill the boss that was before reaching that floor. The stone that the boss gave always keeps it in his pocket dimension and does not sell it since he wanted to go unnoticed, since it would be very strange that as soon as you arrived at the town, you could reach the first boss and kill him with relative ease. So they always said that they reached the 8th floor and returned, but well leaving that aside, we can see Naruto and his group of Hexy women returning to their temporary home, but arriving at his house, we can see a small group talking in front of the gate of his house while a person tried to enter, but an invisible barrier did not let him in. The group was made up of Bestia, Bella, Ace, Tien, Tiona, Reverie and Loki, who was the one who was trying to enter that Naruto speaks. Naruto. Oh hello, it's a pleasure to see you again, tell me how can I help you? He asked, drawing the attention of everyone who turned to look at him. Bestia. Hello Naruto, I was telling Loki and his family that you are living here since they came because of the rumor of a mansion that looks, how do I put it, unusual, concluded the goddess. Naruto. Wow, rumors travel fast, he said calmly. Loki. Hey, why can't I get in the house? He shouted at Naruto. Albedo. Talk to Naruto-sama with more respect, she said with a frown and the others nodded. Loki. Haha. And why should I? You're not someone important for me to address you with respect, she said angrily, without measuring her words. Shaltier. My Naruto-kun is no one important. I ask you for an apology before I tear that head off that ironing board you call a body, she said, letting out a wine-red aura, causing the ground to crack beneath her, surprising the others by the pure power they felt so much that it cracked the ground, but before everything got out of control, the green-haired elf acted and punched her goddess on the head. Rivera. We apologize for the lack of respect to our goddess, he said and bowed his head and forcing Loki's to bow, followed by Tien, Tiona and Ace. Shaltier lowered her aura until she stopped emanating that wine-red aura. Yuri Alpha. It's okay, but don't let it happen again, the maid said calmly. Naruto. Okay, I let it go this time, so don't worry, he said and saw that Reveria, Ace, Tien and Tiona had a worried face, thinking that now he would hate them. Don't worry, I don't hate you, you are not guilty of the actions of your goddess, he said reassuringly and saying goddess with a bit of mockery being noticed by his women and Loki. Naruto. Well, why don't you come over for a cup of tea and we'll chat about anything to pass the time and don't tie the knot, you've come here just to see, he said while Aldana placed his palm towards his house and a magic circle appeared in gold, causing another larger one to appear over the house and disappear in a second. Come in and make yourself at home, he said entering and being followed by his wives. The other women familiar with Loki just looked at each other and proceeded to follow him along with their goddess, however Hestia and Bella were preparing to return to their home, but before they left Naruto spoke. Naruto. Where do you think you're going? I thought I invited you to a cup of tea, he said, so that the two of them looked at each other and smiled as they moved towards their blonde neighbor's house. Once inside they were all in a large room where they could all be without problems and the maids were serving tea. After about 45 minutes of talking trivial things, Bella asked Naruto. Bella. Naruto-kun, I wanted to ask you if one of these days you could accompany me to the dungeon, I asked our blonde. Naruto. Of course, why not? He said, to which the white-haired girl became happy while the others became jealous. After Bella's question and Naruto's statement, they continued talking for another half hour and then everyone went back to their respective homes. Time skip. It had been 26 days since Naruto and his women had arrived in this dimension, and Naruto had accompanied Bella on several occasions and commissioned to which she is now the support of Bella, who was an I don't know if I should call her a woman, since she is old enough to be a woman, but she has the body of a girl. Well, the thing is that her name is Lilaruka Ard. For Naruto, she seemed so cute and he wanted to take her to bed and sleep, well he hugged her like a stuffed animal, but of course she also had her appeal. You don't always have to have a big breast to be Hexy. She had a nice round butt that made you want to spank her. But, leaving that aside, there was also another member who joined Bella's group and that was Brave Krazo. She was a blacksmith who belonged to a very prestigious family that was dedicated to creating very good magical weapons, but she stopped making those types of weapons and her family fell, and well, she was also very Hexy in her own way. But leaving aside the members of Bella, Naruto was at home since this time he did not accompany Bella in the dungeon and was talking about what they were going to do in an hour and a half, rehearsing dungeons. Naruto. Very well, it's time we venture deeper into this dungeon and see if we find any enemies capable of having a little fun, he said to the women who were just descending with a smile. So let's get ready and leave, he said, and heard someone calling him from outside the house. Going out the door and looking to see who it was, he was surprised to see Hestia. Naruto. How can I help you? I asked the goddess. Hestia. Naruto-kun needed your help. It's about Bella. She hasn't returned since this morning and it's already very late, she said. She is worried. Naruto. Wow, and I was thinking of leaving at night to avoid anyone seeing me coming in, he thought to himself. Well, since it's going to be done, I'm going to take advantage and help them, and I'll slip away and go down further with my women, he thought. Okay, I'm going to help, he said, and left with his women to accompany the goddess group, which was made up of a blonde elf, a woman with light blue hair, the guy with a hat and brown hair, and a group made up of 2 women and a man who had parts of red samurai armor. Asfial Andromeda. Ryu Lion. Hermes. Yamato Mikoto. Itachi Chigusa. Hashima Aoka. So everything happened as in the story until they reached the ramp that went to the 18th floor where the monster-free floor was. Everyone had already thrown themselves down the ramp that went down to the next floor. When Naruto turned around, where a large wall of ice should be, there was a huge hole, and on the other side of the wall at the back in a corner was the boss lying on a wall, and it seemed he was sleeping, and Naruto, to avoid problems, threw a sphere at him that when it hit it did not explode, but a black hole was formed and absorbed the boss, leaving nothing, only a large crater that in a few minutes the floor would regenerate it and it would be as if nothing had happened. Turning around, Naruto threw himself down the ramp to the next floor, and when he arrived, you could see Hestia hugging a bandaged Bella being observed by everyone. Saber approached Naruto and asked. Saber. Naruto-sama, why did it take you so long? I asked curiously. Naruto. Oh, it was not for nothing, actually I was just taking care of a small problem, he said, emphasizing small. From here everything happened like the story, with several attempts at seduction by Tien, Reveria, Lilith, Grafe, and surprisingly Hestia. Bella and Ace were trying to flirt, although a little nervous on the part of Bella and Ace. Time skip. It was already night and Naruto and his women were at the entrance to descend further into the dungeons. When they were about to go down, Naruto felt several presences that were trying to hide and Naruto spoke. Naruto. Who's there? He asked, already knowing who they were, but he asked anyway, so that all the girls came out of the bushes. What are you doing here at this hour? He asked curiously. Hestia. I should ask the same thing, she said, crossing her arms. Tien. What are they doing here at the entrance to the lower floors? I asked curiously. Naruto. Well, as you can see, we're going down further, he said calmly. Bella. Wait, what? Are they planning to go down further? She said she's getting worried. Naruto. Yes, and not only that, we are preparing to reach the last floor of this dungeon, he said with a sadistic smile, which made all the girls blush with that wild smile, but at the same time he surprised them with what he said, and this time it was Ace's turn to speak. Ace. But no one else has gone below the 45th floor, it's the lowest anyone has been able to go, and that's with a group of 160 adventurers, she said with her calm voice, but with a bit of nervousness and concern. Naruto. That's the point, and I'm not a normal adventurer, he said, and disappeared in a blur of speed along with his women, leaving nothing but a few worried girls. Time had passed and 5 days had passed, and everyone in the city was calm like any other day, but in a bar was the group of girls worried since 5 days had passed and Naruto had not returned, and they were planning to make a rescue until the ground shook. This put all citizens on alert, since it was very rare for tremors to join, and that was followed by another and another, until about 45 minutes of pure tremors passed, and this had put all citizens in panic, since this was not normal. About 3 days before, Naruto had already passed the 45th floor and was now on the 68th floor, and they were advancing without any problem, just some lava golems and that's it, but they were nothing. Going down 2 more floors they reached the 70th floor, and here they found something they didn't think they would see even in their wildest thoughts. On the 70th floor there was not a dungeon, but a wide sea with a beach. This had taken the group by surprise, since they did not think that under the dungeon could fit a sea of this size, since it would be impossible for that to be possible. Looking further along the beach, on the shore was a giant rusty and destroyed robot. Focusing his vision more, he could see that in the sea more other destroyed robots could be distinguished, and he could also observe gigantic bones, almost if not bigger than the robots. It seemed that there were. Naruto. Wow, it seems that there was a battle of gigantic proportions, he said while laughing to himself at the bad joke he made, and the women just kept their faces blank at what their crush said. Naruto was about to say something else until he saw a strong orange color and turned his gaze, and his eyes lit up at what he saw. In the distance there was an almost intact robot. It only had a few scratches and the occasional hole that was almost not noticeable, and most importantly it was orange and had dual sword nails in its hands. Naruto. "Oh, I don't believe it, it's beautiful," he said with his eyes lit up and a dreamy face. Raising his arm he made insignia appear in the shape of a white wing and putting it on all the women he said. "Naruto. Come on, it's a badge that will allow you to fly." "Oh, but it's not just any flying badge, this badge is the best of all created by me, and you can reach supersonic speed. Now come on, I want to claim that robot as my property," he said excitedly, to fly off at high speed, and in a blink of an eye he was already at the location of the robot, opening a grid that was on the back of the robot's neck. Naruto distinguished two exoskeletons one next to the other, and in both there were two skeletons with black suits that seemed special to be able to use the robot. Observing the area further, he could see a small grid that shone slightly around the edges of an electric blue, reading above the regulator it said. Arc Reactor Unlimited Nuclear Energy. Naruto was impressed since he knew what it was. In short, it was a battery with nuclear energy that never runs out. No matter how much you use it will remain active. That meant that the robot could still work. Without anything else to observe, Naruto took the skeleton that had the suit that was for men and took off the suit. Without further ado, he let the suit transfer to his inventory and in particles of light the suit disappeared. Then thinking about putting on the suit, Naruto's clothes shone and changed to the suit and placed in the exoskeleton, which proceeded to connect, and when feeling signs of life the systems turned on and a robotic and feminine voice spoke. Voice. Initiating unilateral synchronization sequence, said since it was only a driver, only the driver would be synchronized with a robot. For a normal person, it would give an unbearable pain in the head and a very intense stress in the body, but for Naruto, it was as if 10 clones had joined together, dissipated, and his memories returned, feeling a small but almost imperceptible pinch in his head, and on his body it was nothing in reality. He only had to apply a tiny bit of force to be able to move the robot. Outside the robot, Naruto's women only saw how some of the robot's lights turned on and the swords began to embed a neon blue glow. Moving the robot, Naruto lifted it up and put it on its feet, showing it imposingly, and Naruto spoke in the cabin, but also speaking into a speaker from the robot. "Naruto. Buck, this is great," he said, surprised because his voice was amplified by a horn. "Okay girls, let's go," but he was interrupted by the collective roar of several beasts emerging from the sea. Naruto. "Wow, what horrible creatures," he said, and banded the dual swords to get into a battle pose. And behind this one appeared about 15 more monsters. Naruto. "Well girls, you're going to have to support me while I try to kill these monsters with my new toy," said Naruto with a half-robotic voice. "And when I finish this and we return to the surface, I'm going to buck you so hard that you'll scream my name at night," he said, making all the girls blush. Naruto. "Well, let's talk about the massacre," he said with a sadistic smile, and the neon blue lights that the robot had intensified and launched into battle. Chapter 10. It had been about 6 hours since Naruto's battle had begun in the robot, which by the way, curiously, the robot was called Saber Athena, and he realized it since the artificial intelligence that the robot had told him so, but well, the fact is that Naruto had had a lot of fun using the giant robot, and he was so good at using it that he used it with such fluidity and mastery that the robot did not suffer any damage. Apart from the kaiju blood stains that stained some parts of the robot such as the arms, chest, and part of the face, anyway, Naruto had already killed the 16 cages that had appeared, so having the gate that was in the back of the robot's neck, Naruto let his women pass, and if surprisingly, they could all fit without obstructing the mobility of our favorite blonde. Naruto. "Well, let's continue going down to find out what's going on here, since this is very strange, because I don't think this sea can exist in the dungeon," he said. Well, everyone nodded. "Oh, and did you know that this robot has your name?" he said. Well, Saber was a little surprised. "Saber Robot. Nice to meet you, it's been a long time since I had a living being inside me, I'm very happy," said with mechanized. Naruto smiled at what the robot said and said, "That's why I'm going to appreciate this robot a lot," he said to see everyone and fix his sight on the half-robot half-human maid, who had sparkles in her eyes because of the technology and letting out her taste for robots. Naruto. "I see you like Delta-chan," he said to the maid, who only blushed a little at his childish act. "Well, how about when we get home, you make some arrangements like removing the second exoskeleton and leaving this one in the middle, and you can put all kinds of weapons you want with the armory I have stored in my pocket dimension," he said, without worrying that he would damage the robot, since Delta was a mechanized being, and although it can be a human with robot parts or vice versa, it does not mean that it could feel emissions, feelings or tastes, and that was what happened. Delta took a liking to repairing weapons and the occasional human-sized robot in his free time. Delta. "Seriously, can I?" I asked excitedly. Naruto. "Of course, why not, I have full confidence that you will do a good job, after all you are one of my Haims," he said, emphasizing the word Haim, which means princess if I remember correctly. This made her blush as did all the others. Naruto. "Well, let's go down further," he said and started to move. Outside the robot. This one began to move through the sea until the water covered the entire robot that continued descending, 30 more minutes of walking underwater, and some cages that attacked it but quickly ended up dead. Naruto had reached a kind of hole that headed downwards, of course that was nothing new, so without thinking he threw himself into the hole, and surprisingly halfway down the water did not continue, it was as if a barrier was holding it back. Without further ado Naruto fell into a wide area. When he was about to walk to look for another entrance to go down, an unknown voice interrupted them. Unknown voice. Wow, I never thought a human would reach the 150th floor with a shortcut I had carefully hidden, much less get there with one of those things, he said, emphasizing the word thing, while pointing at the robot. Naruto robot turned to the source of the voice and saw a small figure with armor that looked like it was made of kaiju scabs. Naruto robot. Who are you? By the way, I'm not a human, I'm a kitsune, he said, emphasizing kitsune. Voice. Me. Yes, I am the owner of this dungeon, labyrinth or whatever you want to call it. I have been here since a long time, since this generation of humans existed. I have been here since humans challenged me with those machines that they called Yeagers, until they could not against me, and I brought them almost to extinction, and now they are what they are now, a civilization that is more technologically backward than it was before, she said, while Naruto just kept looking at her. Naruto robot. But that doesn't explain how there can be a sea under the earth, unless, Naruto said as he became thoughtful and his mind clicked, so that was it. Voice. It seems that you have already realized, if this where we are is not underground, we are, so to speak, in a wormhole, a portal similar to one in a pocket dimension, but that never closes, so in a few words, it could make infinite floors and not affect the earth, said the voice. Naruto robot. And the monsters? Where do they come from? I asked curiously. Voice. I believe them, he said simply. Naruto robot. I see, it would certainly be an incredible power if I had it in my hands, he said, thinking out loud. I know, what about a spar? He said, to which the small figure remained thoughtful. Voice. What are your terms? Naruto robot. What if I win, you become one of my maids, and if I lose you will do whatever you want to me, he said, surprising his women. Voice. It's an interesting proposal, but I don't know if you're worth wasting my energy on, he said, while Naruto and his women frowned, well, more the women, who began to release killer instinct. Naruto robot. And how do I prove it? Voice. How about you fight against my strongest kaiju, and if you defeat him, I will consider you an equal, he said, making Naruto's women release more killer instinct. Naruto. Girls, calm down, she doesn't know who she's talking to, he said inside the robot to the girls. Naruto robot. Okay, he said, simply intriguing the small figure. Voice. Aren't you afraid? She said, intrigued. Naruto robot. Well, I've already killed about 20 of those things, so I'm not afraid, he said, surprising the small figure. Voice. Well, don't get too confident and end up dead, said the serious voice. From behind the small figure a giant portal would open, and from it came out a gigantic kaiju that seemed somewhat intimidating, but for Naruto it did not affect him, and he was calm. Naruto robot. Well, what are you waiting for? Let's make up for it, he said, making a sign with the robot's hands, indicating that it should come. The kaiju lunged at the robot and launched one of its claws that went straight for the robot's head, but Naruto ducked and passed under the claw and punched the kaiju in the face. That slammed it against a wall of the dungeon, and so they continued fighting for 3 days, where Naruto mutilated and hit the kaiju, that no matter what cuts he inflicted they healed, or the cut parts returned to the kaiju, and it reformed. The small figure just kept watching in disbelief that 3 days had passed, and his kaiju had not managed to land a single hit, but then the small figure smiled and said. Voice. How about we make things more interesting? He said and made a portal appear that swallowed the robot and the kaiju. Naruto was only a little surprised by what the small figure said and did. Present. Everyone in the town was panicking because of the constant tremors. The girls left the bar where they were to see what was happening, and suddenly the tremors stopped. Everyone was relieved that the tremors had stopped until a few villagers screamed. Villagers? Look up, what is that? He said in panic, causing everyone to look up and see a portal on the outskirts of the city. The girls were surprised since they had not seen anything like it. Shortly after appearing, a large figure came out of the portal, followed by a robot a little smaller than the monster. When they left the portal, the robot slashed the monster, effectively severing one of its limbs and jumping to take distance. Most of the adventurers in the city, counting the girls who were in the bar, were on the outskirts of the city watching what was happening until the giant robot spoke with a voice that the girls recognized. Naruto robot. Wow, you are a tough nut to crack, he said, but I have bad news, I already know how to kill you, he concluded, now something I've always wanted to do, he thought to himself as he began to walk towards the monster, and it did the same, and everyone saw one of the most epic scenes. Reference alert. As they got closer they accelerated El Paso until it became a race, and upon arrival, they got into a fist fight that was one-sided on the part of the robot. Everyone watched as the robot beat the hell out of the monstrous being. After a few more minutes of blows, Naruto got bored and pulled out his dual swords, which began to shine with a celestial fire, and with 3 quick slashes, Naruto pierced the 3 hearts of the beast, which fell to the ground without moving. However, Naruto took a couple of steps back and pointed the palm of the robot towards the corpse. In a few seconds, the robot's hand began to transform into a cannon that began to shine and release electricity, and Naruto said, "Naruto robot. Plasma cannon," he said, and proceeded to shoot about 5 beams of light at the corpse that left it as little more than a bloody pulp. Naruto, seeing this, got excited and had the robot point both of its fists at the piece of meat that had previously been its enemy and pulled out its middle fingers. "Naruto robot. Book if it rots you, ha 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 ha." This was exciting. "Ah yes, tonight I'm going to make you mine, girls," he said out loud, without realizing it, making a drop of sweat from all the spectators and a blush from all the girls who knew who was in the robot and the girls who were inside the robot too. And shortly after, the corpse proceeded to disappear in its typical black smoke, leaving behind a gigantic stone and a bunch of objects that Naruto was going to leave but decided to save them. Who knows if in the future they will be of use to them. Naruto. "Well, that's enough of testing my new acquisition. I'm going to keep you in my pocket dimension, and don't worry, I won't forget about you," he said to the robot's artificial intelligence. Saber robot. "Okay, but before you go, take this," he said, and from above came out a small headset with a microphone that Naruto took and placed in his right ear, and from it the voice of the artificial intelligence was heard. "From here we can continue communicating," he said. Naruto. "Oh thanks," he said, and left the robot with his women, and a giant dark purple portal appeared and swallowed the robot, effectively storing it in the pocket dimension. "Well, where is the girl we found on the 150th floor?" he said out loud, surprising all the adventurers by what he said. "Adventurers? What the? Did he just say floor 150? That's impossible if the lowest we've reached is the 45th floor." But all conversation was silenced by a female voice. "I'm surprised you were able to kill my strongest monster, but why did you keep the robot? Weren't you going to face me with it?" I asked curiously. Naruto. "Oh not really, but you know I already had a lot of fun and it would be selfish of me to take all the fun and not leave any for my beloved women," he said and looked at. Voice. "You want me to fight them, HMP? Okay, they're still going to lose," he said with a touch of arrogance. Naruto. "Oh, what is this arrogance? I see that you are very confident. If it is like this, why don't you fight with all of them?" he said, and nodded to his women, who smiled sadistically and at a great speed that no adventurer could follow and that the kaiju queen could barely react back. A battle of force, speed and spells began. Only explosions and blows could be heard that hit the kaiju queen. The adventurers were surprised by the display of skills that were being shown. Suddenly Albedo distanced himself a little and began to create a small sphere in his palm and said, "Albedo. Hypernova." When she said that, all the other women quickly moved away, leaving the kaiju queen alone, and a torrent of energy hit her and sent her flying to a mountain that was in the distance and unleashed a massive explosion. Everyone was incredulous at the demonstration. Everyone had one thought: they are not from this planet, and in reality they were not far from reality. Suddenly a portal appears from which the kaiju queen emerges, smoking and bruised with an injured arm, limping and blood coming out of her forehead and the corner of her lips. The kaiju queen started laughing for a few moments and said, "Okay, conceding my defeat, I'll be one of your maids," she said with a wild smile, and all the adventurers fell for the statement. Naruto. "But first, let me give you a mark," he said, and at the speed of light he appeared next to the kaiju queen, which surprised her and quickly slapped her, making her squeal in surprise and shamelessness. Kaiju queen. What a face. She was interrupted by Naruto. Naruto. "I put a mark on you that does not allow you to betray me in any possible way. In the future I will remove it when you gain all my trust," he said serenely, and then asked, "What is your name?" he asked. The kaiju queen just looked at him and said, "I don't have a name," she said calmly. Naruto. "I see, well at home we will discuss that," he said as he transported the kaiju queen and her women to his house. Chapter 11. Naruto's house. Naruto and the group of women appeared in the living room. Naruto. "Well, I'm going to activate the barrier and silence all sounds coming from outside," he said, confusing the kaiju queen. Kaiju queen. "Why would you do that? I already accelerated the defeat and you put a seal on me that prevents me from betraying you," she said confused. Naruto. "Oh no, that's why. It's because of the little demonstration I gave a moment ago while I was fighting with your pet, and you know humans tend to be surprised by anything, so that little dispute definitely surprised them and they're going to want answers, and who do you think will come for them?" he concluded his monologue. Kaiju queen. "Oh, I see," she said. Naruto. Just look outside so you can see, surely if you will already be outside trying to get in, he said, and the kaiju queen looked through one of the sliding glass doors and saw a few people trying to cross the barrier. Next to her Naruto also looked out and saw that in the group were Ace, Hestia, Bella, Tien, Reveria, Lilith, Grafe, Loki, and next to them, there was a guy with a cowboy hat. Naruto came out which caught the attention of the people outside the house and they began to shout questions. Of course Naruto was not bothered since they were silenced. Upon reaching the barrier Naruto deactivated the silencer and the rain of questions and shouts began to be heard. Naruto. Shut up, you're on my property and I want you to shut up, he said calmly with a cold voice that made the journalists tremble. Now then, girls, you can come in, except for the guy with the hat because I don't know you. Hermes just let out a drop of sweat and said. Hermes. But if I went with them to rescue Bella and her team, you won't tell me you don't remember, he said. Naruto. I don't care, you're not going to come in, there's something that makes me distrust you, he said with narrowed eyes. Without further ado, the girls entered the house and the journalists could only watch helplessly as the group was able to enter and they did not. Naruto. Well, do you want some tea? He said as they entered the living room where all of Naruto's women were watching a program with popcorn and some other things to snack on. All. Yes, thank you, they said, since the tea that Naruto's maids or women as Naruto said prepared is very good. Naruto. Well, here it is, he said, and a dark purple portal appeared on the table and from it appeared some teacups. Reveria. What? How did you do that? She asked with the other incredulous ones since they had not seen such magic. Naruto. That's my pocket dimension where I can store anything, in fact Athena is inside, he said, confusing the women for not knowing who Athena is. Loki. Do you have a person in there? I asked, expressing everyone's doubt. Naruto. Haha, no, Athena is not a person, Athena is the robot I found in the labyrinth and was using against the monster, he said, surprising the girls that thing was in there. Tien. Are there more of those robots down there in the dungeon? She asked and Naruto was about to answer but was interrupted by the kaiju queen. Kaiju queen. Unfortunately without me on the top floor the dungeon is collapsing and possibly already collapsing on the 40th floor, she said, surprising the girls that the dungeon was collapsing. Fiona. And the people on the 18th floor? I asked worriedly since with the speed at which the dungeon was collapsing, they wouldn't be able to get out. The kaiju queen only saw the girl and just sighed. Okay, I'll transport them to the surface, she said, and a spell formed in her hand, but nothing happened. Kaiju queen. That's it, I transported them to the gigantic tower that is in the middle of the city, she said, reassuring the girls that the people were saved. Naruto. Well girls, our stay in this dimension is over, let's return to our dimension, he said to his women who nodded and began to pack away the important things. Hestia. Dimension. What are you talking about? I asked, confused and worried. Naruto. You see, the truth is that neither my women nor I are from this dimension, you could say that only from another existential plane or another dimension, he concluded. Bella. Pages, but how did you get to this dimension? I asked nervously. Naruto. We got here thanks to a portal we found in my dimension that leads to several other dimensions, he said serenely. Ace. And why leave your dimension? I asked. Naruto. Because I want an adventure, I want to find someone with whom I can fight with all my strength and feel that adrenaline since I haven't had a good battle in millennia, he said, surprising the girls. Loki. Millennia. He said with his eyes wide open. Naruto. The truth is that I have been alive for a long time since I am immortal and a kitsune, he said and let out his 9 tails and fox ears. No one could get out of shock from the information acquired until everyone screamed. All. Kawaii. And in a split second they were hugging Naruto while stroking his tails and ears. Naruto just let out a drop of sweat and mentally asked himself, did they pay attention to what I said? Naruto. Well, the thing is that I'm going back to dimension, he said while everyone looked at him sadly and Ace spoke. Ace. Naruto-kun, can I go with you? She asked, surprising everyone and even more Loki who didn't believe it. At that time, Tiona, Reveria, Bella, Lilith, Grafe and Hestia took a step forward. Lilith. I also want to go with you, Naruto-kun, she said with a slight blush. And Tiona. And us too, they said in unison. Reveria. And me too, Naruto-kun, she said while looking at the ground, embarrassed by the affectionate nickname he gave her. Hestia. Well, seeing that Bella, Grafe and I are also in love with you, we also want to go with you, she said while hugging one of his arms, burying it in her cleavage. Loki. But what are you saying? You can't leave with the sound of my family. I won't let you go, said the incredulous goddess. Reveria. Please goddess, let us go, we have nothing left in this dimension. We dedicated all our lives to becoming strong to advance in the dungeon, and now the dungeon is collapsing along with all the monsters, she said pleadingly. Tien. It's true, goddess, none of us have blood relatives except for me, who has my sister, said the older brunette. Fiona. The only thing we have left is the love for Naruto-kun, said the younger brunette. Ace. Please goddess, said the blonde who spilled Loki's glass, who had a lot of appreciation for the blonde, and seeing her beg to get away from her, bothered her greatly, causing her to lose her temper and look at Naruto with rage in her eyes. Loki. Yao. She shouted euphorically, if you had never appeared this would never have happened, if it weren't for you we would continue our lives normally, she said with her anger crescendo more and more. Naruto just looked at her with a neutral face without emotions. I'm going to kill you. She screamed and launched herself at Naruto, who only saw her when she was right in front of Naruto, about to hit him with her magic-filled fist before any of the maids, Albedo, Saber, Shaltier, or the Kaiju Queen, reacted. Someone grabbed the goddess's arm and twisted it towards her back, causing the goddess to lose balance and fall face first to the ground, and 2 swords will rest on her neck and a staff on her forehead, effectively stopping the goddess. This surprised the goddess to see that Traveria, Tien, Tiona and Ace had brandished their weapons against her. The weapons that were once brandished in her name Apura were pointing at her neck, jugular, forehead and columba vertebral. The goddess was about to speak but was interrupted by those who were once her strongest members of her family. Ace. What do you think you were about to do? He said with an icy voice and a cold look in his eyes. Traveria. I can't let you attack my crush, she said with equal coldness. Tiona. Tien. Or else we will kill you, they said in unison on both sides of the goddess, who only saw them with her eyes open to no more power. Naruto, seeing how they defended him, became interested in the girls. Of course, he is already interested and was going to let them go with him anyway, but the action they did was worthy of his attention, although he was still going to put the mark of obedience on them that he put on the Kaiju Queen. Naruto. Sate, so you want to go with me to my dimension and any other dimension I go to? He asked with a foxy smile that made them blush, and they just nodded in affirmation. So yes, you all love me, he said, widening his smile and making them blush more, along with Hestia, Bella, Lilith and Grafe, and they nodded with their present blush. Well, okay, if you want to come with me, I won't stop you, he said, and turned to see all the women in the room. Well, what are we waiting for, let's go, he said, and snapped his fingers, causing the magic that held the house to fade, causing the small mansion to begin to fade, leaving only an open field. Snapping his fingers once more, the barrier was decided and the journalists began to run towards the group to get some information to put in their newspapers, but before they arrived they disappeared, leaving a sobbing goddess on the ground who proceeded to stand up and leave the place in the direction of her family's mansion. Forest of the beginning. In the forest near a river the group appeared, and if no one said anything, Naruto snapped his fingers once more and the place where there was supposed to be only a large rock began to distort and an entrance appeared that was slightly covered by vegetation. Naruto. Come on, let's go back, he said, and when everyone entered, Naruto activated the illusion again so that no one could find the portal, making blue fire appear in his hand. Naruto illuminated the path and they went down the cave that ended in a wide cavern that had a portal in the middle. The moment they all saw the portal, they said. All. So this is where Naruto-kun came out, they said, admiring the portal. Naruto. Well, let's continue, he said, and entered the portal followed by his wives and his future wives. When they entered they appeared in the hallway that had several other portals. Tiona. What are the other portals? Asked the younger brunette. Albedo. These are other dimensions that we will venture into in the future, said the succubus to the brunette who is Sincho. Ace. And what is the portal to Naruto-kun's dimension? The blonde asked. Lupusregina. Oh, that's the one in front, she said, pointing to a portal that looked like it was made of glass. Naruto. Well, we arrived at the portal to my dimension, let's go in, he said, and waited for everyone to enter the portal. When everyone entered the portal, Naruto entered and appeared next to his women on the large glass wall that the new women contemplated. Naruto. Well, let's go to the tomb of Nazarick, he said, leaving his new women intrigued. Bella. Tomb of Nazarick? Asked the albino girl. Iri Alpha. The tomb of Nazarick is a place that the supreme beings built, one of them being Naruto-sama. In total there were 10 supreme beings, he said to the new. Hestia. Wait, do you mean there are 9 other people equally powerful? The goddess asked incredulously. Solution. Unfortunately, not only Naruto-sama remains, while the other supreme beings abandoned us, leaving us in a complicated situation. Naruto-sama was the only one who stayed with us until the end, said the maid, making everyone smile at Naruto's kindness and not abandoning them. Shaltier. Besides, Naruto-sama is the most powerful supreme being of all, she said with a dreamy face. Aura. And the kindest person to the people she loves, she said with a small blush. Naruto. Haha, come on, don't say that, I don't like to boast about my strength, he said with a hand on his neck. Well, let's go to the grave, he said, and without further ado, they teleported to the grave. Chapter 12. In the corridors of the great tomb of Nazarick, a group of women were walking, being guided by Naruto, who was in front. The women from another dimension were surprised because inside everything was very clean, luxurious and spacious. The truth is that from the outside, it did not appear to be how it looked inside. Although inside everything was very beautiful and everything on the outside gave a view like that of an abandoned temple, but there was something they did not understand, and that was that inside it did not appear to be so big, and yet they had already walked enough to have toured the temple, and this was asked by Grafe. Grafe. Hey Naruto-kun, how come it looks so spacious inside and on the outside it doesn't look that big? Asked a red-haired swordswoman, making Naruto look at her and smile, then explain. Naruto. Oh, that's because we're not in the temple, we're on the 7th floor of the tomb, so we're underground since I teleported them to the top floor of my domains. He said, surprising the girls except the maids and guardians who already knew. Ace. And what are the other floors? The blonde asked. Naruto. The other floors would be like obstacles for those who wanted to break into the tomb. Each floor has a guardian. On floor 1 the guardian is my friend Cocytus. On floor 2 the guardian is Shaltier. On floor 3 the guardian would be Demiurge. On floor 4 they would be the Balefier's twins. On floor 5 the guardian would be Saber. And on floor 6 the guardian would be Albedo. But in case someone manages to pass the 6 floors, my maids would be the last line of defense, although no one has ever gone that far, or even no one has been able to pass the 1st floor in the long time that the tomb has existed, he said, concluding his explanation of the positions of the guardians. Bella. Did you say something about twins? Asked the albino girl, who answered Aura. Aura. Actually that would be my brother who stayed in the grave at Naruto-sama's request, said the little dark elf. Bella. Oh, I see, so you're a boy, said the albino girl, causing a small vein to appear on the elf's forehead. Aura. Hey, I'm a girl, it's just that my creator put me in these boys' clothes. She said she's getting girls' attention because of the term creator. Escha. Creator? What do you mean? I asked, intrigued. Shaltier. Well, you see, since the supreme beings were the ones who created the tomb, they had to create the guardians to defend the tomb, so the creators went out and looked for extremely rare items to create the strongest guardians, giving us, the guardians of the tomb, the maids, and any other creature that dedicates itself to defending the tomb with their lives. She said, so that Albedo could continue talking. Albedo. And in reality, none of us conscious creations are bothered by having been created. In reality, we are eternally grateful since, as perhaps others would treat us as simple servants, the supreme beings, specifically Naruto-kun, treat us as members of their family. The succubus concluded. Reveria. Wow, and each of the supreme beings created you? Asked a green-haired elf. Aura. No, actually, most of the guardians and maids were created by Naruto-kun, said the dark elf. Lupusregina. That's right, except for Demiurge, Cocytus, the twins, Yuri Alpha, Narbril, and Sebastian Tian. The other guardians and maids were created by Naruto-kun, said the maid, surprising the new members of the tomb, and just as they arrived at a gigantic double door that began to open by itself, revealing the throne room. They quickly approached the throne, and Naruto sat on his throne as he sighed. Naruto. Wow, the adventure was fun, but that doesn't mean it wasn't a bit mentally exhausting, he said, relaxing in the comfort of his throne. Yuri Alpha. Did Naruto-sama notify Sebas and the other guardians of his return? The leader of the maids asked. Naruto. Yes, I want to know what happened in my absence, he said, compassing himself, and the maid just nodded and went to fulfill her mission. Well, now how about we proceed to name our kaiju queen, he said, looking at the aforementioned, who only remained expectant for the name that would be given to her by her new master. How are you, Akane? He said, to which the now named Akane gave a small smile and bowed in a bow and said. Akane. Okay, from now on I'll be called Akane, she said, grateful for being named. Naruto. Now Lupus-chan and Solution-chan go and accompany Akane to put on her new uniform, he said, to which the mentioned only nodded and took Akane. Now then, let's talk about my new toy, he said, talking about his giant robot. Although I like it, it's too big, and I feel like I'm in slow motion, he said thoughtfully, to which Delta took the floor. Delta. If you excuse me, Naruto-sama, if you allow me, I can analyze each and every one of your mechanisms, and I can build a smaller replica of a single driver, said the half-human, half-robot maid. Naruto. Not a bad idea. If I remember correctly, the robot measures around 67 meters tall. More or less what size would the replica be? I asked, interested in the answer. Delta. The height of the replica would vary between 17 and 20 meters, said the maid. Naruto. Perfect, I give you the go-ahead to experiment and build a smaller replica of Athena. That's what the robot is called, he said, making the maid's eyes sparkle, and she rushed to the tomb workshop to do her favorite hobby. Not long after the android maid left the room, Demiurge, Sebas, Mare and Cocytus entered. Of course, the girls were not scared when they saw him, but rather amazed by the creature, and were even more surprised when he spoke. Hasadus. Ooh, Naruto-sama is back, said the giant beetle with a bow. Demiurge. Naruto-sama, your return is a great relief to me, said the half-lizard guardian, I think. Mare. And Naruto-sama, it's nice to have you back, and it's also nice to see you again, sister, said the little elf, a little nervous but happy to see his lord and sister again. Sebas. Naruto-sama, I'm so glad to know you're okay, said the butler with his typical stoic face. Naruto. My friends, I'm glad to see you again and I see that you successfully completed your mission to defend the tomb. Demiurge. There was no problem, he said, except that shortly after his departure, an army of the four kingdoms made an alliance and marched against the tomb. He said, surprising the girls. Naruto. I see, and approximately how big was the enemy army? Naruto asked Demiurge. Demiurge. Well, between the four kingdoms in total the army was 1,500,000 enemy soldiers, he said, stunned. If you like, you can see it since I recorded it with a tear, he said with a smile. Naruto. Oh, what a good idea, show it to me, he said, to which Demiurge just took out a cube shrinking artifact that Demiurge proceeded to throw in front of everyone, and the tear when it hit the floor it opened and began to project a large image that was moving, beginning to repel the enemy army. Imagine it 10 times bigger. Naruto. I see, and how many samurai and knights did you send against the enemy? He asked, looking at the hologram that showed the enemy. Demiurge. Well, it seems sensible to me. I sent an army of 125,000 samurai and 125,000 knights, he said. Well, the image changed, and this time the allied army was shown. Naruto. What, you sent an army of 250,000 to fight? He asked incredulously, and the girls thought that Naruto was incredulous for sending so many soldiers until Naruto spoke again. 150,000 would be enough to massacre that army, he said, leaving the girls disoriented. Hasadus. I knew that with fewer soldiers we could have won just the same, said the beetle. Demiurge. Well, I thought it was the most appropriate sedition to avoid any future mishap. After all, the safety of the tomb comes first, said the master of strategies. Naruto. Well, you're right about that, it's better to be safe than sorry, he said. Demiurge. He prefers to continue watching the recording. I ask. Naruto. Of course, advance it until the battle starts, said the blonde, and Demiurge just nodded and did what was indicated. Fast forwarding the video now, you can see how the two armies ran to an imminent battle, and when the two armies collided, what the girls saw could not be expressed in words. It was a total massacre in which the army of 250,000 gave no respite and killed the enemy army as easily as if you had accidentally stepped on an ant. In short, it was a total victory at the hands of Naruto's army when it was all over, and there was not a single survivor. Naruto's army only left the corpses there as an indicator of what will happen if you oppose the grave. Naruto. Interesting, were there any casualties? I asked, and Demiurge just shook his head. Demiurge. There was not a single casualty of our army, he said, with the girls still with their eyes wide open. Naruto. Anything else I should know? I asked calmly. There. We sent spies to the four kingdoms and discovered that the kings are planning to come to the tomb and ask for an alliance, but in reality they want to gain our trust and then stab them in the back and take over the tomb, said the little dark elf. Naruto. I see what you are planning to do, planning to come to my domains, he said calmly with a slight smile. And how are your kingdoms, are they worth being your allies? He asked, and they just shook their heads. Demiurge. No, actually they are the same or worse than the kingdom that destroyed before going to another dimension. They are full of poverty, prostitution, drugs, you can't trust anyone, since our spies were attacked by thieves on more than 20 occasions, and above all there was a lot of corruption. Without a doubt those four kingdoms are just a waste of space in the world. Without a doubt we would be doing the world a favor by eliminating them from the face of the earth, he concluded with a voice of repudiation. Naruto. I see, and there was some good person who was found in all that mountain of garbage they call a kingdom? Naruto asked calmly. Mare. In fact, there were some good people, but they were so few that you could count them on the fingers of your hands, said the elf. Naruto. Very well, I want the spies who are in the kingdoms to make an offer to the good people they have found so that they can take them to the fishing village that is under my protection, he said, so they would nod, and then I will purge all the evil from the earth by eliminating those kingdoms, he said, to which the girls were surprised. Hestia. But aren't you going to give them a chance to redeem themselves? She asked sadly, since she was one of the kindest goddesses there was. Naruto. I understand your feeling, but I've seen so many people like this throughout my existence that if it's a lot, since I am immortal, and believe me they will not change, since I have forgiven countless people, groups and civilizations to go on the right path, but that is impossible. That is why I am taking out the few people who are good along with the babies and children who have not yet been corrupted, and I will send them to a small town to make an orphanage for the children, and that they have a promising future, he said, and sighed to speak again. Hestia-chan, it is something that has to happen, he said, putting a hand on her shoulder. Naruto. Well, I'm exhausted, so I'm going to sleep. Whoever wants to accompany me can come to my chambers, he said and left, followed by all the women, including the new girls who weren't upset by Naruto's addition, since they understood the situation. Chapter 13. Lemon skipped. Naruto. Ugh, it was good to come up with that spell that doesn't allow girls to get pregnant, he said calmly, and got into bed and fell asleep with the others, snuggling up to Naruto's heat source. The next morning. It was already 11 in the morning, and everyone was still asleep until Naruto started to stir and slowly got up until he was fully awake. Moving quickly, Naruto appeared out of his bed without making absolutely a single noise. Putting on his clothes, he left the room and went to the dining room to have some food prepared for him, sitting down at a large long table. Naruto at the end of the table stayed there waiting for his food to be brought to him, and while he waited he was deep in thought, wondering what other dimension he should go to this time. Sure, the previous adventure was fun, and he got his new toy Athena, but now he was thinking about what dimension he goes into, and hoping the next dimension isn't a wish, and as for when he was going to venture out. Well, Naruto was planning to leave once the smallest prototype of Athena, but he also had to go destroy the 4 kingdoms that dared to attack his territory, did not know how to destroy them, did not know if to destroy them quickly with an explosion as he did with the other kingdom, or destroy them with artillery spells and set fire to the kingdom, but where was the fun in that? I mean, any of the ways in which he imagined destroying the kingdom, he just watched how everything was destroyed. Naruto was not bothered by the thought of destroying an entire kingdom, because he knew that all the people in those kingdoms were scum who did not deserve to live, but well later, he would think about how to destroy the kingdoms in an entertaining way, and came out of his thoughts when a stocking arrived with several plates of food that looked exquisite, and thanking the low-ranking maid, Naruto began to eat, savoring the flavor. When he finished, he sat there without saying anything until an armored soldier who should be patrolling the outskirts of the tomb came in and said, "Soldier. Naruto-sama came to bring you 2 pieces of news," he said while kneeling at a prudent distance with a deep voice. "Naruto. You may proceed," he said calmly. "Soldier. The first is that about 46 kilometers from the tomb a convoy with 4 races is approaching. We sent an alkin to show us who they were, and we discovered that they are the 4 kings who attacked us before," he said, to which Naruto looked at him and said, "Naruto. When they arrive, I want you to question them about the reasons why they come to my domains, and if they respond that it is for a peace treaty or an alliance, let them enter with 10 guards escorting them and bring them to the presence of my clone, who will be in the throne room." "Soldier. Hi Naruto-sama, and as for the second news, is that the prototype is already finished," he said, and Naruto was surprised by that. "Naruto. What? So fast?" he asked, to which the soldier just nodded. "Soldier. Apparently the blacksmiths were very motivated and tried to do it as quickly as possible. They even created several prototypes of nuclear energy identical to the original," said the soldier. Naruto. "Wow, that was efficient. It's okay to inform them that they have 10 days off, they earned it, and tell them that I am very satisfied with their work," he said, and the soldier left to report the orders. Naruto quickly summoned a magical clone and sent it to the throne room, while he went to get his Athena prototype and quickly teleported away and saw the smaller robot standing on a giant gallery. Snapping his fingers, Naruto had the portal type swallow the robot, sending it to his pocket dimension, and teleported to the outskirts of the tomb and snapping his fingers, again making the robot appear. Approaching the robot, the lights of the eyes turned red and began to scan Naruto, and suddenly the robot made a clink sound as the lights turned green and turned into blue. The robot's head began to open until it revealed a kind of stand in which there was a black cable. Flying towards the stand, Naruto sat down and the head began to close until it was as before. "Naruto. And now what do I do?" he asked himself, since this was obviously not like before, until a hologram began to materialize in front of him and began to speak. "Athena. Hello, I'm Athena, the artificial intelligence, but an improved version that was updated in both this robot and the other." The hologram was actually small, a little smaller than Naruto's head. "Athena. Now I'm more interactive and my voice doesn't sound so robotic," said the hologram, spinning happily. Naruto. "Damn, she's so pretty, it makes you want to spoil her. I'll see if I can create a body for her that I can control," he thought to himself. Athena. "Well, cough cough, to start you just have to tell me that you want to start controlling the robot, and that cable that is on your neck will adhere to your neck and your body will enter a coma state, but your mind and the robot will be linked and it will be as if your body were the robot," she finished explaining. Naruto. "Wow, that's interesting, very well, let's start," he said, and the cable quickly adhered to his neck like a slimy mass, and Naruto's body was in a state of shock and his vision went dark, so he quickly looked back, but this time he was no longer seeing the inside of the robot, looking down at his hands and saw that they were robotic, and it was true, his mind thought that this was his body, but deep down Naruto knew that his body was inside the robot's head. Naruto. This feels a little strange," he said, giving a few test jumps and said, Athena. Are you there?" He asked, and in his mind the sand voice answered him. Athena. If I'm here, what do you need? I asked. Naruto. Won't this drive me crazy and make me think that my real body is actually the robot's? I asked, intrigued. Athena. Don't worry, your mind is just assimilating that this is your body, but it's not assimilating it as your real body. In reality, it's assimilating it as a temporary body, so you'll never go crazy. Naruto. Excellent, Athena, mark me the coordinates of the 4 kingdoms, we have cockroaches to exterminate, he said, and began to walk, which little by little became a race. Chapter 14. In an open field everything was calm. The animals ate, drank and cough. Well, the thing is that it was a quiet meadow until it started to shake, and the animals got scared and ran away in search of shelter, to continue shaking cough to protect themselves, and the more the shaking intensified, a giant metal object ran by at a good speed for being so big, and it turns out that the object was none other than Athena, who was controlled by Naruto, who was thinking. Naruto, wow, I feel more free, and I feel much faster than when I used the other one, it's probably because of the size, he said, impressed by the well-done work of his blacksmiths. Athena feet. Yes, I'm also impressed, to be honest, but get ready because we're already reaching the first kingdom. Naruto accelerated El Paso, and when he reached a distance of 2 kilometers from the kingdom, he braked suddenly and could already hear the screams of the kingdom's soldiers preparing the catapults and the sorcerers they had, but while they did their thing, Naruto summoned a portal that connected his army to the tomb and made 40 samurai appear. Naruto, I want you samurai to surround the entire kingdom and kill anyone who wants to escape from the kingdom, and nothing more, he said, while raising his robotic hand and grabbing a fireball launched by the catapults. Samurais, hi. They said and deployed at good speeds, and in a matter of 3 minutes they already had the kingdom surrounded. As soon as Naruto saw the fireball in his hand, he took a throwing stance of a baseball player and threw the flaming ball in the direction of the kingdom, which hit directly on the head of a large statue of the king, destroying it in the process. Naruto buck if he takes that, he said while giving a fist to the air. That after a few seconds he lowered it and started running again to the kingdom, and in one jump, he entered the interior and began to destroy everything, giving punches, kicks and plasma cannons. Athena. Why don't you try the new accessories that guided integrated into the robot? She said, seeing all the destruction. Naruto. Yeah, and how do I use them? I asked expectantly. Athena, don't worry, I've already sent the data to your brain that will act as if it were a memory from the past, making you think that you've done it several times before, she said, sending the data to her. Naruto. Hahaha, this is amazing, said as the robot's chest opened, and from it a few cannons peeked out from which missiles came out that exploded when they touched the buildings and houses once finished bombing half the kingdom. A memory came to him, and he smiled. This is going to be fun, he said, as in the robot's palm, a black sphere appeared that was thrown into the air and began to attract all the debris towards the sphere. This is a lot like what that bastard Pain did, he thought with a little nostalgia that quickly took it off. He left the area when the giant sphere of debris was finally formed. Naruto moved the robot's hand down, causing the giant sphere to quickly descend, crushing the entire kingdom. Naruto. Very well, I'm done here, he said, leaving for his next objective, if not before sending his samurai back to the grave. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the tomb, you could see 4 carriages that were intercepted by Naruto soldiers. Obviously they are zombies with armor, who questioned them about their matter in the domains of their lord, to which they replied, it is for an alliance, said the 4 kings, and without further ado, they let them pass with their bodyguards who were talking among themselves, and a female knight spoke. If this gets ugly, I'm out of here, so don't expect me to help you, he said with an annoyed face. Soldier, do what you want, but if we get out of this you will no longer be welcome in the kingdom, remember that line, as he said, seeing a blonde in black armor who smacked her lips in annoyance. They went with 4 samurai and a soldier who watched them so they wouldn't do anything stupid. When they arrived at the throne room, the kings were impressed with the place, since nothing they would offer would be enough, since it proved to have everything from gold, jewels to beautiful women, since when they entered the throne room, they saw all the maids, along with Albedo, Shaltier, Saber, Hestia, Bella, Lilith, Grief, Riveria, Tyan and Ace, who were faithfully at the side of their leader and lover. Naruto clone, to what do I owe your visit? He asked calmly, sitting on his throne in a way that showed that he was bored, and everyone seeing him thought that it would be easier to convince him, since he was only a 17-year-old kid, but in reality, they did not know that Naruto was older than they could imagine. King 1, we have come to establish an alliance together, he said, hiding his smile at the thought that after killing him, all this would be his. King 2, it would be very beneficial for everyone together to be in an alliance, he said with the same thought as King 1, and so they continued talking, all the kings trying to convince Naruto, who only looked at them with a small smile forming on his face, and from one moment to another, Naruto started to laugh. Naruto, ha, do you really think I'm going to make an alliance with you insignificant pieces of shit? First you send your army to attack my territory, and now you come here to ask for an alliance. Do you have some kind of mental retardation? he said to everyone's disbelief for speaking to him with such disrespect. King 3 you brat, how dare you talk to us like that? We'll make you pay, he said angrily. Naruto hahaha and how do you plan to do that if everyone lost the vast majority of their troops in the attack that was a complete failure and from what I see you are the ones at a disadvantage here since you are in my territory, he said with an amused smile. Linus this is getting very bad he said taking a step back. King 4, don't act like a smartass, you must have lost a lot too, not to mention all of your soldiers, he said angrily. Naruto I actually only sent 250,000 soldiers and I didn't have a single casualty he said indifferently surprising everyone present. King 1 that's a lie, it's impossible that you sent so few soldiers to fight against an army of more than 1,000,000 soldiers and not have a single casualty, he said in disbelief. Naruto are you calling me a liar? In fact, I have evidence to refute what I said, he said and snapped his fingers so that the screen appeared and showed the battle between the two sides. To say that the kings and their bodyguards were surprised was an understatement. They had just seen how an army of less than 500,000 relatively easily defeated an army of more than 1,000,000. Linus damn I have to escape she said, but was interrupted by Naruto. Naruto I'm afraid that's impossible since the portal you went through to get here took you to the 7th floor of my domain, so this place is underground and it's impossible to escape from here since above us there are 6 more floors infested with my soldiers and ramps, he finished saying, and everyone lost the color in their faces since they had no escape. King 3, let us go and we will give you anything we have in our kingdom he said desperately. Naruto kingdoms? You mean these kingdoms? He said and snapped his fingers so that 3 totally destroyed kingdoms were reflected on the screen go there, you have not yet reached the 4th kingdom he said and showed the last kingdom that was still intact, but on the outskirts of the kingdom, I distinguished the figure of the robot Athena. However, 3 of the kings were not paying attention as their gaze was fixed on what was once their kingdom and on the other hand, the soldiers were incredulous at such a level of destruction. Linus shit. She screamed in her head frustrated by the situation she was in, but everyone came out of their stupor and their thoughts when they heard Naruto's voice. Naruto oh it seems that he has reached the last kingdom, let's see how he will destroy it this time he said and everyone saw on the screen a kind of giant machine with the shape of a human that was more or less 10 kilometers away and they heard him speak with a voice similar to Naruto's, obviously you already know why. Naruto robot this is the last one, how should I dismiss him? He asked himself and put his hand on the robot's chin in a thoughtful pose. Athena why don't you try the warhead? She said and Naruto smiled. Naruto what a good idea he said and a small cannon appeared from his back and from it came a small missile that headed to the kingdom. Everyone in the throne room watched this attack with disbelief as they did not believe that such a thing would destroy an entire kingdom, but they had to swallow their thoughts as when the small project hit it generated a massive explosion that formed a shock wave that sent large chunks of land, trees and animals that were around the area flying. Everyone said what they in a state of shock. Naruto well, since I see that they are of no use to me, I will eliminate them, he said and snapped his fingers and several samurai appeared and began to massacre the soldiers and in a short time only Linus remained, who had not moved a single muscle. I see that now only you remain, but Naruto was interrupted by the voice of the blonde knight. Linus please don't kill me, I know anything but don't kill me, said this desperate woman. Naruto oh is that what you're doing? Would you do anything? He asked. Linus yes, I'll do anything, but don't kill me, she said with a few tears welling up in her eyes. Naruto would you be willing to be my hex slave just to stay alive I asked and the blonde just forced a smile and answered. Linus yes, I'll be a hex slave if you let me live she said and Naruto just saw her. Naruto ha okay I'll let you live, but first come closer he ordered and she approached fearfully and when she was at Alva, he took off her armor exposing her belly and he touched it so that a tattoo appeared on her belly very well, this is a symbol of slavery and while you have it, you cannot disobey my orders and you cannot betray me so welcome to your new home he said and kissed her passionately. Chapter 15. Naruto was passionately kissing Linus who did nothing either out of fear or because she was starting to like him, for the others, it did not matter to share him with as many women as Naruto had, since he knew that in the end, he would love them all equally, although they did think that this Linus was in a certain way unworthy of being with her Naruto, something that he knew that they thought that and he said. Naruto girls for the moment she has the seal of slavery, yet she is not one of my women, she is not yet worthy as you think, so that will be your job before I return all of you will make her worthy before I return from my next adventure, and only then will I make you one of my women, he said the last thing in the ear of the blonde ex-knight. Who blushed at the meaning of those words. Naruto was about to leave when he saw the mutilated corpses of the kings on the ground and proceeded to release a dark mist that enveloped the bodies and turned them into zombie samurai and said, "Go and form up with the troops," and the samurai obeyed and left, and he spoke again, "Tomorrow I'm going on a new adventure, come on, let's have a good night of passion," he said, and the girls cheered up when they heard that and quickly followed Naruto, dragging a lioness so she would just observe what she would have once Naruto returned from his adventure, but then Naruto remembered that it was only a clone since he saw the real one teleported next to him and said, "Now let's go." The next day Naruto was in a meeting with all the guardians, giving them orders and actions to resort to in case on some strange occasion a strong enemy appeared. Naruto, very well, I'm leaving. I leave the security of Nazarick back in your hands and I trust that you will achieve it successfully, make me feel proud of you, he said in a commanding voice. Everyone said hi Naruto-sama in unison and Naruto teleported to the dimensional portal. Naruto appeared at the now normal glass wall and proceeded to cross it, appearing in the same hallway, seeing the countless portals that stretched along the hallway. Walking a few minutes Naruto saw a portal that seemed familiar to him and his mind clicked, that was the portal in which the samurai he sent entered for the first time. Thinking about it a bit, Naruto decided to enter since the idea of uniting giant beings with deformities intrigued him, and taking a few steps Naruto was in front of the portal and proceeded to enter, appearing in the cave that the zombie samurai mentioned. Walking to the exit he saw that the cave was in the middle of a clearing and was in plain sight, and this intrigued Naruto since how was it possible that a cave that is in the middle of a clearing and in plain sight has not been investigated, and discount the portal. But maybe it was that they had already discovered it before, only that they did not have enough magic to travel between dimensions. But you will wonder how it was possible that the women that Naruto brought could pass because of the seal that they all had that was a link with Naruto, and this at the time of entering sent magic which was absorbed, leaving the magical fevers of the girls intact. But well, leaving that aside, Naruto was looking around until he noticed a small forest in the distance, and from these came out some humanoid giants of different sizes that from a distance looked small, but Naruto knew that they were of a considerably large size. The largest could measure around 14 meters and the smallest about 8 meters in total. They were 3 giants, and when they were already at a distance of 45 meters, Naruto made a sword appear, favorite of the many swords he had, could literally give him an army like the one that attacked them, each different sword without more in his right cloth. Materialized in a crimson darkness a red katana. And this katana had something special, and that was that no matter how small the wound caused by this katana is, from the wound, sealing can just begin to emanate that spread throughout the victim's body until they cover everything and seal their soul, and in the process destroy it, leaving only the corpse, and once dead the seals disappear from the body. This katana could also be used only to cut and not activate its sealing ability. Naruto watched as the giant creatures approached and moving his katana in a fraction of a nanosecond, he cut off the limbs of the 3 creatures who fell and began to writhe on the ground and steam came out of their wounds. Naruto saw this intrigued and witnessed how the limbs grew back. Naruto, oh that's interesting, what if I destroy his heart? He said, and also a finger in which a sphere appeared and said 0 and a ray came out that pierced the giant's chest, leaving a perfect circle. And the giant only fell backward from the force of the impact but was quickly recovering with the Erica slowly closing. Naruto and if he destroyed his head, he said, and said again 0, and the head of the small 8-meter tall boy disappeared which fell but was still moving, and slowly his head was beginning to grow, and if he cut his neck. He said, and cut the neck of the 3rd titan who did not flinch, maybe if I hit the back of his neck, I will knock him out, he said, and disappeared in a burst of speed that split the ground. Appearing behind the creature on the back of its neck, Naruto gave it a strong blow that instead of knocking it out, broke its neck, causing it to fall to the ground and not get up. Shortly after, its entire body began to release steam. This intrigued Naruto. Naruto, then his weak point is the nape of the neck. How lucky that none of my attacks have not reached him in the neck. Well, it does not matter now, he said, and trying once more he cut the nape of the remaining giants who fell dead. Well, now it's time to look for some sign of human life or some civilization, he said, and began to fly as high as he could and start looking for a city or something, and indeed, he found one about 387 kilometers flying at great speed. Naruto landed on the civilization and noticed that he was inside several columns of walls taller than the creatures that were trying to enter, but Naruto focused on an area inside the walls where there were creatures roaming around the area and the houses were destroyed and no sign of human life. Using a camouflage spell, Naruto became transparent and flew further inside the walls and saw more houses and buildings a little more presentable than the previous ones, and in this part, if human life could be noticed. Naruto, well, it's time to infiltrate, he said, and simply descended and landed in an alley, and without anyone seeing him, he decided his spell and became visible again. Let's see what interesting things you have for me, he said with a smile, and left the alley and began to walk among the passers-by. And after a walk of about 25 minutes, Naruto noticed that the structure of the houses and how everyone dressed was like in the contemporary age, where firearms were just appearing and the haircuts almost all looked the same, and this made him notice the strange looks of everyone since the clothes he wore were not normal for them. Moreover, the clothes he wore were strange to them, but he gave little importance to the looks and continued walking, and noticed something else, and that was the scarcity of teenagers. Most of the citizens were of legal age. Had some injury or were children. This strange to Naruto, who was thinking about where the teenagers were, but his thoughts were interrupted as he felt a hand place on his shoulder, causing Naruto to turn to look at a man with clothes different from those worn by the citizens. This consisted of a short jacket with long sleeves. "Man, what are you doing here, teenager?" the man asked, thinking that Naruto was a teenager, since for him Naruto looked about 16 or 17 years old, and for them he was already a teenager who had to be enlisted in the military forces. "Naruto, excuse me?" Naruto said, confused by the man in front of him. "Man, I asked you what you are doing here. You should be in the training grounds, preparing to help humanity defeat the Titans," he said, and began to drag Naruto to the training grounds. Of course Naruto could have resisted, but decided to let himself go and see what they did and find out what the things outside the walls were and that the man identified as Titans. After a few minutes walking, they came to an open field with cabins around, leaving an open field right in the middle, and in this was a large group of people formed in rows and columns, forming several groups with the characteristic shape of squares in which an army is divided. When Naruto looked closely, he noticed that all those who were formed were teenagers, approximately the age that his body appeared to have. The man who was dragging Naruto by the shoulder approached another man, this time older and bald with tanned skin. "Man, Instructor Keith Shaddis, I found this recruit walking in the city as if nothing happened," reported the man to the aforementioned instructor, who was only looking at Naruto, as well as all the recruits present, who were wondering who the blonde was. "I repeat again, Naruto looks the same with the same clothes and haircut." "Keith, what the hell are you wearing?" the bald man asked calmly, to which Naruto just looks at him and says. "Naruto, well, my clothes, what else will I be wearing?" he said calmly, making a vein pop out on the head instructor's forehead. "Keith, I mean, what kind of clothes are you wearing?" he asked, again containing his anger. Naruto, well, some clothes that I created. Why, is there a problem? Naruto said, lying about creating the clothes. "Keith, well, there is a problem, and that is that I don't like it. It's horrible," said the bald man, making Naruto blink. "Naruto, excuse me, did you say my clothes are hideous?" Naruto asked, to which the instructor responded. "Keith, what if I did say so?" he asked challengingly. "Naruto, please, my clothes have more style than those jackets that look like they didn't have enough fabric to finish them. Besides, my clothes are more comfortable and resistant," he said with a mocking tone, making Keith's forehead pop out more angry veins. "Keith, Jojo, looks like we have a funny recruit. That clothes you're wearing sure can't resist a cut from the rustiest knife," he finished speaking. Naruto, oh? Wanna bet? "It's okay if my clothes can withstand a cut, no better than 3 cuts from his sharpest blade. He'll let me wear my clothes, and they won't force me to wear those things," he said, pointing at the instructor's uniform, who was so angry he couldn't hold back his anger. "Keith, okay, bring a test dummy," he ordered one of his assistants, who nodded and looked for what was requested and arranged it in front of everyone so they could see very well. "Take off that strange sweater, that I'm going to cut it to pieces," he said, and Naruto just shrugged and took off his sweater that looked like a jacket, leaving only in pants, revealing that he was not wearing anything else under those clothes. Showing his muscles polished by the gods themselves, and on his back at the top, a tattoo the sight made most if not all the girls blush. Naruto approached the test dummy and adjusted his clothes so that it seemed that the dummy was wearing Naruto's upper clothes, who looked at the instructor and said. "Naruto, come on, try it, you have 3 shots," he said, and the instructor took out a leaf with mud that was not attached to a 3-dimensional maneuvering machine and ran at an incredible speed for the recruits, but for Naruto, it was like watching an iceberg try to move in water, and in case you didn't know, a snail moves much faster than an iceberg. Curious fact, and when he finally reached the test dummy, he made a slash that when it impacted with the clothes absolutely nothing happened. The clothes were intact. The instructor was incredulous, since he thought that with the first slash, it would cut easily, and as for the recruits, they were also impressed, but Naruto spoke. "Naruto, come on, you have 2 more tries," he said, and the instructor gave another slash, this time on the side where the ribs would be, but again there was no scratch. The instructor, already very angry, also used his blade, and with all the strength he had, he threw his last slash, but the blade upon contact broke in half, leaving the clothes intact, again leaving everyone present in disbelief at the resistance of the clothes. "Naruto, see, my clothes are more useful," he said calmly, taking his clothes, putting them back on to the disappointment of all the girls. Keith very well go form between Mikasa and Annie, he said, pointing to two girls, one with black haircut with a scarf and the other blonde with her hair tied in a bun and a bored look. Mikasa Ackerman. Annie Leonhardt. Naruto just walked towards the indicated place until in the middle of the road he remembered something. Naruto wait, I haven't signed up for any military army he thought to himself, but quickly shrugged and continued walking, until he stood in the middle of the two mentioned who looked at him both calmly, but both with a free blush. Chapter 16. Naruto stood between Annie and Mikasa quietly watching as the head instructor made an annoying commotion, as he went from recruit to recruit, asking their names and insulting them in the process. Naruto was getting bored of watching the instructor yell insults at everyone, so he discreetly pulled out a bag of potato chips without anyone noticing until they began to hear the crunching of the chips in Naruto's mouth, without realizing that everyone was watching him and that the instructor was approaching him with an expressionless look and stood in front of him watching him. Everyone was waiting to see what was going to happen, and the instructor was going to speak and opening his mouth, he was interrupted by a pshhh that sounded like gas was coming out of one of the metal gas capsules used in three-dimensional equipment, and everyone saw that it was Naruto who pulled out a kind of red cylindrical can, and when he opened it made that sound and began to drink its contents that those closest noticed was black. The instructor already a little annoyed, he decided to speak. Keith, what do you think you're doing? He asked quietly to Naruto who also looked at him and stared at him while he chewed another potato chip and swallowed. Naruto well, I'm eating while you insult all the recruits, he said calmly. Keith I mean what are you eating? I asked this time with a little more annoyance. Naruto oh. These are chips he said showing him the bag of chips that was yellow, and this is a Coca-Cola soda he said this time showing him the can that seemed to be cold since it was releasing some drops and some steam. Keith recruit, you're going to run around the training camp until you drop dead he said, giving an order to who he assumed was a recruit and turned around to leave, but his walk was interrupted by what the blonde said next. Naruto actually I'm not a recruit, I don't remember having enrolled in any military army, actually I was just walking through the city and a man with that uniform appeared saying things about lost recruits and dragged me here without letting me explain and well the rest you know he said calmly eating his chips, making the instructor turn to look at him again. Keith what did you say? That you're not enrolled in the military? This man asked, incredulous that a teenager had been left out and asked again, what's your name? He asked. Naruto my name is Naruto Uzumaki he said calmly. Keith turned his gaze to his assistant who had a list of all the recruits and ordered him look for that name he said, to which the assistant nodded and proceeded to search while Naruto continued eating and turned his gaze to everyone who was staring at him and saw the two girls who were at his side. Naruto do you want fries and soda? It's still cold he offered to the two who accepted without further ado and took fries and ate and opened their eyes. Mikasa this is good she said with her typical calm but a little amazed expression. Annie it's delicious she said also with her calm voice. Naruto I bet it's really good, have some soda he said offering the can to Annie who when she grabbed it noticed that it was cold and this surprised her. Annie you were right, it is cold she said and took a little, surprised by how sweet it was and how it burned her throat but not a painful burn but a burn from how cold it was. Naruto up don't drink so much at once or your brain might freeze he said but it was too late and Annie grabbed her head with a slight pain and Naruto began to rub her head while saying okay, it's going to pass he said. Annie the pain vanished she said, no longer in pain. Naruto okay, see, that only happens for a moment and that's why cold drinks are drunk from space, he said and passed the can to Mikasa who took a little and was surprised that it was cold and sweet. Well that happened, the assistant searched for Naruto's name without stopping until the list was finished and he didn't find it and proceeded to inform. Assistant sir, Naruto Uzumaki's name is not on the list, he said. Naruto see I didn't sign up for this he said and he proceeded to go but the instructor blocked his way and said. Keith unfortunately I can't let you go since all teenagers without exception have to be registered so from today you are a recruit and if you refuse you will be imprisoned and executed for treason against the king, he said in a serious tone almost challenging Naruto to refuse and while Naruto only thought that if he refused everyone would be chasing him and that would ruin the fun of the adventure so without further ado, he shrugged and formed up again and stayed there quietly while the instructor began to rant until nightfall and everyone was quiet in the dining room eating the little food that the government offered to the army while Naruto was on a ski alone and Servando saw that a recruit was surrounded by other recruits who asked him if he had really seen the Titans or things like that but suddenly an Annie sat next to him quietly with her tray of food. Naruto oh hi he said remembering that he didn't know her name something that she noticed. Annie my name is Annie Leonhardt she said in her calm voice. Naruto so Annie is an interesting name he said, drawing Annie's attention, who turned to look at him and asked. Annie really? And why is that? I asked calmly. Naruto, well, Annie is a name that sounds nice and cheerful, but you don't seem cheerful, although I wouldn't say you are pretty, he said, making the blonde frown. I say you are beautiful, he said, and instantly Annie's frown disappeared, replacing it with a blush, and she looked down so Naruto wouldn't see her blush, and so the night passed, and the next day they were woken up early by instructor Keith. Keith, get up, you filthy scum, you'll be up at 5 a.m, I shouted as I walked between the beds. Outside everyone did some warm-up exercises until 10 a.m. and then were directed to some kind of logs with steel ropes hanging from them. Keith, today we will do an aptitude exercise to see everyone's ability, he said, pointing to the ropes, and one by one, they began to tie the ropes to their waists and lifted them until they were hanging from the ropes. But then Keith turns to look at Naruto and remembers that since Naruto doesn't have the uniform, he can't put on the ropes to test if he can pass the exercise. Keith, recruit, whether you like it or not, you'll have to take off those strange clothes and put on your uniform so you can do the exercise, he said seriously, to which Naruto just stares at immense size. Naruto, do you really hate my clothes? Asked the instructor. Keith, yes, he said simply, removing a drop of sweat from everyone who was watching. Now go to the clothing store and put on a uniform of your size, he said, and Naruto just sighed and went to put on the uniform. 15 minutes later Naruto had returned with the recruit's uniform and everyone saw him, especially the girls who could notice his defined muscles more on the white t-shirt. Naruto, happy now? You managed to get me out of my super cool clothes and put me in this thing, he said, giving the instructor a look who had a vein popping out of his head because he insulted the uniform. Keith, okay Uzumaki, come and get on the machine, he said, and Naruto just approached so that later an assistant could connect the cables and begin to lift him up, and it was as if they hadn't lifted him up since he didn't move a millimeter since they lifted him up, and he had a calm face as if he wasn't concentrating on keeping his balance. Naruto, and now? Do I have to swing or what? He asked boredly, causing another vein to pop up on Keith's head. Keith, no, that was all, he said with a tense voice containing anger. Naruto, what? You made me put on these clothes just so I'm hanging from these wires? I asked incredulously. Keith, well, it's important, and since I see you excited and energetic, why don't you turn around the training camp until you're almost dead? It's time you learn not to disrespect a superior, he said, and Naruto just shrugged since he hadn't run much since it was announced that the Fourth Great Shinobi War was going to begin, and why not test the resistance now, Naruto thought, and they took him down, and Keith spoke. Keith, and what are you waiting for, scum, start, he said, and Naruto just started running, and so the hours passed and night came, and Naruto kept running without any hint of tiredness, although because of the darkness the recruits who were watching him thought that Naruto was dying of exhaustion, but everyone thought that at any moment he would fall, and the next day would dawn, and without further ado they all went to sleep, but to everyone's surprise and shock the next morning, everyone noticed Naruto still running with a light layer of sweat, but he didn't look that tired and without any more heat, and they formed up like they did yesterday, and a few minutes later Keith came out and stood in front of everyone and noticed that Naruto wasn't there and said, Keith, it seems the Uzumaki recruit couldn't get up early, that requires another punishment, he said, but Annie also took his hand and spoke. Annie, Mr. Naruto, keep running, she said, and the instructor saw her as if she had two heads and was going to speak until she noticed someone coming out from behind the cabins running and noticed it was Naruto. Keith, recruit Uzumaki, come. He shouted and Naruto ran towards the instructor with a calm face. What are you doing? He asked and Naruto saw him and sighed. Naruto, so decide, do you want me to run or not? He asked with an arched eyebrow, and Keith, already resigned, said. Keith, just get in line, he said, and Naruto walked, and all the girls saw how Naruto's shirt stuck to Naruto's muscles because of the sweat, and they blushed. Naruto stood between Mikasa and Annie and discreetly took out a hot dog from his pocket dimension and took out another soda. No one had noticed, not even Mikasa and Annie who were next to him. Keith, here in this training camp we will teach you which ones and how to kill you. He was interrupted by a familiar pshhhh, and everyone turned to see Naruto, who was eating something they had never seen, and a soda. Mikasa and Annie were surprised, since again they did not realize when he took out that food. Naruto realized that everyone was looking at him, and Naruto could only articulate a. Naruto, what? He asked confused, have you never seen a hot dog? He asked confused and with some grace, wait, have you really not seen a hot dog? Said the blonde while the instructor approached Naruto and stood in front of him. Keith, you are so far the most irritating recruit I've ever had to train in my entire career as an instructor, he said with a vein and twitch in his eye, and Naruto smiled and said. Naruto, well thanks, he said, irritating the instructor even more. 2 years passed later, in which Naruto sent a message to the tomb asking how long had passed Hala, and he was surprised that barely and 1 month had passed. That meant that year here was 3 days in the tomb of Nazarick. That really surprised him because of the difference in time between two dimensions. That made him think that it was a good idea to leave his women, since girls like Ace, Bella, Lilith, Grafe, Riveria, Tyan and Hestia would have become involved faster. Maybe he should tell Chaltier to turn them into vampires, he thought in his head analyzing the matter, but he came out of his thoughts since he heard someone behind him call him while they put a hand on his shoulder, and when he turned to see him, it was a burly, blonde guy who looked at him with a smile. And next to him another shorter guy with brown hair and green eyes whom Naruto recognized as Irin Jiger from his conversations with Mikasa. For Naruto, Irin was a guy without natural talent but who trained hard to improve, very different from Mikasa, who was a genius by nature, of course, in the opinion of the instructors who also said the same about him, but his thoughts were interrupted by Reiner, who had spoken before on some occasions. "Reiner, I see you don't have a partner to practice with," he said, and Naruto looked around realizing that everyone was practicing how to defend themselves from bladed weapons with wooden knives. Naruto was going to speak but was interrupted by two voices. "I am her partner," they said, and the three turned to see two stoic Mikasa and Annie, who looked almost with rays coming out of their eyes. Naruto, "Well Reiner, as you see I already have partners," he said, and turned to look at the girls. "Let's go, why don't we take turns," he said approaching the two who saw Naruto, and a slight blush appeared on both of them. "Well, why don't you go first Mikasa-chan," he said blushing the black-haired girl, and they took a space, and Mikasa got into her fighting stance, and Naruto thought, well, let's honor the green beast of Konoha. He thought a bit melancholic, but what happened quickly, and he put his right hand in front and his left hand behind his lower back. This caught everyone's attention for two reasons. The first was because they would see the two best female recruits against the best male recruit, and the second reason was that Naruto throughout his knife defense training never took a fighting stance, but in this case, neither of them had a knife, and without further qualms, Mikasa launched herself at Naruto who was waiting for her and blocked an incoming fist that was heading towards her ribs with her left hand and she ducked, dodging another mule that was heading towards her face, and Naruto, turning around, gave a low kick to which Mikasa jumped, dodging it. She threw a kick towards Naruto's unprotected chest, who opted to catch it with his bare hands, and pulling her by the foot, he grabbed her by the waist and spun her around and twisted her arm towards the sword and took a board knife that was near them and put it to her neck. "Naruto, do you give up?" he asked the black-haired girl who nodded defeated. "Don't get discouraged, actually that was a good kick, my hand still hurts," he said, reassuring the black-haired girl who smiled slightly and stood aside giving way to Annie, who positioned herself in front of him. "Well, I hope for a good fight Annie-chan," he said, and the blonde blushed at the affectionate nickname. "Well, let's go," he said, getting into position this time in a different position than before. This time he had his feet apart and with one hand extended forward and the other hand extended back higher than the other. "That's the Hyuga position, I think it was like that," and Annie positioned herself in her usual position. This time Naruto attacked with a kick to Annie's stomach that she dodged and threw a punch towards Naruto's face that when he was inches away from hitting her Naruto arched his back backwards, effectively dodging the blow and taking her by the hand and pulling her towards him, and when they were serious about each other Naruto positions one of his feet behind hers and pushes her making the blonde fall on her back, and Naruto prepared to throw his fist at Annie's face that stopped inches from Annie's face. "Naruto, do you give up?" he asked and Annie nodded in defeat just like Mikasa had done, and Naruto encouraged her again. "Come on, if I hadn't been the opponent someone else would have eaten that fist you threw at my face," he said, encouraging the blonde who smiled and approached Mikasa and said, "Annie, we need to talk in private," she said in a whisper that no one heard and Mikasa nodded and the two went to a private place. "Mikasa, what is it?" I asked stoically with a hint of intrigue. "Annie, I know you like Naruto," she said without further ado, also with a stoic face, blushing the black-haired girl who asked, "Mikasa, how do you know that?" "I haven't told anyone," she said with a blush present. "Annie, I know because I like her too," she said stoically, but with a blush present, "and I want to propose you a deal," she said to the black-haired girl who also raised an eyebrow. "Mikasa, oh yeah? And what would that deal be?" I asked intrigued. Annie sighed and said, "Share it," she said simply, to which Mikasa just looked at her, and Annie continued to speak. "You see, in the time we are in, the life expectancy is 28 years, and that's with luck, and there is almost no man as good as Naruto. He is a good catch, and I am willing to share it, so what do you say? Do you accept?" she asked a thoughtful Mikasa who hated to say it, but she saw the reason in the blonde's argument. No matter how much she denies it, she couldn't help but see the sense in this time. At any moment you could be eaten by a titan, so sighing she looked at Annie and said, "Mikasa, it's okay, but what if other girls are also in love with Naruto?" I asked curiously. "Annie, well, you saw the resistance he showed the first day we started here. It's possible that he's very energetic, so I wouldn't mind letting you be with him too, but you have to prove that you're strong," she said while Mikasa nodded at that. "Good deal," she said, and they shook hands. Chapter 17. After the deal made by Annie and Mikasa, the defense classes ended and everyone returned to the cabins to learn how to clean the three-dimensional equipment, and while everyone returned to the cabins, Annie and Mikasa continued talking. "Mikasa, so when will we confess to Naruto-kun?" the black-haired girl asked, to which the blonde replied. Annie, I was thinking about confessing after we graduate next week and going to whatever division he decides to go to, she said with her typical stoic face and bored look with a shade of red on her cheeks. Mikasa, do you mind if I confess at the same time as you? The black-haired girl asked a little shyly. Annie, well no, really, since we are going to share it after all, she said, and the two nodded and Mikasa turned around to leave, followed by Annie who was thinking. Annie, I'm sorry Reiner, Bertoldo, I can't follow your plans, my goal has changed, it's to be with Naruto-kun, thought the blonde. After that day the week passed quickly for some, but for others like Annie and Mikasa it passed slowly, so much so that it was unbearable, but today was finally the day, and everyone was in formation as they normally did on any other normal day. But the only difference was that Instructor Keith was not ranting at anyone and just stood in front of everyone looking at them with a hard face. Another difference was that in front of all the recruits were the 12 best recruits who would earn the right to choose between the 3 legions, which were the garrison troops in charge of patrolling the walls and imposing order within them, the military police who were sent to protect the king who was in the middle of all the walls, making it the safest place within the walls, and finally there was the exploration corps that was in charge of fighting the titans outside the walls and investigating a way to defeat the titans, being without a doubt the most dangerous of the 3, since it is the legion that has had the most casualties throughout history. Those were the 3 injuries that the 12 best recruits could choose. As for the other recruits, they could only choose between the garrison troops and the exploration corps, but if you saw all the recruits you would already know that they would undoubtedly choose to go to the garrison troops. But Naruto did not plan to go to either of those 2 options for 2 simple reasons. The first was because being part of the garrison troops was boring, being alone patrolling the walls, and the second was that over his dead body, he was going to protect that supposed king. No way was he going to become a servant of an inferior being like that, but Instructor Keith spoke, taking him out of his thoughts. Keith, recruits from today graduate and stop being scum and become soldiers willing to give their hearts to protect the city from the titans, he said, starting to walk towards the best recruit, starting to talk. You are without a doubt the best recruits that have been produced in years, he said, starting to praise each of the recruits until he arrived in front of Naruto and stared at him, forming a slight tension until he spoke again. Recruit Uzumaki, I still have the firm declaration that you are the most irritating recruit that I have ever had to train, but at the same time the most talented recruit that I have ever seen, he said, and turned around and returned to his previous position and spoke again. Well, you will be given 4 days of rest until you can choose which legion to join. Without further ado, you can leave, he said, turning around and leaving the place, and all the recruits began to talk among themselves, and Naruto stood still in his place watching everyone talk, and when he was about to leave the place he was grabbed by both shoulders by 2 female hands, and when he turned to see who it was, he could see a blushing Annie and Mikasa who spoke to him. Mikasa, can we talk in private? She asked, blushing, to which Naruto nodded and followed the 2 girls to a private place, and the girls positioned themselves in front of Naruto, and Mikasa began to speak. And Naruto-kun, we wanted to know if, she said, but the last thing was not understood by Naruto, since she said it in a very low voice that Naruto had to raise an eyebrow. Naruto, what did you say? I didn't hear you, he said with a raised eyebrow. Mikasa, if you wanted, she said, but again Naruto didn't hear her. Naruto, what? Can you say it louder, he said, and Annie, already tired of Mikasa not being able to declare herself, spoke. Annie, we both like you, and if you wanted to go out with us, she said with a serious face, but with blush while she looked away from Naruto like it's Sundeer style. Mikasa, Annie, why did you say that? She said, reproaching Annie with a massive blush, who was also blushing more. Naruto, so what was that, he said, and the girls saw him and Naruto started to laugh. Ha 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 ha, I was wondering when they would say it, he said, to which the girls stared at him and asked in unison. Mikasa, Annie, did you know? They asked, to which Naruto replied. Naruto, of course I knew, there's no way I wouldn't have noticed, he said, and the 2 blushed more, and as for my answer, of course I accept. I would be a fool not to accept 2 such beautiful girls, he said, and approached the 2 girls and took them by their chins and proceeded to kiss Annie and then kiss Mikasa, who couldn't blush more at the action of the blonde who spoke. Do you want another taste? He asked flirtatiously to the blushing girls who just nodded, and Naruto with a smile kissed them again for about half an hour, where there was one or another grope that excited the girls, and after that hot section of kisses they were about to leave, but before they left Annie asked. Annie, which legion are you going to join? I asked, to which Naruto replied. Naruto, I will join the exploration corps, he said calmly, while looking at the 2 girls who were surprised by Naruto's answer, who continued talking. There is no need to, but was interrupted by the 2 girls who spoke. Mikasa, Annie, we will go with you, they said in unison, leaving Naruto silent, who smiled and hugged them both. Naruto, thanks for going into danger with me, he said while he was already thinking about how to tell the girls that he was from another dimension after the scene. Naruto. Mikasa and Annie went to the small graduation party that was in a cabin, and when they entered everyone was celebrating and did not notice the entrance of Naruto and his new girlfriends. After about 40 minutes they were all drunk, since just this once the head instructor Keith let them drink alcoholic drinks. Mikasa and Annie, who were a little drunk, were very attached to Naruto, but none of the recruits noticed since they were all drunk and were in their conversations without paying attention and encouraging each other. Annie and Mikasa took Naruto out of the mess without anyone noticing and took him to the storage of defective equipment and began to kiss Naruto, who did not resist and returned the kisses with passion. Lemon skipped. 3 days passed after the hot hex that Mikasa, Annie and Naruto had. At this moment, the three of them were in the barracks, patrolling quietly while talking about anything, but their conversation was interrupted by a soldier who approached his superior with a panicked face. "Soldier sir, the colossal titan appeared again, already attacked Trost," he said in panic, causing all conversation to stop, causing the entire place to fall into silence, which didn't last long as everyone quickly panicked until the commanding officer silenced them all and began to give orders. "Officer, shut up everyone and prepare for battle," he shouted, and everyone ran to prepare. Naruto walked at a slightly fast pace, followed by Mikasa and Annie towards the gas tanks to replenish their gas tanks to go into battle. On the way, they saw a couple who were scared while they hugged each other and wished each other good luck in the battle. Naruto just looked at them with pity, hoping that at least they would arrive alive, although he doubted they would make it, and without further ado, they continued on their way until they saw an Eren and a nervous Armin, who could not connect his gas tank to the hose to refuel, but Armin felt someone put a hand on the man and saw Naruto staring at him. "Naruto, relax, if you continue towards it you are more likely to die, and none of us want that," he said, calming Armin a little, who finally managed to connect the hose and fill his gas tank. "Eren, maybe it wasn't that difficult, now calm down and let's see what the orders are," he said seriously, and taking Armin so they could form up. After a while everyone was formed up and the commanding officer proceeded to explain what the formation would be like. "Officer, well, let's start. The first line will be the garrison units, the second line the cadet squadrons, the last line will be the elite soldiers, and finally Squadron 99, made up only of the elite cadet Naruto Uzumaki, will be giving Apollo to the garrison units on the front line," he said, surprising those who knew Naruto since they were sending a newly graduated cadet to the front line. Everyone saw Naruto, who remained impassive and calm. This made everyone wonder how he could remain calm in such a situation. "Without further information, break formation," he said, and everyone responded. Everyone high and broke ranks, leaving only Naruto, Mikasa, Annie, Eren, Armin and a worried blonde named Krista and a quiet brown-haired girl named Emer in the distance. "This is Krista. And this is Emer. Eren, well, the only thing I can tell you is good luck going forward," he said, patting him on the shoulder. "Naruto, thanks, I guess," he said calmly. "Armin, can I ask you a question?" the blonde asked Naruto. "Naruto, tell me," he said simply. "Armin, why aren't you scared, nervous? Aren't you afraid of dying?" he asked curiously, to which everyone, including Krista and Emer who had approached, paid attention. Naruto, ha ha ha, that's because I'm not going to die, he said calmly. "It doesn't matter that I'm not going to die, and that's a promise," he said calmly, to which the girls present calmed down because of the overflowing confidence that Naruto radiated. "Well, I'm going to go to my position," he said, but he was taken by the hand by a small blonde with a gentle look with some concern. "Krista, I just wanted to wish you luck," she said shyly, to which Naruto just looks at her and smiles. Naruto, "Oh thanks, but it'll be fine, don't worry," he said as he put a hand on the blonde's head, making her blush in embarrassment, and without further ado Naruto went to his post, and when he was at a distance where no one could see him, Naruto stopped using the three-dimensional equipment and decided to jump from the roof mecho at a regular speed, and in just under 10 minutes, Naruto reached the front line and saw the garrison soldiers formed for the imminent arrival of the Titans. Naruto, upon arriving, was intercepted by a soldier. "Soldier, identify yourself since you came," he said, and Naruto just saw him and responded. "Naruto, I am Naruto Uzumaki, an elite cadet in charge of providing support on the front lines," he said, and the soldier nodded. "Soldier, well, line up next to Sandra," he said, pointing to a girl with shoulder-length brown hair. The girl in question was clearly calm, but also nervous for two reasons. The first was that this was the first time she would see a Titan, and the second reason why she was a little calm was because at least she was with her companions who could help her, or she could help them. Naruto approached and stood next to the girl, who turned to look at him fixedly since she had not seen him before, but when she saw his insignia of the recruit troops with a bluish color that indicated that he had recently graduated. "Sandra, hello, are you a recent graduate?" she asked Naruto, who turned to look at her and answered. Naruto, "Yes, I graduated 3 days ago," he said calmly, giving a smile to the girl, who was surprised that he could smile in this situation, but before the girl said anything else a scream made her turn her gaze and she saw how 6 15-meter titans passed through the crack. "Soldier, everyone charge," he shouted, and everyone threw themselves at the titans, even Naruto, who was thinking that he could kill them all as fast as a blink, but if he did that then it would raise suspicions and ruin the adventure, so for the moment he would just pretend to be an elite soldier, and so about 4 hours passed in which the garrison troops gave everything to stop the titans, but nevertheless the soldiers were decimated. Leaving several titans to pass being surrounded by them and the other titans advanced quickly into the city, there was only the commanding officer, 3 soldiers, Sandra and Naruto, who let himself be hit a few times by the titans, leaving him without his jacket, only with his shirt stained with blood that was not his, that was missing the left side, thus revealing part of his chest and abs. "Officer Buck, we are surrounded, we will not be able to get out of this," he said, already resigned. "It was a pleasure to fight alongside you," he said, and the other soldiers just bowed their heads except Naruto, who remained calm watching as the titans launched their fists at them, and Naruto jumped to the side and saw how they crushed the officer, the 3 soldiers, and sent Sandra flying, who crashed into a window leaving her unconscious. Naruto seeing this saw how a titan tried to put his hand in pat to catch Sandra's body. Naruto just sighed and quickly killed the 5 titans that were attacking him. Since there was no one watching, there was no reason to hold back, so he quickly took Sandra's unconscious body and put her on his shoulder and ran out of the building dodging the titans and advancing to the area where the cadet squad should be. There should be most of the recruits who graduated with him, but as soon as he reached the second line of defense, he saw the many bodies of dead cadets and Naruto just thought, "Naruto, seriously, we only let the titans pass for 20 minutes, they should still be here defending," he thought, until his mind clicked, alright, this line was made up of cadets, surely many got scared and decided to retreat, leaving those who did dare to fight. That's a shame, poor those who did have the courage, he finished thinking, when he heard a slight cry coming from below a building, and when he landed, he looked with pity at the couple who were previously scared in the barracks. Naruto saw how the girl, who if he remembered correctly was called Hana. Naruto continued watching her as the girl tried in vain to revive her boyfriend, who was missing the lower half of his body. Without further ado, Naruto approached the girl who was crying, and Naruto admired the love that this girl had to try fiercely to bring her boyfriend back to life. When Naruto was at her side, the girl saw him and said, "Hana and Naruto, help me save him, Franz has stopped breathing, I've tried to give him CPR over and over again, but he's not responding," she said while she continued crying, and Naruto put a hand on her shoulder. "Naruto, I'm sorry Hana, but he's already dead, come on, it's dangerous to be here," he said, but the girl just shook her head. Hana knew. "Franz is not dead, please help me," she said in panic as she pumped her hands into the already dead boy's chest. Naruto just took her hand, stopping what she was doing, then took her by the shoulders and turned her around to see him. "Naruto, Hana, stop, if you keep doing this a titan will come and kill you," he said, looking into the tearful eyes of the girl who just squeezed her hands and rushed towards Naruto, hugging him while crying loudly. Naruto just let her cry and let it all out. "Okay, now I'm going to hide the body so nothing happens to it until they send a recovery team," he said, putting the body in a room of any house, and turned to see the girl and the other one who was still unconscious while she was lying against a wall. Naruto approached Hana and said, "Okay, let's go meet with the survivors," he said, but the girl told him. "Hana, well, the thing is that I ran out of gas," she said nervously while wiping away her tears. Naruto sighed and said, "Don't worry, I'll carry you both, come on, ride on my back," he said, turning his back to the girl who blushing a little got on and wrapped her arms around Naruto's neck, who approached Sandra's unconscious body and took her bridal style while holding in his right hand the handle that shot the cables of the 3-dimensional equipment, and without further ado Naruto nailed the cable into a nearby wall and then went swinging in search of the survivors. But the survivors, they were gathered and could be counted around 35 cadets, and all had dejected faces, and on the wall you could see an Armin traumatized by the deaths of his squad mates and especially by the death of his best friend Irin, but everyone turned their attention and focused on the arrival of Mikasa, who quickly approached Annie and asked, "Mikasa, Annie, have you seen Naruto or Irin?" I asked, but Annie shook her head and pointed at Armin. "Annie, the only one is Armin who is over there," she said, and Mikasa said, "Mikasa, thank you," she said, and quickly approached Armin and proceeded to speak to him. "Armin," she said, something that tensed the aforementioned, "do you know where Irin is or have you seen Naruto?" She asked, and Armin began to tremble and also his gaze and began to speak. "Armin, the recruits of Squad 34, Thomas Wagner, Nyctius, Milia Saramusky, Mina Carolina and Irin Yeager, all 5 died in the line of duty," he said, leaving everyone surprised that Squad 34 was annihilated. However, others began to murmur that Naruto was also dead. Recruit, well, surely Naruto also fell silent since we are titans advanced. It was a sign that Naruto was possibly dead. These comments made Annie, Mikasa, Krista and Emer tense, who didn't know why she was worried. "Armin, I'm sorry, Mikasa, Irin sacrificed himself for me, I couldn't do anything," he said as he started to cry, and Mikasa took his hand and said, Mikasa, calm down, this is not the time for sentimentality, she said, stopping Armin, and turned around and started walking while she spoke. Marco, if we kill the titans surrounding the Legion headquarters, we can restock on gas and climb the wall, right? She asked the recruit. Marco, yes, but even if you're here, there are too many, he said, but then the recognizable sound of gas coming out made them turn around, and they saw Naruto with his clothes torn apart, who looked like he had been through hell. They also saw how he was carrying a girl they didn't know in his arms, Hana on his back, and a medium-sized bag in his left hand. Everything had remained silent until Naruto spoke. Naruto, we're finally here, he said, getting back up and seeing how everyone looked at him, to which Naruto asked what? And everyone started to throw questions at him, to which Naruto proceeded to calm him down. Clarence, calm down, I will answer your questions calmly, he said, and everyone calmed down, and Naruto spoke again. Okay, now what was it you wanted to know, he said, pointing to a recruit. Recruit, what happened to the garrison troops, why did they let the titans pass? I asked, and Naruto answered. Naruto, well, that's because the garrison troops were annihilated and I could only save her, he said, pointing to the girl who was still unconscious, he said, and everyone was shocked because an entire division had been annihilated. Something else? Asked the blonde. Annie, what happened to you? Are you hurt or do you have any injuries? She asked, approaching Naruto with concern while scanning Naruto's body, and not long after Mikasa also joined her, scanning Naruto. This surprised everyone who did not know about the relationship of the three, and causing jealousy to Krista, Emer, Hana, and if Sandra had been awake, she would also be jealous, but the two girls did not pay attention and continued scanning the blonde in search of any injuries. But their actions were stopped by the blonde, who spoke. Naruto, calm down, they were just a few scratches and I'm not mortally wounded or anything like that, but changing the subject, what's the plan? He asked curiously, to which Annie responded. Annie, well, we were planning to go in and take back the Legion headquarters so we could stock up on gas, since we don't have much left, she said, to which Naruto spoke. Naruto, well, if that's the problem, here in this bag I brought some almost full gas tanks that I collected from corpses, he said, and dropped the bag, revealing the gas tanks. However, we can't abandon the survivors who are in the barracks, so change the tanks and let's go to the barracks, he said, while everyone looked at him and nodded. All hi. Chapter 18. Naruto was in front of everyone who was listening to the plan. Naruto, well, our priority is to get to the Legion headquarters, resupply and rescue the survivors. Now the formation in question will be Annie, Mikasa, Reiner, Bertolto, and I in the front. The rest will follow us and provide support if any of us get into trouble. Armin, Sasha and Connie will act as lookouts, go as high as they can, and inform us where the safest path is. Ready, that's all, he said, and everyone nodded at Naruto's plan. Until a cadet also his hand, and Naruto nodded for him to continue and ask the question. Cadet, but how are you going to kill the titans if you don't have blades, he said, and everyone saw that unlike the others Naruto didn't have blades. Naruto, well, with this, he said, and on one side of the three-dimensional equipment a hatch opened lengthwise, and from it, he took out the katana that he used when he arrived in this dimension. Cadet, what? Do the three-dimensional equipment have that hatch? Didn't they tell us that in class? He said, and everyone started searching but were interrupted by the blonde. Naruto, that's because he doesn't have it, I made that hatch for him, to store my katana. Well, now let's start the operation, he said as he walked to the edge of the roof and jumped off, followed by everyone. About 12 minutes had passed and high up Armin, Sasha and Connie were swinging, analyzing which was the best route, until Sasha saw an area where there were only two 15-meter titans. Deciding to communicate the route since in the other routes there were about 5 or 6 titans, Sasha approached Naruto and said. Sasha, Naruto-kun, at 376 meters at 9 o'clock there are only two 15-meter titans, and it is the safest route, she said to a Naruto who was eating chips. Can you give me that? She asked, and Naruto just looked at her and without further ado gave her the packet of chips. Naruto, here, but don't get distracted eating, be alert, he said, and proceeded to mark the new route. Come on, everyone has been given new coordinates, follow me, he said, and everyone began to mobilize. So far they have not had any casualties, and everyone expected it to continue like that, and in those 12 minutes, they have only had 2 contacts with titans that ended with the death of these at the hands of Annie and Reiner, but at this moment they were about to reach the two 15-meter titans. Passing through the last roof, everyone could see how the two titans were seeing each other until a titan that had shoulder-length hair and was muscular began to roar, causing the other titan to roar in response as well. This confused everyone and they began to murmur. Cadets, what? Are they communicating? One said. What we were missing, now the titans can communicate, said another while Naruto looked at the titans. Naruto, more than communicating, they seem like animals trying to protect their home, like the lions, thought Naruto seeing the titans, until Mikasa spoke. Mikasa, shall we kill them, Naruto-kun? Asked the black-haired girl. Naruto, no, let's see what happens, he said, and immediately they saw how the titan who had long hair took a fighting stance. This intrigued everyone, and quickly the other titan pounced on the titan on guard, and without hesitation, the titan hit him in the head, tearing it off and sending it flying. Naruto, interesting, said as he began to swing, being followed by everyone, and they arrived at the titan that had killed the other titan, and Naruto spoke, stay here, I want to check something, he said, and stuck one of the cables into the titan that didn't even flinch, and quickly pulled, and everyone thought he was going to kill the titan, but they saw how Naruto just stayed on the titan's shoulder, as if nothing had happened. Cadets, but what is he doing? One said they are going to kill him, and other comments were said. However, Naruto just peeked his head to the side of the titan's head so that the titan could see him. However, the titan didn't pay attention to him and continued walking towards the Legion headquarters where there were more titans. Naruto, seeing this, had an idea in his head and quickly returned to the other recruits and said, Naruto, cadets, I have a new plan, he said, calling the attention of all the cadets. Apparently this titan only attacks other titans. As you could see, it did nothing to me when I poked my head into its peripheral vision. So the plan is to take it to the Legion headquarters and start killing all the titans that are there, and while everyone is focused on it, we will enter the barracks, he said, and everyone was incredulous by the idea of using a titan, as if it were an ally. But without further ado, they accepted the plan and began to follow the titan, who was effectively only dedicated to killing titans. And once the titan arrived at the headquarters area, all the titans around focused their gaze on the abnormal titan that was helping the cadets, and without further ado, they all entered the Legion headquarters, some tired and others simply with their hearts beating 1,000 times, with the adrenaline of thinking that at any moment they could die. But they were all smiling, just thinking that no cadet died in the way to the barracks, but the happiness of having survived all the way went away as Cadet Jean saw the survivors. And he thought it would be a good idea to rant about them by grabbing one of them by the neck while saying, Jean, damn idiots who think they're wasting their time here, do you know how many problems we've had because of you, he said, and prepared a fist to hit the guy in the face, but his arm was held by Naruto, who looked at him seriously. Naruto, did you forget the objective of this mission? We have to rescue them, not hit them, he said, and Jean just looked at Naruto with annoyance and removed his arm from Naruto's grip and went to a corner annoyed, and the blonde turned his gaze to the cadets, who were 2 girls and a boy, and spoke, okay cadets, give me a summary of the situation at the barracks, he said, and the 3 cadets with a commanding voice that made them stand up straight and responded. Cadet, the commanding officer abandoned us here, leaving the resupply area to be plagued by titans. Right now there are 5 titans of 7 and 8 meters that are inside the barracks, he said, and Naruto nodded. Naruto, okay Armin, I need you to come with me to see the situation and help me create a plan, he said, and Armin just nodded nervously and followed him down the stairs, and seeing the titans who were walking slowly through the area, and Naruto saw a kind of elevator that went down right in the middle of the warehouse, making him wonder why there is an elevator right in the middle of the warehouse, but without giving it more importance, Naruto called Armin to follow him and said, Naruto, well, I have a plan, he said, and walked until he reached a room where everyone was and said, very well, I have a plan, he said, getting everyone's attention. I need all firearms to reload, and for Mikasa, Annie, Sasha, and Emer to prepare to cut some necks, he said, and proceeded to explain the plan that was the same as in the anime. At this moment all the cadets were going down the elevator, calling the attention of the titans who began to approach the elevator, making all the cadets nervous, and while that was happening the aforementioned along with Naruto were sneaking through the beams that were above the titans, each positioning themselves right above the titans, and just when all the titans were in front of the cadets, Armin gave the signal and quickly everyone pulled the trigger of their weapons, shooting directly into the eyes of the titans, leaving them blind in the process, and then the girls and Naruto threw themselves from the beams, and in a quick they cut the neck of the titans. However, Sasha miscalculated the trajectory and ended up cutting her shoulder instead of the neck, making her nervous, thinking that the titan was going to kill her, but in a quick movement Mikasa and Annie killed the titan, effectively clearing the area, making everyone celebrate and happily start to restock. Naruto just sighed seeing this. Naruto, buck to be doing this without using my powers, containing my strength, and to top it off wearing these ridiculous clothes, Naruto thought to himself as he looked at his clothes and was observed by most of the cadets and their girls, waiting for new orders from the soldier who helped them get here without any casualties. Everyone just watched as Naruto inspected himself, and without further ado Naruto took the remaining clothes from the top, and with a simple pull, Naruto ripped it off, and Naruto, seeing how easily it was ripped off, could only utter a single word that confused everyone. Naruto, ah, how pathetic, he said, and also his gaze, and saw that all the cadets were looking at him and saw that most of the girls were blushing, and Naruto, seeing this, smiled and began to flex his muscles as if he was stretching and spoke, oh. It seems that the girls like what they are seeing, he said, causing the girls to turn their eyes. Well, leaving the jokes aside, the abnormal titan must have already finished with everyone, and if not we will exterminate them, he said, giving his order to which everyone nodded and left the headquarters of the Legion. And they saw that indeed most of the titans had been eradicated and mounting a roof nearer next to Mikasa and Annie, they could see how the abnormal titan that helped them was being devoured by other titans, and not long after Jean, Reiner, Bertolto arrived, who also saw this, but Naruto only saw this concentrating and feeling the presence that was inside all titans. That's right, all the titans had a human presence on the back of their necks. It wasn't difficult to know that these titans had previously been human, and that was why if you gave them a serious cut on the back of the neck, effectively damaging the body that would be there, you would end up killing them. But the abnormal titan was something different. While the rest of the titans, their presence felt as if they were in a deep trance or coma, the abnormal titan felt more active, as if it were controlled more at will than the others who only followed their instinct. But Naruto's thoughts were interrupted by a tremor, and turning his head, he could notice another thinner and longer titan heading towards his position. "Armin, that's the abnormal titan that ate our partner," he said, and without further ado the abnormal titan that was being devoured took out his last strength, and getting away from the titans leaving behind his two arms, he had launched himself against the other titan, and with a bite he held them by the neck, and also, everyone witnessed how their ribs broke. And with force the abnormal titan swung the other titan, hitting some small titans, and with his last strength, he swung it one last time, this time tearing off its head next to the neck and sending the rest of the body to collide with another fat titan that was trying to attack him from behind. Everyone could only be surprised, except for Naruto, who only saw this calmly. And with a loud roar the abnormal titan fell and began to decompose, and everyone could see that among the smoke coming out of the titan's body, you could see a body next to the titan's neck, but nevertheless Naruto saw how the presence of the body was inhibited, as if life it was getting shorter, and Naruto could better distinguish the body by seeing who it was. Naruto, so it was you, Eren, he thought, and saw how Mikasa threw herself at Eren and hugged him and took his pulse to see if he was alive, and without further ado, they took the body to the chasm of the headquarters and they watched Eren's body in silence until Naruto spoke. "This could be a problem," he said, calling everyone's attention. "Mikasa, how can this be a problem?" she asked her lover, a little annoyed for suggesting that Eren being alive was a problem, and Naruto, seeing this, also raised his hands in an attempt to appease her. "Naruto, I'm not saying that Eren being alive is the problem, I'm saying that the problem is that now all the guards of the garrison troops that are on the walls saw Eren come out of the titan, and now without a doubt when he gets to the other side of the wall, everyone will treat him as if he were a titan," he said, and everyone saw it. "Jean, how do you know that?" he asked, annoyed that Naruto would think that about his allies. "Naruto, Jean, humans are creatures that can hardly think things through calmly, only some are capable of stopping and thinking about what is happening and looking for a solution. Surely right now they must be preparing to intercept us, so that the moment we step on the walls we have no escape," he said calmly, angering Jean. Jean but was interrupted by Naruto, who continued talking. "Naruto, or are you going to deny that the moment they gave you the idea that we could use the titan as an ally, you denied it outright?" he said, looking into his eyes, making Jean look away. "Armin, and now what will we do?" he asked, to which Naruto responded. "Well, I have a plan, so you just follow my lead, and if everything goes wrong don't worry, I'll protect you," he said, reassuring the girls, and without further ado they went to the walls, and giving value to his statements, not a single second more in which they reached the wall they were intercepted by the soldiers, but before they were taken away, Annie, Sasha, Hannah and Sandra decided to stay to defend the group and serve as a witness that Eren helped them, and without further ado, they were taken to a half-open area, but not so big that they could escape, and they were pointed at by an artillery cannon and by the soldiers' blades, and from the front appeared the commander in charge of the operation to determine the titans, and who in theory should have been in the Legion barracks helping the cadets who were trapping him in the barracks. But his thoughts were interrupted by a voice that was Eren's, who said, "I will kill you all," he said, and everyone could hear it. Naruto, seriously, of all you could say, you decide to say that thought to himself, and in an instant everyone started to panic, thinking that he wanted to kill them. "Commander, who are you? What are you? A human or a titan?" he asked with a look of terror, confusing Eren what he thought. "Eren, but what kind of stupid question is that? And why are you brandishing your weapons at me? But above all, why are you looking at me as if I were a monster, a titan?" These and other questions were on his mind, but he was pulled out of his thoughts by the same man, who asked again. "Commander, I'll end it again one last time, what are you?" he asked, and Eren could only answer. "Eren, I'm a human," I screamed, leaving everything in silence, and they could see how the commander remained silent, and without thinking more also his hand as a sign that they will prepare to fire the artillery. Everyone except Naruto tensed, and Mikasa took Eren to take him to a safe place, but he got out of her grip and took her and Armin while preparing to bite his hand, but before that happened, Naruto took his hand, making the three see him, and Naruto said, "I didn't say I would protect you if this went wrong," he said, and in a quick movement he unsheathed his katana, and without more the commander lowered his hand, causing the cannon to fire. And at a thunderous speed Naruto intercepted the projectile and with a slash split it in half, narrowly stunning the girls and hitting the river that was to one side. Everything had remained in an incredible silence for the simple fact that a simple cadet in their eyes could not only move at great speed that no one could see, but he could cut a metal projectile in half with a simple katana. Raiko, who was one of the elites of the garrison troops, could only watch this in disbelief. Naruto, enough of this nonsense, he said, simply taking everyone out of the state of shock. Commander, what the hell did you do? I asked incredulously. Naruto, shut up, filthy trash, he said calmly, angering the commander, who started shouting. Commander, what did you just say, insolent? I'm going to kill you, I shouted angrily. Naruto, oh. Why don't you come here and try it, he said as he unsheathed his katana and his eyes began to glow neon blue, making everyone look at this in disbelief since the eyes glowed like that was not normal, and the commander, seeing this in a stupid way to get out of that situation, spoke. Commander, I see, so you are also a titan, he said with an almost crazy look, causing Naruto to just laugh. Naruto, hahaha, you know, because of people like you that this world is like this, you don't stop to think, you really never stop to think about the possibility that Eren would become a titan and take the rock that is in the Trost district and cover the crack, he said, leaving everyone incredulous at that idea. Of course, for most it sounded like a stupid idea, but less so for another man who was approaching, but before he spoke, Naruto continued speaking. Naruto, without a doubt being here was something fun until you see the kinds of people by whom you are being commanded, what a waste of time, although are true I am immortal, he said, calling everyone's attention upon hearing this, calling even more the attention of the man who was arriving at the place. Commander, immortal? What are you talking about? Are you crazy? I asked the blonde who only saw him. Naruto, what? Did I say that out loud? He asked, and everyone just looked at him, making him sigh. Well, I guess there's no point in hiding it anymore, I am immortal, and before you ask, I'm not from this dimension, he said, getting the attention of everyone who didn't know what this thing called dimension was, making Naruto look at them and sigh. Oh right, you don't know what the term dimension is, since most of your existence has been set aside to focus on how to defeat the titans that you don't. Focus on other things, he said, raising his gaze and continuing to speak. Well, in a nutshell, a dimension would be a different plane of existence. Let's say this is a dimension. Well, there are infinite other dimensions in which different things happen. For example, in another dimension, not even I would have been here, or in other dimensions you wouldn't even be alive. In fact, there are so many dimensions in which there is the possibility in which the Titans managed to eradicate humanity, or in which humanity managed to defeat the Titans, or dimensions in which the Titans did not even exist, but in this case, those would be the different dimensions of this world. However, I do not come from any of these dimensions of this world, I come from another dimension of another totally different world. After all, how do they think I can move at such overwhelming speed? Or how I could cut that projectile in half? Well, very simple. In my world, humans were able to learn to use a kind of power called mana, he said, leaving everyone in a state of shock by such a revelation, but nevertheless they were not going to believe him just with words. Commander, lies, you're just buying time for the Titan to escape, he said, giving courage to everyone. Naruto, well, I figured you wouldn't believe me, so why not show you my toy, he said, getting everyone's attention, and Naruto proceeded to speak. Witness Athena, everyone, he said, and a portal appeared above everyone, and from it, something appeared that surprised everyone. Behind Naruto there was a kind of orange robot a little bigger than a 15-meter Titan. Naruto, although thinking about it, I'm going to help them in gratitude for giving me my new girlfriends, he said, looking at Mikasa, Annie, Hana, Sandra and Sasha, who blushed at the statement, and Naruto continued speaking. I'm going to help them cover the 2 cracks and then go back to my dimension, he said to what everyone only continued to see the robot as a kind of light, and finally the man who remained anonymous spoke. Commander Pixie, well, I really didn't expect this, so you're going to help us cover the cracks, she said, looking at the robot, and turned to look at Naruto. You guys want to talk in private, she said, and Naruto put the robot back in his pocket space, and the group of girls, Eren, Armin, and Naruto, were guided to the top of the wall. Pixie, so you plan to help us? You are a kind of alien that comes from another dimension, she said calmly. Naruto, you better watch your words, and if you're wondering if I'm human, well, I can assure you that I was born human, he said calmly, but well, I have a plan to kill the armored titan and the colossal titan, he said, surprising everyone. Pixie, oh, and how will that be? The commander asked. Naruto, well, simple as they have informed you, Eren can transform into a titan, which means that the battleship and the colossal are other people who are trying to eradicate humanity, so I plan to disintegrate their bodies into nothing, he said to what Pixie asked. Pixie, and why disintegrate them and not catch them? He asked, and Naruto just looked at him and sighed. Naruto Pixie-san, that power was surely given to those people. I highly doubt that those powers came overnight, so surely that power was given to them, and surely there is a way to remove it from their DNA, so to prevent them from taking it away and passing it on to another carrier, I will disintegrate them into nothing, thus losing the power permanently, he said, finishing speaking. Pixie, well then I'll leave you to talk amongst yourselves about the matter, she said and left. Eren, Naruto, I will also go to battle, said a very pale Eren who could hardly stand, and everyone when they saw this became worried. Naruto, I'm sorry Eren, but you can't go, he said, looking at Eren who was going to protest, but he couldn't because he took out a mouthful of blood through his mouth. As you can see, it seems that your body couldn't adapt to the power, and it's being destroyed little by little from within, he said, calmly, worrying Mikasa who was hugging Eren. Mikasa, but you can do something, right? She asked desperately, to which Naruto just shook his head. Naruto, unfortunately there is nothing I can do, although he seems almost like a god, there are things I can't do, although I can heal him to a certain point that would only delay the inevitable. Maybe I could heal him if it were a wound, but in this case the power is acting like a virus, and that is something I can't cure, he said, crushing Mikasa's spirits who began to cry, and Naruto could only comfort her. Eren, I see, so this is how it all ends, he said, and turned to look at Naruto. Please kill those bastards who screwed up our lives, and when you're done, I ask you to destroy my body, so that this power doesn't continue to hurt, he said in a broken voice, while shedding some tears, and Naruto took Eren's hand and said. Naruto, I promise you, I will kill those bastards and keep your sister safe, he said, and Eren could only smile and say with his last breath. Eren, thanks, I just wish I was there to see it, he said, closing his eyes to never open them again. Naruto, well let's go, he should be in a better place, he said while covering Eren's face with a white handkerchief and putting a barrier the size of Eren's body. Well, with this barrier, no one will be able to touch him, he said, making Mikasa nod and see Naruto with tears and start crying in his chest. Naruto only reciprocated the hug and began to caress her head tenderly while the other girls watched. And after a while Naruto separated her and said, well, although I would like to stay like this all day, we need to move, he said, and without further ado he turned around and could see another group of girls that were made up of Krista, Ymir, and surprisingly the silver-haired girl named Raiko who were waiting for them, and seeing him the little blonde along with the other two approached him. Krista, hello, Naruto-kun said already in front of this. Naruto just took her cheeks and began to playfully caress her, while saying, damn, I can't stop thinking that you're so cute, I would like to take you with me along with the others to my dimension, he said, blushing at the blonde who speaks. Krista, well that's the point, Ymir and I want you to take us out of this place, she said, surprising everyone except Raiko who remained calm. Naruto, oh? Is that it? My little chorus girl wants to come with me? He said, blushing to the blonde who was stuttering something unintelligible. Ah. What are you saying? I don't understand you, he said, and the blonde taking courage screamed. Krista, ppp, because I like you, I want to go with you because Ymir and I like you, she said with a massive blush. Ymir, doing it, handsome, we like you, so why don't we confess since you're leaving and take us with you to your dimension, or however you want to say it, she said flirtatiously. Naruto only saw them and noticed that there was no lie in her words, although the way Ymir said it seemed more like she was taking advantage of the fact that he was leaving here to have a better life, but the idea didn't last long when he noticed that the confession was serious, and there was no lie. Naruto, very well, I'll take you with me, he said with a smile, cheering the girls, and Naruto turned to the silver-haired girl, and you also want me to take you? She asked. Oh. Or will you say that you're also in love with me, he said, blushing at the silver-haired girl who looked away, trying to avoid them seeing her blushing face. Raiko, what are you talking about, Baka? Of course I don't want to go with you, and of course I don't like you, she said nervously, making Naruto smile, who just laughed. Naruto, ha, so it's Sundeer, well there's no need for you to keep lying, since I can detect lies, and I know for sure that you're lying, he said, blushing to the silver-haired girl who was only mumbling unintelligible things. Oh? What did you just say? Can you repeat it? He said, and Raiko could only mumble again, that I didn't hear you, he said again. Raiko, I like it, she murmured a little louder, but Naruto still didn't listen. Naruto, or let's go a little higher, he said with his smile still present. Raiko, I like you. She shouted this time while closing her eyes, almost expecting to be rejected, but when she didn't hear anything, she slowly opened her eyes, which were quickly absorbed in the almost bright neon blue that Naruto had, who when he saw her open her eyes he smiled and said. Naruto, okay, I accept you, and don't worry, I'll take you with me, he said, tilting his head and giving her a big kiss on the lips that took her by surprise, but she quickly reciprocated, all while they were watched by the girls and some pouting Krista and Ymir. Krista, moo, Naruto-kun, I want a kiss too, she said, to which Naruto broke the kiss with Raiko, who had to resist taking him again and kissing him. Ymir, how cruel you are, Naruto-kun, I also want a passionate kiss, she said, and Naruto approached and said. Naruto, you don't know how I would like to give you a kiss, but that will have to be after I finish the mission. Don't worry, this won't take as long as you think, he said, and turned around to continue walking towards the starting point, being followed by the girls who followed him faithfully, until a few meters away they could see Pixie and Armin, who were discussing some details of the plan, until Naruto spoke. Naruto, okay, they're ready to start the plan. Chapter 19. Naruto, okay, I'm ready to start, said our favorite blonde, approaching Pixie and Armin, who were discussing some important points of the plan. Armin, wait Naruto, we are still choosing the soldiers who will escort you, so you don't have any inconvenience, he said, indicating that he will wait, however Naruto just snorted. Naruto, pfhhh, please, didn't you see my game? Athena has ways of covering her back while I'm carrying the rock, he said calmly as he passed by Pixie and Armin, who turned their gaze back when Naruto passed them so he could continue talking. You just remain spectators and calm down, he said, and began to levitate, surprising everyone present, and without further ado in a blur of speed he disappeared. Armin, or what? Where did he go? The nervous blonde asked, confused, but everyone turned to look at the position of the rock, and when they turned, they could see again the robot that a few moments ago was on the other side of the wall. Pixie interesting said this while in his mind he thought, will this be the first victory that humanity will have against the Titans? He thought to himself. But Naruto. This one had already gotten into the robot and synchronized with it, giving a couple of test squeezes. Naruto turned to see the giant rock, and with minimal effort he lifted it over his head and began to walk towards the screen calmly, and not long after the robot began to walk, 3 Titans stood in his way. Naruto, seeing this, only activated the sentinels. On the walls were the group of girls, Armin and Pixie, watching as was suggested by Naruto, and seeing the 3 Titans get in the way, Pixie spoke, and now what do you do, Naruto? He said almost rhetorically, to which everyone just looked at him with a drop of sweat, but shortly after the Titans appeared, from the back of the robot, some pieces of metal began to fly out and quickly positioned themselves on the back of the Titans while they looked towards the nape of the neck and with 3 simultaneous rays that came out of a cannon that was below the drones. They opened a hole in the back of the neck of the 3 Titans, who only fell dead, and Naruto just passed calmly, as if the Titans were never there. However, everyone was shocked by the ease with which 3 Titans were defeated with that kind of mysterious power. Naruto, ah, how boring. I hope that when I go to cover the second crack that armored titan or the colossal titan appears, Naruto thought to himself, but he came out of his thoughts because he was already reaching the crack, which without more Naruto hit the giant rock in the crack, effectively covering it, and when he turned around Naruto saw the green flare that indicated the success of the mission, but he could also see that 10-15 meter titans were approaching. Naruto, with what should I kill them? He asked himself while he put his right hand on the robot's jaw and his left hand on the robot's waist, like a thinking pose, until he said, now I know why not. Honor Azuma-sensei's trench blades, he said, and guided his hands to the robot's lower back, and from it, he took out 2 trench blades the size of the robot's fist. Taking out the 2 blades, the robot gave it a few turns to adapt better, ending in a defensive pose. Naruto, come on, useless trash, he said, and when they were within reach of the robot, he launched his first blow that went to the neck of the first titan, cutting off his head and followed by severely damaging the nape of the neck, making Collars dead. Then he launched 2 consecutive cuts that cut off the feet of the second titan, causing Collars to Naruto's feet, who without hesitation stepped on the back of his neck, ending his existence. The third decided to give him a cool punch with a propellant that comes out of the robot's elbow, and when the blow hit the titan's chest, the fist pierced his chest, coming out through his back. Naruto, oh. It seems you guys don't have a heart, he said simply, using his free hand to grab the titan's neck and crush it. Then he prepared his 2 fists again this time and threw them at 2 approaching titans, hitting them in the head, shattering them into pieces, and then cutting the back of both of their necks. Naruto, only half left. Why don't we use the dual swords this time? He said as he put the trench blades away again and took out the dual swords that came with the robot, although these are a smaller replica of the original. But who knows if they are equal to or better than the originals. But it doesn't matter, the thing is that Naruto launched himself against the last 5 titans and in a few quick cortes split one right in half. Decapitated another, and at the last 3 he threw a sword while stabbing the necks of the 3 so that the sword came out right through the nape of the 3 titans, thus killing all the titans in the area. Naruto, okay, let's go to the next crack, and without further ado he turned around and with a jump propelled by Naruto's thrusters, he reached the top of the wall, and as he took another step Naruto fell, and when he was on the floor, Naruto also looked at her, and a smile appeared on his face when he saw what was there. The armored titan was already waiting for him. Naruto, deciding to have a little fun, began to speak from the robot. Naruto, so tell me, can you talk like that? He asked amusedly, to which the titan just remained still, just listening. Well, I guess not, but it doesn't matter, tell me, who are you? Are you a soldier who had already been in the army before? He asked and focused on the presence on the back of the titan's neck, discovering that it was like this. It seems not, so you are a newly graduated cadet. He asked, focusing again on the presence of the Titan, which this time stirred briefly, and that was all the answer he needed. Oh. So a cadet, will you be from my promotion? He asked, and again the presence stirred. So if you are from my promotion, who will you be? Jean? Marco? Nicholas? Brian? Or Reiner? He asked, and the presence stirred violently. Oh. So you are Reiner, he said amusedly. With Reiner, he didn't know how he was doing, but every time he asked a question, he got it right until he was able to find out his identity. This bothered him since they had gone through a lot to hide their origins and identity, so that this stupid alien could discover it with just a couple of questions. So, overcome with rage, he started running against Naruto, who was just waiting for him, and then he started talking. Naruto, tell me, Reiner, does your Titan have a heart? He asked, and with his fist he pierced his chest defenses, and like the previous Titan he pierced his chest, and giving a sigh of disappointment Naruto spoke. It seems that you do not have a heart either, although since I arrived here I always wonder, if you do not have a hole to throw away the waste, how is it that you shit all the humans you eat? And also, you have the same organs as us humans, organs like kidney, pancreas, or liver, said Naruto, and without further ado Naruto kicked the Titan's feet, making him fall. On the walls everyone had just arrived with Captain Levi, Ainz, and a slightly uneasy Petra. Because of how sadistic the words of the cadet Naruto from another dimension sounded, and they knew about this, since Pixie and Armin had informed them of Naruto's origin, and while Levi was a little surprised, Hanji was thinking about inspecting his body. On the other hand, there was Bitch, who had already seen Naruto a few times, the times she was sent to inspect the recruits and possible candidates who would be beneficial for the Reconnaissance Legion. And she didn't know why, but she always liked Oi's attitude and his unique haircut. She never thought that this talented recruit would be some kind of traveler between dimensions. Maybe she should talk to him when all this is over, to clear her feelings. But Naruto. He had ripped off the arms of the colossal Titan so that he could not move, since he saw that unlike the other Titans, this one took longer to grow, and in a quick movement, he cut my belly, revealing the inside of the Titan. But when he saw inside, Naruto was disappointed again. Naruto, but what is this? You only have the stomach and the lungs, you don't even have guts, he said in a disappointed tone. Instead, Reiner, deciding that he could not win, decided to escape, and quickly leaving the neck of the Titan he proposed to escape, but however before he could talk more he was taken by the hand of the robot, leaving only Reiner's head out of the fist. Reiner, shit, I have to wait at least 5 minutes to be able to turn into a Titan again, thought in panic. Naruto, where do you think you were going? He said, clenching his fist, breaking almost every bone in his body. Then Naruto loosened his grip and dropped Reiner. Well, Reiner, the truth is that it was not a pleasure meeting you, and I would give you the honor of saying your last words, but I'm sure you'll tell me something like rot, you bastard, so why waste my time listening to your last words? Well, goodbye, Reiner. I probably won't remember you, he said, and without further ado, he also the robot's hand and charged a ray that headed towards Reiner's body, leaving only a crater as an indication that Reiner was there, focusing to notice the presences, just to make sure that the bastard had not survived. Naruto affirmed Reiner's death. In the distance a figure saw this in a state of shock, while tears came out of his eyes and he clenched his teeth. This figure was rebelling like a very enraged Bertolto. Bertolto, damn bastard, I'm going to kill you, he said, and went towards the robot with the clear intention of destroying that robot, and when he was a few meters away from Naruto, he made a cut causing him to become the colossal Titan. Naruto, seeing this, could not help but be surprised by the size of the Titan. Of course he was not so impressed, since the Titan could be almost the same size as the original version of Athena, but because he was thinking about that he did not notice that the Titan's foot was raised backwards to come down at a good speed towards Naruto, who realized too late and without further ado received a kick in the chest, sending him flying a few meters. When he hit the ground he spun around a few times until he regained his balance and went surrendering, and to stop faster Naruto put his hands on the ground until he stopped and was in a running position. Naruto, wow, you caught me off guard. Well, you only left a dent that can be fixed in less than 15 minutes, he said calmly, angering Bertolto for suggesting that his attack was nothing. Well, let's get this over with, he said, and Naruto started running suddenly towards the direction of the colossal Titan. He was preparing his foot again to kick again. Naruto, seeing this, just snorted. Naruto, really? You really don't expect it to fall again, he said, raising both hands, and from these came out cannons that began to fire missiles that headed to the foot of the Titan that was still on the ground, and when they impacted it exploded, destroying the Titan's foot, causing it to destabilize, and collars to one side, causing a great tremor. Naruto, this was desertion, he said as he approached the Titan's head to begin to surround it and stand right on the back of its neck. While Naruto surrounded him, Bertolto tried uselessly to stand up, but it was useless since the Titan's thin hands could not support the weight of his own body. Naruto, well, let's finish this, he said, and was preparing to take Bertolto out of the Titan. But before he could get him out, the Titan exploded in a large cloud of smoke. Damn it, the bastard wants to escape, said Naruto, but a smile appeared on his face and said, well, bad luck, I won't let you, he said, and as the cloud of smoke came out, it dissipated in a few seconds. Naruto activated his thermal vision and looked in all directions until he noticed the heat signature and the presence of Bertolto, who was hiding in a basement of a ruined house that was about 100 meters away. Bertolto, shit, I couldn't avenge Reiner's death, said this, frustrated at not being able to kill the bastard Naruto, but his ramblings were interrupted when he felt the tremor that was approaching his direction. What? Couldn't he have realized where I'm hiding, he said to himself, but the top of the house was blown off, leaving the basement in view, and it terrified Bertolto, who could only articulate a what. Before Naruto put his two hands together pointing towards the basement, and from them multiple cannons came out. Naruto disappears, he said calmly, while a powerful flare of fire came out and incinerated Bertolto, without leaving even a shred of his existence. Naruto, well, it seems that was the last one. Well, I'm going to cover the crack so I can get out of here, he said, but he had to lean to the left, narrowly avoiding a rock the size of his head. What the hell? He wondered after trying to calculate the direction where the rock was sent, until he zoomed in, and in the distance he could make out some kind of giant monkey. Next to a titan with a duck's mouth. Damn, going so long without having hexes affecting me, he said as he watched the monkey take another rock from a basket that the other strange titan had on his back and proceeded to throw it at it, and when he was in front of Naruto, he caught it with one hand and said, Naruto, oh? So you want to play ball? Okay, let's play ball, he said, and threw the rock back. But the beast titan and the cargo titan. Beast Titan, damn son of a bitch is going to pay me. Not only did he kill the carriers of the armored titan and the colossal titan, the bastard destroyed their bodies without leaving a way to recover power, he said, throwing the second rock and quickly turned to grab another stone. You'll see that bastard, but he was interrupted by the other titan. Cargo titan, watch out. She said to the beast titan, who just saw her, and asked. Beast Titan, what's going on? But he couldn't say anything else because a giant rock hit the beast titan's face, sending him backwards and spinning a few times until he was face down while steam came out of his face. The beast titan, who didn't expect that, also looked at him, revealing that the side of his face that was hit was sunken in a disgusting way. Beast Titan, but what? I didn't expect that, he said, astonished to think that he wouldn't know where he was throwing the rocks from, but quickly his face of disbelief changed to one of irritation, and stopping he could see how the robot is running in his direction, and said, I'm going to kill that bastard, he said, and began to run in the direction of the robot while taking other rocks, and on the way he threw them at the robot. However, he dodged them all and was already a few meters from colliding with the beast titan, throwing the last one, but Naruto this time caught it and hit the beast titan in the jaw, in the process lifting it off the ground to a height where the titan's feet were on par with the robot, and without further ado, turning 360 degrees, Naruto cut off the titan's feet, leaving it immobile and letting it fallers to the ground. Naruto, well, it seems that the only thing you're good for is throwing rocks. Well, he watched the titan's useless attempts to reach him. Well, I don't know who you are, and the truth is I'm not interested in knowing, goodbye, he said. Well, he was about to disintegrate him, but he had to hold the other strange titan who made him stagger. Well, he held on tightly to Naruto, immobilizing his hands. Naruto, so you think that just by holding my hands I won't be able to kill him? Well, you're wrong, he said, and from the robot's neck came out a high-powered guided projectile, which headed right for the nape of the beast titan's neck, who opened his eyes and, already resigning himself, only received the impact that exploded, generating a great explosion that, although it was not big enough as a nuclear bomb, it was enough to destroy the body of the guy inside without a trace. When all the smoke dispersed, Naruto was getting up from having resided the shock wave of the explosion, along with the heat that left Athena smoking, but without a scratch. Looking at his surroundings, Naruto could distinguish the battered body of the other titan that tried to stop him, and could see how an almost intact but noticeably tired and weak body came out of it. As he got closer, Naruto could distinguish the figure of the now woman who was lying next to the titan that was beginning to deteriorate. Naruto, oh. So a woman? Well, with that ugly titan I didn't think you were a woman, he said, and pointed a cannon at her while asking, since you are a woman, and the truth is I don't like hurting a woman without a reason, I'm going to give you the opportunity to give me a plausible reason not to kill you. Come on, start, he said to the trembling girl, who only looked at her and said. They were forcing me. I didn't want to do this, but they killed my parents when I was a child and injected me with this power, she said, trembling, to which Naruto just looked at her, inspecting her presence for any hint of a lie, and could notice that she wasn't lying, so he quickly hid the cannon again. Naruto, very well, I believe you, he said calmly, surprising the girl. What? Just doing that? I asked incredulously. Naruto, if nothing else, now tell me, what is your name? He asked, to which the girl could only swallow and say. My name is Peak, he said, stuttering. Naruto, okay then, I'll go cover the crack, he said, and turned around but was interrupted by the girl. "Are you going to leave me here?" she asked somewhat scared, causing Naruto to turn around and see her. "Naruto, so what do you want me to do?" he asked curiously, to which the black-haired titan said. "Well, surely now everyone saw who I am, and they will surely want to catch me, and will begin to experiment on me," she said with fear in her voice, and Naruto, seeing this, could only sigh and approach her to take her with one hand and put it on his shoulder. "Naruto, okay, let's go. I'm not one of those who leave a pretty girl behind," he said as he started walking and Pieck started to blush. On the walls. "Ainz, but what a display of skills, I want him to come here and allow me to inspect his body," she said with a blush on her cheeks and breathing heavily, causing everyone to have a drop of sweat on their forehead, and Petra said, "I really don't think Naruto-kun will let you start dissecting body parts," she said calmly with a drop of sweat, but their conversations were interrupted by a tremor, and when they turned to see, they saw Naruto covering the crack with another stone. And with nothing but happiness they fired the other green flare, indicating that the mission was a success, and everyone within the walls began to celebrate. Meanwhile Pixie turned to see everyone and with a smile said, "Pixie comrades, from today is the first time in the entire history of humanity that we won against the Titans, tomorrow we will celebrate until we can't anymore," she said, and everyone broke into cheers. Meanwhile with Naruto, he was already walking towards the wall to take his girls and leave to his dimension, but not before releasing 5 drones and mentally ordering them to kill all the titans in the area, he said, and the drones just flew away at high speed. That was seen by an already calm Pieck, who asked, "What did you send them for?" He asked, so that the blonde only answered, "Naruto, I sent them to kill all the titans in the area. If everything goes well, they will be done in 7 minutes," he said, surprising the girl who did not believe they would kill so many titans in such a short time. But leaving that aside, Pieck spoke again, "You know, I don't know what you look like, can you come out so I can see your face?" she asked timidly, to which Naruto thought about it for a bit, witnessing the possibilities of being attacked by the girl, but quickly discarded it, since he would feel the bad intentions, and with his movement speed, she would not be able to reach him. Naruto just sighed and left the robot on autopilot and made the robot's head open, surprising the girl by the mechanism, but all her thoughts were dispelled by the sight of a full-fledged heartthrob who had come out of the robot's head, and Pieck, without noticing, had put on a dreamy look and a big blush appeared on her face, and Naruto, seeing this, just started to laugh, which brought Pieck out of his daze, who, noticing his blush, blushed more and began to cover her face tightly with her hair. To prevent Naruto from continuing to see her embarrassed. "Naruto, really? Have you just fallen in love? I know my beauty is incomparable, but at first sight, wait, that's happened before, that takes away the fun," he said, getting discouraged, and Pieck could only blush more, to which Naruto smiled more. "Very well, it's decided, I'm going to take you with me to my world," he said, surprising the black-haired girl who was not informed of the details of Naruto being from another world. "Naruto, alright, you do know where I come from," he said, and proceeded to give him the same explanation he gave to everyone else, and when he finished the explanation, Pieck could only open his eyes in shock due to the new information acquired. "Pieck, that's incredible," he said with stars in his eyes, to which Naruto could only smile and stroke his head, as if he were a child. "Naruto, oh, here come the drones," he said, turning his eyes to see that indeed the drones returned and went through the hole where they were stored. "Well, we are almost at the wall," he said, already being close to the walls, so without further ado the robot jumped again, this time holding Pieck and Naruto with one hand, who were on the shoulder, and walk again, this time a stretch of 3 minutes to reach the habitable area, and without further ado Naruto put the robot in his pocket space and carried Pieck to the top of the wall, where he was being waited by his girls, Pixie, Armin, Ainz, Petra and Levi, who saw the girl who was carrying Naruto in her arms. Annie recognized her as one of the titans, but did not say anything, since she trusted what Naruto did. "Armin, Naruto, who is the girl?" he asked with a hint of suspicion. "Naruto, oh? Her. She's Pieck and she's the carrier titan," he said calmly, but in an instant everyone except the Naruto girls were on guard. "Levi, Cadet Naruto, Uzumaki, stay away from her," he said in a commanding tone, but Naruto just looked at him and said, "Naruto, I thought you were already informed that I am no longer a soldier in their ranks." "Well, the truth is I never considered myself one of their soldiers," he said calmly, looking at Levi, "and the truth is that no matter what you do, I'm going to take my girls and leave this dimension," he said defiantly, and this worried Petra, who still wanted to clarify her feelings, so she gathered courage and took a step forward, calling everyone's attention and said, Petra sighed and said, "And Naruto-kun, please take me with you," she said nervously, causing Naruto to look at her curiously and Levi to look at her a little incredulously, since he didn't expect one of his most valuable soldiers to want to leave the exploration corps. Levi, Petra, who believes, but was interrupted by Naruto, who spoke. "Naruto, it's okay," he said simply, "I see that your feelings are not bad, so why not bring you with me," he said calmly, causing Petra to smile and go hug Naruto. "Petra, thank you, thank you, thank you," she said repeatedly while jumping, but her joy was interrupted by another voice. Ainz and Naruto-kun millimeters, would you let me inspect your body, she said while having heavy breathing and an almost crazy look with a blush. Naruto, oh? So you want to experiment with my body? How about you let me inspect yours first in my bed, he said, to which Ainz's blush intensified with the statement and her gaze softened and she had to look away, unable to avoid the embarrassment. Ainz, what are you saying? Be baka, she said, and Naruto spoke again. How about you come with me to my world? She asked, surprising the brown-haired girl who replied, can I go with you? She asked, to which her response was a yes from Naruto, who turned his gaze and saw Irin's body that was still intact and said, well Irin, as I promised, I killed the bastards who made your life a hell, he said, and without further ado, he deactivated the barrier and channeling a little magic into a spell he threw it at the body, which upon impact, it disappeared into the body which began to disintegrate, leaving nothing behind. Naruto, well if there is nothing else to discuss we leave, he said and approached all the girls and before anyone interfered, they all disappeared in a vortex of golden and black fire that after a few seconds disappeared leaving nothing behind. In an open field where there was only a cave that no one had explored, Naruto and the girls appeared, who were confused since a while ago they were on the wall and now they are in an open field near what looked like a cave, but their thoughts were interrupted by Naruto who spoke. Naruto, okay girls, I have to put a seal on you that will help you cross the portal, he said, and without letting the girls respond, Naruto at high speed spanked them all, which made them squeal in surprise. Raiko, but why did you spank us? She asked, blushing a bit. Naruto, well, to put my seal on their buttocks, why is there a problem? I asked innocently, to what Sasha asked. Sasha, and it had to be on our butts? Asked Sasha, who was still rubbing her butt. Author's note. People, I know that Sasha hadn't included it in the previous chapter and that's because I forgot to include it, so pretend she confessed with Krista and Emer. Naruto, well the truth is it didn't necessarily have to be on their buttocks, but it's just that they make them look hexier and that turns me on, he said blushing to the girls. Okay, tell me, we have to enter the portal, he said as he entered the cave and when everyone was inside Naruto activated the illusion that hid the cave. After 2 minutes going down the cave, they could finally notice the portal that radiated light and before they entered Naruto turned around and looked at them. Naruto, are you sure about this decision? Once you cross this portal there is no turning back, he said, and the girls just smiled and nodded, implying that they were sure about their decision and Naruto seeing this just smiled and said. Naruto, well what are we waiting for, he said as he entered the portal, letting the girls know that it was safe and without hesitation, the girls entered in a line and found themselves in a hallway full of other portals and a Naruto waiting for them. Naruto, come follow me, he said as he led the girls down the long hallway that seemed endless until Naruto stood in front of a crystalline portal and said, girls, are you ready? This is the portal to my world, he said pointing to the portal. Okay, let's go, the other girls will be happy to meet you, he said entering the portal, followed by the girls who were excited to see the world where their beloved came from and when they entered they were able to see the starry sky. Full of shooting stars that passed from one side to the other and something that surprised them was that in the sky, they could see the moon along with 2 other planets that were a little apart from each other. Naruto, I see you like the view, he said as he gave each of them a badge with a wing. These are so you can fly, but obviously you won't be able to achieve it yet, it requires some practice. I'm giving them to you, so I don't forget to give them to you later, but for now I'll have you levitate and follow me to the tomb of Nazarick, he said, intriguing the girls by the mention of a tomb. Tt grave? She said nervously, to which Naruto just laughs and says. Naruto, don't worry, it's not a grave itself, it's more like my home, he said as they walked away from the place towards the tomb of Nazarick. Chapter 20. Naruto and his girls had landed on the surface of the tomb of Nazarick, which had not changed much in the time he had been away, although of course according to the information they had been given by the women who had stayed in the tomb 2 years in that dimension had been a month, so the tomb of Nazarick could not have changed in that short time. And without further ado Naruto guided his new women to the interior of the tomb, who like the other girls, were surprised when they entered and saw that inside it was bigger than it appeared. Naruto, seeing their faces of condition, decided to clarify his doubts as he had done with his other girls previously. Naruto, I see you have some doubts, come on, don't hold back, ask whatever you want, he said with a reassuring smile that filled the girls with courage. Edo Naruto-kun, why is the inside bigger than it looks on the outside? Asked the former Exploration Corps soldier somewhat nervously. Naruto, well Petra-chan, that's because the moment we entered through the doors we were transported to the 7th floor, he said calmly, leaving the girls in doubt. Sandra's 7th floor? That means, she said, but was interrupted by Naruto who said. Naruto, that's right Sandra-chan, we're underground, he said, and everyone was surprised that they were transported underground without realizing it. Everyone continued walking calmly through the corridors until Naruto stopped in front of a door that was bigger than the others, and if one concentrated more, one could hear some noises coming from inside. Naruto, well girls, this is my room, he said to the girls as they watched Naruto open the door and show his room, and seeing what was happening inside they all blushed a scarlet red, since inside the room was a large group of girls huddled together, while they groped each other and moaned Naruto's name, and shortly after Naruto opened the door, they all stopped what they were doing to look in the direction of the door. They could notice the reason for their caresses, wet dreams and excitement. So at a blinding speed that the new girls could not follow, the group of women who were previously in the big bed were hugging Naruto while saying things like, "Naruto-kun, you're back honey, you don't know how much I missed you, Naruto-kun, let's go to bed and buck me," those and other comments could be heard. Naruto, wow, how energetic, I see you have trained a lot, I noticed that the speed and strength of you increased greatly, he said while looking at Hestia, Ace, Tien, Reveria, Bella, Lilith, Grafe and Linus, who were happy to be praised for their crush, but before they fixed something Naruto spoke again, "Alright, here I present to you your new sisters," he said, introducing them to his new women. They're called Mikasa, Annie, Sandra, Hannah, Krista, Emer, Sasha, Raiko, Peek, Petra and Ainz, he said, pointing to each one who made a small bow. "Well, why don't we all go to bed and have a good night of passion," said Naruto, walking towards the large bed, being followed by all the girls who were blushing, some out of embarrassment, others out of longing and others for both things at the same time, and without further ado Naruto summoned a good number of clones that chose each one of the girls and start groping them while they were kissed passionately, and there began the longest hex session that Naruto had in his entire life, lasting almost 4 whole days, but leaving all the girls more than satisfied by the tremendous hex section. Naruto, damn, if it weren't for the fact that my resistance is equal to my amount of mana, I wouldn't be able to satisfy them all. I'm thankful that my mana is infinite, he said while he fell asleep with his members still inside a fainted Krista. It had been 8 months since Naruto decided to take a break from his adventures and stay in the tomb having hex every day with his girls, but Naruto saw that his girls were very tired, so he decided to give them a break, which they appreciated. Of course, it wasn't that they didn't like it. It's more that they loved having relations with Naruto, but their bodies had a limit that they knew very well, so they decided between them to tell Naruto to go on an adventure so that he could get more women, since they alone could not satisfy him. So here Naruto was standing again on the great glass wall that seemed almost infinite, and without further ado Naruto entered with a sigh while thinking, "Naruto, I hope that whatever dimension I go to doesn't disappoint me," he thought until he disappeared into the wall and reappeared in the hallway full of portals and looked both ways while deciding where to go. Let's see, I think that in the first adventures, I always went to the right, how about if this time I go left," he said and began his walk. So he was walking for more than half an hour without finding a single portal that interested him. Until he saw one that was surrounded by water. Naruto seeing that portal, since it seemed to be made of water, and that made it somewhat unique since most of the portals were almost the same, with the only difference that they had a name written on a stone as if it were a sign. But moving away from his thoughts as he approached the portal, Naruto felt a kind of pull, as if he was being pulled by the pain technique. Of course, the first pull was like a child trying to pull his father. But the second pull was something else. The second pull felt like you were being pulled by someone who was going to the speed of light and unable to avoid it. Naruto was pulled by that mysterious force that attracted him to the portal and thus effectively putting him in it. In a wide sea where not a single island could be seen, a portal suddenly appeared and remained there doing absolutely nothing for at least 5 minutes until a burst of speed something flew out of the portal, and once it came out the portal disappeared, but nevertheless you could see how the shepherd or person who came out of the portal was bouncing in the water as if they had thrown a stone with the purpose of jumping into the water. However, every time it bounced it raised a huge amount of water as if there had been an explosion in the impact area, and this lasted at least 40 minutes until the speed decreased to a speed more or less comparable to the speed of the fastest fighter in the world. But in the distance and the trajectory of the object that came out of the portal, 2 species of marine animals of an exaggeratedly large size came out of the sea, and without realizing the projectile they began to fight each other. And without more, they did not even have time to realize when the projectile at high speed pierced their skulls to both, and finally reducing the speed more, causing the projectile to land with great force on an island, generating a great tremor on the island that put all its Anitas on alert. After a few minutes of having impacted the island, the smoke from the impact was dissipating, and a figure could be distinguished in a large crater that was lying on the ground with its gaze upwards looking at the sky, and a few seconds later in the sky, the same portal opened that was descending until it was almost in front of Naruto, and not long after the portal shrank and melted into Naruto's right hand, making a kind of portal-shaped tattoo appear on him. Naruto just stood there looking at the sky as he took out a bag of chips and a can of soda to start eating and said to himself, what just happened? He wondered as he lay there eating with a chibi face and with clothes all dirty and shabby. Well, the truth is Naruto did not care that the clothes were damaged, since the clothes he was wearing really was not that difficult to get and he was just using it for a change. So without further ado Naruto stood up from the crater he was lying in and deciding to walk for a while, he felt several presences approaching towards his position and thinking that it would be a good idea to talk to the inhabitants of the island to make sure of where he was, he decided to wait for the presences to arrive. So waiting about 3 minutes, Naruto finally noticed how 5 figures came out of the trees and landed in front of Naruto while pointing arrows and bows at him. Naruto seeing this decided to raise his hands as a sign that he came in peace, but when he saw more Naruto also noticed that the 5 people who appeared were women. Naruto this, could you tell me where I am, as you can see I just landed on this island by accident, he said calmly. Woman 1, you dare to act so confused that we'll believe you're here by accident. One of the women said in an indignant voice. Naruto well, isn't seeing this crater enough evidence that I fell here by accident? He asked and the women laughed. Woman 2 ha do you think we are unbelievers? A devil fruit carrier can't do that, so don't underestimate us, she said, to which Naruto also raised an eyebrow. Naruto devil fruits. Wow, that's new, he said to himself, but the women heard him. Woman 3, oh now you pretend not to know what devil fruits are, she said and continued talking. But since we are good people, while we escort you as a prisoner to the Coliseum, we will explain everything that you supposedly do not know. Of course if you ask any very personal questions, we will not answer them, she said, while putting some kind of black snakes that fit in his hands, acting as handcuffs, and guided him to the supposed Coliseum. On the way they told him that he was on Kuja Island and explained what the devil fruits were and what kinds of powers they provided until they arrived at the Coliseum and Naruto could see that in the stands only women could be seen who began to scream for his death. Not giving importance to their boos, Naruto noticed that in the middle of the Coliseum there was a man with a straw hat who was tied with the same snakes as him, and in front there were some stairs that went up to a throne where there was a woman who was beautiful in a few words, and on his sides there were an orange-haired woman who was overweight and another green-haired woman with an overly large head, but his thoughts were interrupted by the escorts who guided him here. Woman 4 Hancock-sama, we found this man in the forest outside the village, said to the now identified Hancock. Hancock, so you brought another man to the island, he said as he looked at the other man with a hat who was staring at Naruto until he spoke. Who are you? He asked confused, making everyone sweat droplets except Naruto, who remained impassive. Naruto well I'm Naruto and well I was just planning to travel aimlessly until I found a worthy opponent who could face me, he said calmly, as if being tied hand and foot in front of a crowd waiting for his death wasn't a big deal. Hancock, I see you have a lot of arrogance, she said squinting at Naruto who looked at her with eyes full of boredom that bothered her a little and decided to try to accelerate his heart with her beauty. That arrogance of yours I like, she said with a flirtatious voice that caught Naruto's attention who stared at her curiously, and Hancock thinking that she had him absorbed in her beauty, used the power of her devil fruit and said. Hancock merely said, positioning his hand stretched out towards the front of his chest in the shape of a heart, and heart-shaped waves began to come out towards Naruto, that when they reached him absolutely nothing happened, leaving Naruto and Hancock confused, who could not believe that this was happening again. Naruto is something supposed to happen? He asked confused to a Hancock who came out of her daze. Hancock, but doesn't this man find me attractive? She wondered out loud but was interrupted by Naruto who spoke, oh don't get me wrong, I think you're pretty, it's just that I've been in the company of my women for so long who are also beautiful, that I can now control my lust at will, he said calmly to a more than shocked Hancock who spoke with incredulity. Millimeters women. Did you just speak in plural? Are you forcing them to do inappropriate things? I knew it, men are the worst, she finished speaking until the pressure was felt in the area and an incredible thirst for blood that made them tremble. Naruto, don't you dare insinuate that I'm forcing them to do something, since I would never do something like that, I'm not a bastard who treats them like slaves, he said seriously, to which Hancock opened her eyes at those words. Naruto just stopped filtering his small fraction of killer instinct and looked to the sides and saw that most of the women in the stadium were fainted, and Naruto just sighed and said, Hancock-san, don't say that again, since before my women came to live with me, I gave them the option to refuse and yet all of them accepted, and if they refused I wouldn't force them, since I don't like forcing someone to do something they don't like. And if in the future I meet someone who treats others like slaves, don't doubt that I will kill him in the most painful way possible, he said, to which Hancock just stared at him along with her sisters who were also stunned, but little by little, an imperceptible blush began to appear on Hancock's cheeks that no one he noticed, and coming out of his daze, Hancock decided to speak. Hancock, well I don't feel like doing this anymore, I'm tired, she said while covering her face with her hand hiding her blush and some imperceptible tears that fell on her cheeks, while she thought to herself there are still people like him who are willing to defy heaven, she thought as they left and escorted Naruto and the guy with a hat along with Hancock who went to the largest building in the town. And when they entered they left Naruto next to the guy waiting next to some curtains that seemed to cover a large bed. I'm hungry, he said while throwing a tantrum, and saw how Naruto was absent-mindedly eating some kind of potatoes, and trying to discreetly take some he stretched his hand to the bag, but when he was about to put his hand in, it was quickly pushed away by Naruto's hand that was looking at him. Naruto, what do you think you were doing? He calmly asked the guy who was dreaming about his hand. Ouch, that hurt, he said while continuing to rub his hand. I just wanted to eat something, he said, making Naruto sigh and say, you just had to ask me, and I would give you some, he said while taking out another bag of chips and throwing it to the guy who caught them and ate them in one bite, making Naruto sweat, who said, you know you could at least taste them, he said, and suddenly the curtains had opened, revealing a backless Hancock. Hancock, you said you've seen this mark before, he said as he moved his hair from his back, revealing a circle-shaped mark with 3 triangles on top and 1 triangle on the bottom. The guy just stared at the mark until he shook his head and said, nope, this one is different. I have a fisherman friend who has an almost similar mark, only his looks like a sun, he finished saying, and another voice interrupted the conversation, and everyone turned to see an old woman who was balancing on top of a snake that was imitating a cane. Old woman, so a fishman, it is known that fishmen were taken as slaves by the Tenryubito, she said, seeing the 5 people in the room, and Hancock sisters said in unison, grandmother Nyamba, they said, seeing the old woman. The now identified as Nyamba looked at the guy with the hat and said, you must be Monkey D. Luffy, she said, to which the now identified Luffy spoke. Luffy, old lady, how do you know about me? He asked, to which the old lady took out a newspaper and said, Nyamba, and how could I not know about you if you caused a stir 3 days ago in the Sabati archipelago in which you hit a Tenryubito, he said, surprising everyone except Naruto, who didn't know what a Tenryubito was or what a fishman was. While everyone was in shock and couldn't utter a single word, they heard the crunch of potato chips, and when they turned to look, they saw a very calm Naruto who was still eating. Nyamba, I see you very calm, she said looking at Naruto, who saw the old woman deciding on an option that she had not tried before, which was to reveal her origins from the beginning and thus avoid holding back. She decided to speak. Naruto, well, that's because I'm not really from this dimension and I don't know what those fishmen or Tenryubito things are. If anything, I know what devil fruits are because some guards who escorted me to the Coliseum explained it to me, he said nonchalantly, leaving the room in an overwhelming silence while Naruto could be heard taking out other chips and opening them. Everyone, what? They all screamed in shock. Naruto, well, from your reaction it seems that you already know about the theory of dimensions. Well, that saves me more explanation, he said calmly. Luffy, or are you from another dimension? He said with stars in his eyes. Nyamba, who had recovered a little, decided to speak. You know, you really don't look like a dimension traveler, she said cautiously while looking at Naruto's tattered clothes, who followed her gaze towards his clothes and said, Naruto, oh. This is just that the portal to this dimension behaved strangely, pulling me in and then expelling me at the speed of light, sending me flying around the world for 40 minutes and making me land on this island, he said, while channeling a little skill into the tattoo that the portal left him, making the portal appear next to Naruto. This left everyone stunned, but Baba quickly began to look in the newspaper, something that caught everyone's attention, and they saw the old woman reading an article with her eyes open. Nyamba, everything matches, she said astonished, showing the newspaper here. They talk about a strange event that occurred a few hours ago, about an object that was flying at great speed for approximately 40 minutes. It is said that the object broke more than 15 ships in two, she said, and Naruto was surprised by that. Naruto, wow, news travels fast for a time like this, and about the ships, I really wasn't sorry about destroying them, he said, trying to remember when he destroyed those ships, but quickly shrugged and said, well, I'll wait for you all to get used to the information given to explain why I came here, and if you want I'll tell you about my world, he said, and waited approximately 15 minutes, and when he was sure that they were okay, he decided to speak. Well, since you're all calmer, I'll tell you what my goal is, he said to a very attentive Hancock, his sisters, Baba and Luffy. The reason is because I'm looking for a worthy opponent who can face me, he said, and they all stared at him as Naruto continued talking. You see, being someone immortal with the power to destroy planets, I like it, but there comes a time when you've lived so many thousands and thousands and thousands of millions of years that you get bored and really look for some entertainment. So here's the reason for my visit to this world, he said while everyone looked at him in disbelief. Hancock, are you immortal? I asked incredulously. Naruto, yes, I've lived a long time, so much so that I don't even remember how old I am, he said calmly. Now if you want, you can ask something about my world, he said, and everyone looked at each other and nodded. Nyamba, what is your world really like? Are they good people? The old woman asked, hoping that at least there was a world made up of good people. Naruto, well, unfortunately in my world they are plagued by kingdoms where there is a lot of corruption, slavery and prostitution, but don't worry, one by one they are keeping quiet, he said with a sinister smile that they didn't notice. Hancock, how is it that those kingdoms are keeping quiet? I asked, saying kingdoms with disgust. Naruto, oh well, you see, not long ago I rescued a fishing village from pirates who killed the citizens and raped the women, he said, and everyone was disgusted by those pirates since those cases were still seen here. But Naruto continued talking, so I went to the town and killed all the pirates and rebuilt the town, and shortly after I rescued that town, I sent some of my soldiers to spy on the Servando kingdoms, and what my soldiers informed me was not to my liking, so I decided to send some of my soldiers again, but this time to take all the good people who unfortunately could be counted on the fingers of the hands along with the children, and when the people along with the children were taken out of that hell, I sent them to the fishing village where I decided to build an orphanage and school so that they would have a good future. And on the other hand, the kingdom where there was only pure darkness, he said, pausing, looking at everyone who looked at him expectantly. Well, I better show you, he said, and threw a cube that opened and began to project from above a kingdom that was larger than the 10 Yubito castles. Everyone saw this until a figure appeared in the projection that they identified as Naruto. Luffy, hey look, it's you, Naruto, he said, pointing to the projection of Naruto, who raised a hand that began to materialize a white sphere. This surprised everyone when the projection launched the sphere to the kingdom. Hancock, what are you doing? He asked, but had to swallow what he was going to say next when he saw how the sphere impacted the kingdom, generating a huge massive explosion that destroyed everything in its path, leaving only a huge crater. Everyone was in absolute shock to see that. Hancock, what? She could only articulate almost in an inaudible tone, surprised by the power she had. However, Luffy was trembling with annoyance seeing that and let Naruto know when he started to scream. Luffy, you bastard. Are you aware of how many people you killed? You didn't even give them a chance to redeem themselves, he said angrily, to which Naruto just looked at him and said. Naruto, Luffy, let me tell you that you are very naive, he said simply, to which Luffy became more upset, and the other occupants of the room only saw the argument and saw that Naruto continued talking. Luffy, as I said before, I am immortal and I have lived a long time. Do you think that in all those millennia and millennia of my existence, I have not met people like me, people who killed, people who raped, people who committed mass homicides? People who killed their own families. In my long life I met so many people like that, and you know what I did? He asked Luffy, who stared hard at Naruto, who continued talking. I forgave them and gave them the option to find a better life, to change their ways of thinking, but do you know what those people did to whom I gave the opportunity? He said, sharpening his gaze to Luffy, who took a step back. The damned kept killing, kept stealing, and above all kept raping, he said to an already dejected Luffy. That's why I eliminated all those insignificant garbage that only occupied valuable space on Earth, and I will create a world where there is no corruption, where there are no murders, where there is no prostitution. That's why I will create the perfect world, he said to the spectators who remained listening the whole time. But of course all that until I find an opponent that can face me, and little by little this perfect world will be formed. After all, I have all the time in the world, he said calmly, leaving the room in a deafening silence until Naruto's stomach growled and he blushed and looked away, and Hancock just laughed at that to relieve the tension and said. Hancock, if you want you can go to the banquet that will be held for my arrival. Oh right, and you wanted me to take you on my ship to meet your friends, right? Well, I can take you tomorrow if you want. And you, Naruto-kun? What will you do? I asked, and Naruto just shrugged and said. Naruto, I guess I'll go with you and Luffy so you can drop me off at a village and start my search, he said, causing Hancock's heart to clench, and she made an imperceptible grimace, but she could only nod and call one of the maids to guide them to the banquet. But before they left, Naruto asked. Naruto, aren't you coming, Hancock? You know, after all that banquet they did it for you, he said, to which Hancock just shook his head and said. Hancock, I'm not really hungry, I'm just tired, so I'm just going to rest, she said, and Naruto just shrugged and followed the maid and Luffy. At the banquet, everything was in a tense atmosphere, while all the occupants of the dining room looked at some specific people, who were Luffy and Naruto, who were eating. Well, rather, Luffy was choking. Naruto only ate some meat gravy with companions at a relaxed speed, and every time Luffy tried to grab some of his food, he only slapped him. That made him howl in pain. The women in the place did not know what to do. A few hours ago they were screaming for their deaths. But now they were invited by the Boa Hancock herself to eat at her welcome banquet. They really did not know what to think until some members of Hancock's crew grouped together and began to draw conclusions until they came to one in which this was all a trap that Hancock devised for them to kill the men. So they discreetly began to take out daggers and swords so that in a quick movement they pounced with knives in hand towards the nearest one, who was Luffy. But they quickly had to stop their attack as they saw an already obese Luffy standing with a serious look. This made them think that the victims had already realized their attack, so without further ado, they pounced again with their objective, but what Luffy said next threw them off, making them fall. Luffy, where's the music? This isn't a party if there's music, he said, and Naruto, who was talking to a waitress, shouted in indignation. Naruto, what do you mean there's no alcohol? A party without alcohol isn't a party, otherwise where would be the fun in this, she said, and everyone turned to look at Naruto, who was looking at a very nervous waitress who was just stuttering things like they don't drink many alcoholic drinks here. This scared Naruto a little, who listening carefully to what she said asked the waitress, you said they don't drink much alcohol, does that mean they still drink, right? So alcohol isn't prohibited here, right? She asked, and the waitress could only nod and say true, although they don't drink much alcohol here, it's not prohibited, she said, and Naruto sighed. Naruto, if I almost had a heart attack from the scare, he said as he turned to see everyone who was watching him and said, very well, let's all get drunk, he said as he took a bunch of alcoholic drinks out of his pocket space. 1 hour later. There were a bunch of women with a Naruto and a missing Luffy who was taken by a blonde girl to the house of the old Nyamba. They were all drunk while they continued drinking, and at this moment they had moved all the tables, leaving a large place where everyone began to dance, and suddenly Naruto takes out a kind of cell phone created by Delta and begins to take photos and record videos of all the crazy things he did with the inhabitants of the island, which went from group photos. Photos of some kissing, photos of others naked, and photos of others vomiting in a corner. After that, Naruto decided to grab the tables and put them together in the background, something that looked like a stage, and standing on top of the tables, Naruto took out some DJ equipment with Bosnias and quickly installed them to a nuclear battery that he had inside his pocket space, and without further ado Naruto began to play electronic music as if it were a festival. The women, upon hearing something different from what was usual, became interested in the rhythmic sound of the music and could not help but start to enjoy the music and start jumping with joy while listening to music and drinking alcohol, so they spent about 5 hours playing music until 3 in the morning. Naruto stopped playing music and saw that most of the women were asleep, except for 3 women who were drunkenly talking to each other. Naruto, seeing this, caught his attention and staggeringly dodging the bodies of the other sleeping women, he approached a group of 3 who were talking in drunken voices and asked, hey Hick, what are you talking about? He drunkenly asked the girls, who turned to look at Naruto, and without hesitation they said, oh? Hick, Naruto, we were just talking about Hick, but she remained thoughtful and then spoke again, oh right, we haven't introduced ourselves, she's Rindo, she said, pointing to a girl with a serious face, but noticeably wobbly, and with a drunken blush on her face. The tall girl over there, Hick is Aphalandra, he said, pointing to another girl who was noticeably taller than most of the women. Naruto, seeing her better, noticed that she was certainly very tall. If he calculated, she was at least 3 kisses taller than him, but she did have a killer body like the other 2, but his thoughts were interrupted by the girl he was introducing. Hick, and I'm Ran, Hick, she said. Author's note, I couldn't find a cool picture of her, so you'll have to imagine her with a killer body, end of author's note. And Naruto saw the 3 girls from top to bottom and couldn't help but be delighted by their very well-worked bodies, but shaking off those thoughts he said, Hick, nice to meet you, now tell me what you were talking about, he said, getting closer until he was next to them, who started talking again. Ran, we were just talking about an abandoned house in the woods, and they say ghosts appear at night, she said, and a chill ran down Naruto's spine. Aphalandra, oh? Seriously, how about we visit him? The tall woman suggested. Rindo, yes, that's a good idea, maybe it would help us prove the theory that a scare can make us sober up, she said, a little wobbly. Ran, well, it's decided that you say Naruto you're coming, he said, and Naruto could only articulate a few unintelligible words, and the 3 girls just looked at each other. Aphalandra, it's not that you're afraid of fans, but she couldn't finish speaking because Naruto interrupted her. Naruto, me? Afraid of ghosts? PFFF, please let's go to that haunted house, he said with a nervous smile. Rindo, well then let's go, he said as the girls started walking, followed by Naruto, who was thinking. Naruto, shit, they had to be ghosts, well if I'm lucky it will all be a farce, and the house won't be haunted, he thought to himself, and it is that it did not matter the great amount of years in which they changed his attitude and his way of being, there was something that never changed in him, and that was his fear of ghosts. No matter how much he tried to leave that fear he could not, and there was a time that Naruto hated with all his soul. And that time was when people got into occultism, where they sacrificed goats and things like that, for 2 reasons. The first, because it seemed ridiculous to try to summon the devil. I mean, what the buck if the theory of the god and the devil exists that would prevent the devil from killing them all. And secondly, he was scared when they began to sing their summoning rites, because when he was walking through a forest and began to hear those songs, he really thought they were the ghosts that were around him. But leaving his thoughts aside, Naruto noticed that they were already in the forest, and they were only carrying a torch, and in the distance you could see a house that was a mansini with at least 4 floors. Naruto, wow, Hick, who lived here before? He asked with his notable drunkenness, to which the girls put on a thinking pose until one answered. Rindo, it is said that the ancient matriarch of the Kuja lived here before, Hick, he said, and everyone just stared at the mansion that looked deteriorated. Aphalandra, well why doesn't Naruto go in first since Hick is a man, she said, and Naruto tensed, but quickly tried to gather his courage and nodded. Naruto okay, here I go he said while everyone saw Naruto approach the doors of the mansion and open them with a chilling screech and begin to take a few steps until he was a few steps inside the mansion, but suddenly the doors closed and the following scene happened. The girls, seeing such a scene and seeing a Naruto who was clinging to Aphilandra's waist as if letting go of her would cost him his life, thought in unison, either he saw something very scary or he's just afraid of ghosts they said while they saw how Naruto began to recover. Naruto cough excuse me for such an outburst, said noticeably more sober which was noticed by everyone. Ran hey hick isn't talking so drunk anymore she said, and the others nodded and Naruto noticing that could only say. Naruto hey, it's true, I feel more sober, he said while taking a sip from his beer bottle that he hadn't let go of during the entire scene. Well, let's go in then, he said, and the group prepared to enter the house, and when everyone was inside, the doors slammed shut again, giving everyone a small shiver as they looked at each other and said. Everyone must have been the wind he said and continued walking without anything interesting happening, so they spent about 12 minutes walking until they reached the second floor and walked through a hallway full of doors. Naruto, this is very quiet he said, but not long after saying that a lazy lullaby began to be heard along with the moans of a baby and the slight crying of a mother. This tensed the four who turned pale upon hearing that and turned almost white when they noticed that the sounds were coming from the room right next to them and swallowing from nervousness a very trembling Ran grabbed the door handle and slowly began to open it until a crib could be noticed and next to it, someone who was sobbing. Seeing this the girls calmed down since they thought it was only one of the women of their tribe who was lost, so without further ado they went towards her and when they were right behind her, Ran put a hand on her shoulder, causing the girl to stop sobbing. Ran hey are you lost? She asked while her hand was held by the hand of the woman who was previously sobbing, who noticed that she was young by the texture of her skin, if you want I can, but her words died on her lips when she saw how the skin of the crying woman began to age and detach from her bones until only a skeleton remained. She turned to look at Ran with some flesh torso still on her skull and asked. Ghost will you help me find my son? He asked and Ran just fainted from fear while the others screamed and hugged each other and in a quick movement before running away, Naruto took Ran by the waist and placed her on his shoulder and they ran away from the scene until they felt safe. Naruto what the hell was that? I almost shit myself in fear he said with the others nodding. Rindo don't even tell me I still feel like it's breathing on me cause she didn't finish speaking as she turned to her side and indeed there was the monster staring at her, she could only see her with a neutral face, articulate a slight A and then fainted and Naruto and Aphilandra seeing this screamed in agony and again Naruto taking Rindo put her on his other shoulder and ran at full speed with a fainted Ran and Rindo along with an Aphilandra who could mysteriously follow him El Paso. Taking a crazy sedition Naruto decided to enter another note with his fainted companions and Aphilandra and close the door abruptly and hold them so it wouldn't be opened and they sighed in relief at not noticing the monster following them. Aphilandra what was that thing? She asked with a trembling voice. Naruto I have no idea, I just hope it doesn't fly back, but was interrupted by the movement of a small ball that hit the door. Aphilandra and Naruto lowered their gaze and focused their sight more and noticed that the cousin was actually an eye. They quickly noticed how the other eye was rolling until it was next to the other, then an almost broken voice asked them. Voice have you guys was speaking in unison that Aphilandra and Naruto looked up and noticed a woman sitting in the middle of the room with her head down, but quickly lowered her head, revealing that her eyes were missing and asking, have you seen my eyes? She screamed and this time it was Aphilandra's turn to faint and it was Naruto's turn again to catch her and run away and if you looked closely, it could be a funny sight to see Naruto carrying two normal-sized girls along with another who was about 3 times his height, but of course, it would be funny if you couldn't see the skeletal monster along with the eyeless woman chasing them. Outside the house you could see a person shouting the names of Ran, Rindo, Aphilandra and Naruto as a sign that he was looking for them. This figure showed itself to be a calm Marguerite. But he continued walking until he was next to the house that was said to be haunted. Thinking about that gave him chills, but he quickly discarded the option of going in there to look for them and when he was about to leave, he began to hear sounds coming from the mansion and when he turned to the door. They were sent flying from a stop by Naruto who came out of the mansion carrying the other 3 girls he was looking for and Naruto just fell to the ground, letting the other 3 girls remain silent about him, who not long after began to wake up and see that they were on top of a panting Naruto, but their attention was caught by a Marguerite who called them. Marguerite listen what were you doing there, but Naruto also shook his head and said. Naruto that house has to be demolished, there are some horrible things inside he said, making the girls who accompanied him remember everything that happened and start to tremble and nod in agreement. Thank goodness I was able to get out of there with the girls who were fainted, he said sighing in relief, and the girls only blushed out of embarrassment at having fainted and because Naruto didn't abandon them in there. Marguerite yes of course we will talk about that later, I was just looking for you to tell you that Luffy was looking for you especially Naruto she said to which Naruto also looked at her and asked. Naruto by the way what time is it? He asked to which Marguerite only responded by saying. Marguerite well it's exactly 3:28 am she said and Naruto also raised an eyebrow in confusion. Naruto 3:28. But that means we were only there in Almeria for 22 minutes, we really have to destroy that house, I felt like I was in there for at least 5 hours he said looking at the girls. Marguerite yeah well we'll talk about that later now we should go with Naruto-san she said and everyone started to follow her, while Naruto shrugged and started walking next to his 3 companions, while they looked more sober. Naruto well it seems that the scare theory did work, I mean we don't seem so drunk anymore he said and the 3 girls realized that they didn't feel so drunk and nodded in surprise, but then they saw Naruto take out another bottle of beer and start drinking it. Ran are you planning on getting drunk again? Asked the black-haired girl to Naruto who just looked at her and shrugged. Naruto if after all I still want to keep celebrating, but tell me don't you want to too? He said as he put his arm around her neck and held her close to him which made her blush and she could only nod and start drinking, and Naruto looked at the others who were watching them and said, come on you guys don't stay out come and drink with me he said and offered more bottles of beer to everyone including Marguerite who refused with the argument that she got drunk quickly. But in the end she gave in and started drinking with the others all the way to the village, and when they were halfway there they were all drunk again and started talking incoherently, until a question came up that intrigued the girls and confused Naruto. Marguerite tell me Naruto how are babies made? Because the truth is I always thought it was strange that babies were brought by a bird she asked while the others stopped drinking, intrigued, waiting for the blonde's answer. Naruto wait don't you guys know how babies are made? You've got to be kidding me he said jokingly, but seeing the girls' serious faces he was surprised and said, wait don't you guys really know that? He said and the girls just nodded, oh well then you're putting me in a tense situation he said, but saw that they were still waiting for the answer, making them sigh and telling them everything in great detail about how babies were made and all that stuff. Aphilandra, who was as shocked as a tomato, said, do they really have to do all that to make a baby? She said, to which Naruto just nodded and saw that everyone was blushing. Naruto well don't worry, that's if you want to make a baby but if you don't want to there's no need to force you he said, calming the girls. Ran P but every time you do those things the woman will get pregnant? I asked innocently. Naruto not necessarily, you can do it without the risk of getting pregnant he said simply. I laugh, but why would they do that? I asked confused. Naruto well, they do it simply for pure pleasure he said, and the girls just looked at him. Marguerite wait are you telling me that doing that is pleasurable? I asked the blonde who was taking a big gulp of his beer. Naruto well it is certainly pleasurable for both parties if the man knows how to please the woman, but if it is the first time that the woman does the carnal act for her, it will be painful for a few brief moments he said to which the girls tensed but stopped talking when they noticed that they were already at Nyanba's house and there was a Luffy who was walking from one side to the other as if he was nervous, but when he saw Naruto, he quickly approached him and said. Luffy Naruto, you have to help me save my brother, he said to Naruto who put a hand on his shoulder to make him relax. Naruto calm down and tell me calmly he said and Nyanba noticed that he was drunk. Nyanba is Naruto drunk? And not only you also got the girls drunk she said incredulously. Ran got down and not only that, got more than 98% of the island's population drunk, he said, surprising the old woman who started to rant. Naruto calm down old woman if you want I have a spell that can purge everyone of drunkenness he said, to which the old woman only said. Nyanba and what are you waiting for? She shouted and Naruto simply did the spell, making a magic circle appear over the heads of all the drunk women, thus purging the alcohol from their system. Naruto done, you take the fun out of life he said, and turned to look at Luffy, now tell me what's going on he said to which he said again. Luffy you have to help me, my brother was caught by the Marines and he's going to be executed in 4 days he said, and Naruto just looked at him and sighed while nodding. Naruto okay, I'll help you, what do you need me to do? He asked as everyone started planning routes to get to the most protected prison in the world called Until Dawn. Naruto was about to suggest they go to one of his warships that he clearly had stored in his pocket space, but was interrupted by Ran who said something about some Navy Vice Admiral offering Hancock a ride to Marineford. Luffy and what did he say? I asked. Ran well, I reject them since she has very bad memories of that place he said simply. Luffy, but we can get there on any other normal ship, right? I asked almost hopefully. Rindo we could get there, but it would take us about a week to get there he said, and this disappointed Luffy on the other hand a ship in the Navy can take the shortcut that the Marines have reserved just for them and get there in about 2 days he said, leaving Naruto thoughtful. Naruto is there any consequence for rejecting the Marines' request? He asked since if he sent a vice admiral to look for her it was for something important. Nyanba well she is a Shichibukai, it is a title granted by the Marines to 8 pirates who are powerful, and if you accept the title the Navy grants protection to your loved ones, or if you want to yourself, and in this case the protection is on the island of the Kujas, but if ever any request from the Navy is rejected the title and the protections will be revoked, term to explain what Naruto said. Naruto I would not like to go tell Hancock-chan to accept a request that she really does not want to accept, but seeing the options we have the only option that would benefit us all would be to tell Hancock-chan to accept with the condition of first going to see the prisoner who is Luffy's brother, while I hide Luffy in my pocket space, and I sneak next to Hancock-chan and stay inside the room that will be given to Hancock-chan, he said, finishing saying his plan. While everyone hearing Naruto's plan nodded as an affirmation of being a good plan. Luffy well what are we waiting for, go, but was interrupted by one of Hancock's maids who entered the house calling Nyanba. Maid Nyanba-sama, we need you to go see Hancock-sama, she is very sick she said, which surprised everyone in the room. Naruto wow this is very inopportune thought to himself as everyone began to head to the Kuja Empress's mansion. On the way Nyanba asked about what Hancock's apparent illness was, but the maid only said that the nurse didn't know what the chest pain was due to. This intrigued Nyanba who remained silent, trying to find out what the illness was until her mind clicked, but she remained silent and decided to dispel her doubts on her own once they arrived at the room where Hancock was. Before they entered Nyanba decided to speak. Nyanba please wait Hira asked his followers, but Luffy didn't understand the hint and decided to protest. Luffy, but we are in a hurry he said, but was quickly stopped by I know from Nyanba who looked at him, making him calm down. Nyanba entered the room alone seeing a worried Marigold and Sandersonia. They were standing next to a large bed in which was a sweaty Hancock who was breathing heavily, deciding to approach the doctor who was inspecting Hancock explained in more detail the symptoms that seemed to be stuck in the heart, so deciding to test her theory, she started with her first test subject and simply began to talk. Nyanba she said simply, but there was no reaction Mon, but again there was no reaction so trying one last time she said, Kai, but she had the same result, so she decided to try it with her other test subject and started to talk. Nah she said and this time there was a reaction of pain in Hancock's chest as she said, and she had the same reaction, and this confirmed her doubts, so deciding to talk again this time she said, Hancock-chan I have brought Naruto, since he has a request to ask of you she said, to which Hancock's older sister mumbled. Marigold Nyanba is not time for par, but was interrupted by the sudden action of Hancock, who had stopped while saying. Hancock never mind, I listen to you he said leaving Nyanba and the others in shock. Outside the room Nyanba opened the door and said, Naruto Hancock is waiting for you on the balcony she said, pausing and saying only Naruto she said, and Naruto also raised an eyebrow and shrugged and walked away from an annoyed Luffy for not letting him in to make the request, so opening the glass doors of the balcony, Naruto saw the beautiful figure of Hancock who was waiting for him. Naruto well you don't look as bad as the maid made it seem well that makes me happy, he said while giving Hancock a foxy smile that made her blush on her cheeks. Hancock well a simple illness can't bring me down he said jokingly, to which Naruto smiled. Naruto hahaha oh. So you're a strong girl well let me tell you that I like strong women he said flirtatiously, making Hancock blush even more, who had to look away. Hancock cough well they told me you have a request he said, and Naruto just sighed and said. Naruto well actually it's a half request since the request is actually from Luffy and he asked me to help him so here I am, but well the thing is that Luffy's brother is a member of some pirates called the Whitebeards or Shirage I think, well apparently Luffy's brother was caught by the Navy and they plan to execute him in 4 days and well, they explained to me that the Navy asked you to go to Marineford. But they also told me that you have bad memories of that place, and the truth is I wouldn't like to force you to accept the request on the condition that you go to Until Dawn first, but well, I'm going to ask you the question, since I decided to help Luffy rescue his brother he said, while pausing to continue Hancock-chan, would you accept the Navy's request to let Luffy and I sneak into Until Dawn? I ask what without hesitation Hancock responded with a resounding of course I will help you Naruto-kun, he said with a blush that this time Naruto did notice. Naruto oh now I see what's going on here thought to himself as he smiled and said thanks Hancock-chan, he said as he approached Hancock and took her hand and gave her a warm kiss on the back of it. This quickly made Hancock's face turn a new shade of red and she was about to faint, but in a quick movement, Naruto took her by her thin waist, holding her to him and thus preventing her from falling. Naruto although I would like to stay like this for a while, Luffy is in a hurry to save his brother, so why don't we go out to see this marine ship that must still be waiting for you he said, and Hancock just nodded shyly, while Naruto helped her to recover and they left the balcony and Hancock began to give orders to prepare the ship to take her to meet with the marines. This action surprised Marigold and Sandersonia since they knew how much Hancock hated Marineford, and for her to agree to go to that place, she would have to have a strong razor to agree to go there, but their thoughts were interrupted by Nyamba, who was next to them. Nyamba knew it was that she said, and the others just looked at her questioningly. The illness Hancock had is the disease of love, she said, leaving Hancock's sisters incredulous who didn't know what to say. After about 2 hours of preparing the ship, Hancock and Naruto were walking on a long carpet heading to the ship. Naruto, wow, this looks like a real procession, he said simply, and Hancock just smiled, but her smile was erased when she saw a baby seal and a puppy in her path, and as she approached and thought about kicking them, she couldn't fulfill her objective since Naruto lunged at the baby seal and the puppy. Author's note: this is for those who haven't seen the One Piece anime, and it's that Hancock actually did kill a baby seal and a puppy, and to be honest I found it funny, but damn, don't criticize me, they're pixels, and to avoid some people starting to criticize this part of the fic, I decided to modify it, end of author's note. Naruto, but look at these cute animals, he said as he began to pet the seal and the puppy, and turned to look at Hancock, and said, look Hancock-chan, aren't they so cute? He said, and Hancock just looked at the animals trying hard to see how cute they were until she began to see Naruto and the little animals and couldn't help but imagine that the two little animals were two babies that Naruto was holding in his arms and imagine herself next to him with a 6-month pregnant belly. This made her blush and just say, Hancock, yes Naruto-kun, they are very cute, he said, and Naruto returned the animals to their owner and continued walking with a very red Hancock until they finally got on the ship and set sail in the direction of the marine ship that could be seen in the distance. Naruto, well, seeing that Hancock-chan's ship is a sailboat not counting the two giant snakes that sometimes pull the ship and that the marine ship is also a sailboat, Naruto thought as he came to a conclusion that means that most, if not all, of the ships in this world are sailboats, so my warship would be a very advanced ship for this time. Well, the truth is that I would like to see their expressions when they see my ship. But it will have to be for another occasion, he thought to himself until someone spoke. Aphilandra, and how are they going to sneak into the marine ship? She asked, and Naruto said, Naruto, well, I'm going to put Luffy in my pocket space, and but he was interrupted. And then you will go under Hancock-sama's coat, he said, and Naruto was about to deny until he stopped to think about the possibilities he would have of making a few jokes to Hancock and proceeded to say, Naruto, wow Ran-chan, that is a very good idea, he said, and the mention blushed at the affectionate nickname. Well, I'm going to put Luffy inside my pocket space, and I'm going to hide under Hancock-chan's coat, finished saying, to which Naruto proceeded to first mentally modify the pocket space with a false wall that would hide the infinite amount of objects inside so that Luffy wouldn't see them and wouldn't start touching things and make a mess, and just in case he also placed a barrier of a moderately large size, and inside he placed a large amount of food, and right now you'll be asking yourself, but why so many precautions? Well, very simple, in the short time that Naruto knew Luffy he realized some qualities that he had, which were: Luffy is very gluttonous, Luffy is very childish, and finally Luffy does not think things through before falling, and those last two qualities were the main problems that made Naruto doubt putting Luffy to his pocket dimension. But now with those defenses he was calm that nothing bad was going to happen, so looking at Luffy he approached and said, Naruto, take Luffy, this is a device that just by pressing the button, you will let me know if you need something, and don't worry if it breaks, because if it breaks it will send me a last signal, and I will realize, he said, and without further ado, a portal appeared and swallowed Luffy, leaving him inside the barrier full of food. Hancock, be well, and Naruto-kun, come, you can hide here, she said nervously as she opened her coat and showed her back, but Naruto didn't focus on her back, Naruto was focused on her big round butt. Naruto, sure, I'm going, he said with a smile and approached Hancock and began to hug her thin but toned waist. Hancock felt Naruto's arms hug her firmly, making her blush, but she quickly recovered and decided to wait for them to arrive at the Marine's ship, which didn't last long since it only lasted 10 minutes. The Vice Admiral of the Navy, upon seeing Hancock's ship return, decided to ask, so you reconsidered your sedition regarding the request of the Sengoku Navy General, he said, and Hancock just looked at him with annoyance and smacked his lips. Hancock, well, you should feel honored that I accepted, but I have one condition before I accept, he said, and the Vice Admiral only raised an eyebrow. Vice Admiral, oh yeah? And what would that condition be? I asked, to which Hancock only stated his condition. Hancock, well, take me down to see the prisoner Portgas d'Ace, I have one last matter with him before he is executed, she said simply, and the Vice Admiral just looked at her to see if there was a hint of deception, which he didn't find, and just nodded and let her pass. Hancock then started walking towards the inside of the ship, but her steps were interrupted by the Vice Admiral, who said, Hancock-san, if you don't mind, could you unpetrify my men, since without them we will not be able to go to our destination, she said, and Hancock just sighed and focused her sight on the marines she had turned into stone previously. Naruto, who had his head on the side of Hancock's waist, could see everything through the thin crack that the coat had in the middle and could distinguish the stone statues that looked like men who seemed to have hearts in their eyes. But his sight focused on Hancock's hands that were positioned in the same way that she had put them when they met, and from her hands the same heart-shaped waves from the last time began to emit that when they collided with the statues they turned into real humans, and Naruto understood how Hancock's power worked. Apparently Hancock's power turns all the people who feel some attraction to her into stone. That would explain why she spoke to him so flirtatiously before attacking him with her power. The truth is that he was lucky that she could control his lust, because if not then he would be a stone statue, and he wouldn't know what to do in that case. But leaving those thoughts aside, he decided to be more cautious, since he didn't want to lose some simple similar power. And now they were being guided to his room, in which Hancock quickly entered and locked it so that there would be no unwanted visitors. Hancock quickly looked at the room that had a bed for two, a sofa that looked comfortable and a table with 3 chairs. Hancock and Naruto-kun, you can come out now, he said, and Naruto put his feet on the floor while he was still under the coat and took his hands out from the front and unbuttoned the coat, making it fall to the floor, revealing Naruto, who is behind Hancock, who was not moving. Naruto smiled and brought his mouth to her right ear and began to speak. Hancock-chan, I'm hurt, he said, and this put Hancock on alert for thinking that he had hurt himself or something. But before he did anything, Naruto continued talking. Were you really trying to turn me into stone when we first met? That's cruel, Hancock-chan, you've hurt my feelings, he said, and Hancock realized what Naruto meant and panicked. Hancock, and I knew, she said in a panic and with teary eyes, thinking that Naruto hated her for that. I didn't know that you were a good person. Pages, please, pages, forgive me, she said between sobs that made Naruto stop joking and take her by the waist and bring her closer to him and then give Hancock a hug, who slowly stopped crying because of the warm hug. Naruto, don't worry, I was just joking. I don't blame you for not trusting me at that moment, he said, reassuring Hancock, who only pouted, still with some tears on her cheeks. Hancock moo Naruto baka, she said with her pout, but inside she was happy that he didn't hate her. Chapter 21. In the middle of Del Mar you could see a navy boat filling up as fast as it could in order to get to Impel Down. Author's note, I corrected this part since it is not called Impel Down and not Until Down. Now without anything else to correct, let's continue. Naruto was lying on the annotation bed while Hancock just gave him brief nervous and blushing glances while she was sitting on the couch, but suddenly Naruto gets up and says, Naruto I should ask what the time difference is, he said to himself, confusing Hancock, who asked what time difference. He asked, to which the blonde replied. Naruto, you see, Hancock-chan, first come here to explain yourself, he said, patting a space next to the bed. Hancock could only blush at the implication of Naruto's action, but without further ado, she nodded and sat shyly next to him. However, she had to let out a squeal of surprise when she was taken by the waist and brought closer to Naruto so that she was lying next to Naruto's chest, who just smiled at Hancock. Naruto, you see, Hancock-chan, being in a different dimension changes some things, and the main one of those things is time. You might wonder why. Well, in different dimensions, time passes in a different way, and you might think that time moves the same, but no. It may be that 1 year passes here, and in my dimension 2 years pass, he finished saying, to which Hancock was surprised by that, but Naruto continued talking, or it may be that a year passes here, and in my dimension, in around 5 or 4 months pass. As you can see, the possibilities can be endless, he said, and Hancock didn't know what to say for the information, but her stunned state was dissipated by Naruto, who had taken her by the cheeks, making the two face to face. They stayed like that for a while until Naruto spoke. God, Hancock, you are really pretty, he said, and Hancock blushed a deep red since she had been called so many ways. They had called her beautiful, they had called her hot, or that she was hot, but never in her life had she been called with the term pretty, since that term was mostly used for children for their tender actions. However, the other terms by which she was always called were due to her body, and that always made her know that those men were only for her body, and that was the reason why Hancock was blushing. But the next action that Naruto performed by kissing her forehead caused a short circuit to Hancock, who remained still for at least 10 seconds before fainting, next to the blonde, who was laughing, since he liked to tease Hancock. But with nothing else to do, Naruto took the fainted Hancock and pulled her towards him, and he also decided to sleep while hugging Hancock. The next day, Hancock was waking up with a dazed and blurry look, but little by little her vision was clearing until she could see how she was lying in bed, but in less than a second her eyes widened and a massive blush took over her face when she noticed that Naruto was sleeping next to her while hugging her, and not only that, but she was reciprocating the hug. The Kuja Empress did not know what to do, her nervousness Her desire to stand up and her desire to stay there and simply hug her crush were fighting with each other to see who would win until finally, Hancock chose to simply stay there lying hugging Naruto. This lasted for at least 23 minutes until the door of her room was knocked and instantly Naruto opened his eyes next to Hancock, who when she saw Naruto awake quickly separated from him with a blush, but again the door was knocked by a person on the other side. This made Hancock react, who went to the door on the other Naruto's side just became transparent. "Hancock, who is it?" I asked and a roasting voice answered. "Boys, it's breakfast Hancock-sama," said the voice of an obviously man. Hancock only opened the door without first looking back to see if Naruto was visible, but seeing that Naruto was not seen, Hancock opened the door and saw a male marine who looked at her with a lustful face. This disgusted Hancock and simply took the cart full of food and put it inside the room and closed the door without saying anything. Hancock looked around again, but when she noticed that Naruto did not appear it confused her a little, but when she felt hands that surrounded her waist she tensed, and when she looked back she noticed Naruto who was hugging her by the waist. "Naruto, so what are we going to have for breakfast?" he asked while resting his chin on Hancock's shoulder. She couldn't help but think that this looked like a scene where the husband looked over his wife's shoulder to see what she was cooking. This made her blush, and she could only lift the exaggeratedly large lid that hid the contents from view, and the two could see a small feast that was really too much for one person. But without taking it seriously the two began to eat, while Hancock threw brief glances at Naruto who just smiled at her. "Naruto, did you sleep well?" he asked suddenly, to which Hancock only blushed a little remembering how she slept with Naruto, but clearing her throat she answered. "Hancock, I slept very well," he said while drinking some water. "Naruto, well, thank goodness you decided to stay and continue sleeping and not get up," he said simply, and Hancock had to pat her chest since she had choked on a piece of steak. "Hancock, you were awake," he said, to which Naruto only responded. "Naruto, ha ha ha, yes, and it was fun watching you struggle to decide whether to get up or stay the night," he said, and Hancock just pouted. "Hancock, moo, you are cruel Naruto-kun," she said while puffing out her cheeks and crossing her hands under her tits making them look bigger. Naruto could only laugh at that. "Naruto, well, tomorrow we will arrive at Impel Down and I will have to sneak until I am somewhere safe to get Puffy out of my pocket space," he said, getting serious as Hancock did the same. "Hancock, well, what's the plan to get in?" she asked thoughtfully, to which something seemed curious to her. "Wait, Naruto-kun, a while ago when they brought us breakfast, I couldn't see you in any corner of the room," she said, and Naruto just laughed nervously. "Naruto, haha, well, you see, actually I can make myself transparent to everyone," Zeit said, and something clicked in Hancock's mind. "Hancock, wait a minute, could you make yourself transparent because I decided to sneak onto the ship under my jacket?" I asked, narrowing my eyes at Naruto, who was getting a little nervous. "Naruto, oh right, I forgot to ask about the time difference," said, changing the subject, while channeling a little magic into a bracelet he had on his left hand, and from it came out a puff of smoke appeared the small form of Athena, who when seeing Naruto became happy and greeted. "Athena, hello Naruto-sama, how can I help you?" she asked with her new body that Naruto had created for her and a cheerful voice. "Naruto, oh Athena-chan, I wanted you to calculate the time difference between this dimension and mine," he said, and Athena nodded and began to concentrate, so it took about 7 minutes until Athena opened her eyes and spoke. "Athena, Naruto-sama, in fact in your dimension only 2 nanoseconds have passed unlike this one which has passed a day and hours," she said, to which Naruto was a little surprised. "Naruto, wow, that's even slower than when I went to the Titan's dimension," he said to himself, while Hancock looked at everything curiously and decided to ask. "Hancock, Naruto-kun, what is a nanosecond?" I asked, since in the time they were in most people only knew about seconds, minutes and hours. The only ones who could know about nanoseconds or microseconds would be the scientists who were dedicated to discovering new things. "Naruto, well, Hancock-chan, to explain this you will have to pay close attention," he said while Hancock nodded. "You see, Hancock-chan, as you know there is the hour, then the minute and then the second, and you would think that the shortest time would be the second, but in reality that is not the case since before the second is the microsecond which is a millionth of a second. To be clearer, for a second to pass 1,000 microseconds must pass, and now before the microsecond is the nanosecond which is faster than a microsecond since for a cycle second to pass a billionth of a nanosecond must pass, or 100,000 nanoseconds," he finished explaining, to which Hancock's eyes only opened in shock at the explanation, since in a certain sense, he understood what Naruto had explained to him, and that meant that in Naruto's dimension, practically no time had passed. "Naruto, but enough with the complicated topics," he said, and they began to talk about more trivial things, and in one of those Naruto told her about all his women, to which Hancock couldn't help but get jealous, but she quickly dismissed it and decided to accept that she would have to share it. The next morning Naruto and Hancock were awake since the Navy ship was about to dock in Impel Down. Naruto was preparing although it was not necessary. "Naruto, okay, are you ready, Hancock-chan?" he asked, to which Hancock nodded, but deep down, she couldn't help but worry about Naruto, so taking him by the sleeve of his clothes, she looked at him with concern. "Hancock, Naruto-kun, will you be okay?" I asked, to which Naruto just smiled. "Naruto, don't worry Hancock-chan, I'll be fine," he said, but Hancock was still worried, so Naruto decided to turn around quickly and stand in front of her. Naruto quickly took her by the waist and held her to him, making Hancock blush and say, "And Naruto-kun," she said with a somewhat nervous but seductive voice. Naruto without more captured Hancock's lips in a passionate kiss that Hancock took a while to reciprocate. Naruto however was getting turned on, so in a quick movement he took Hancock by her thighs and also her, to which Hancock by pure instinct surrounded Naruto's waist with her legs. While they continued their passionate kisses, Naruto walked until he leaned Hancock against a wall of the room and moving his hands from Hancock's thighs, Naruto began to knead her buttocks that were incredibly soft and firm. Naruto continued kissing Hancock's lips that had a slightly sweet taste like all his girls, only that each one had their different tastes, so stopping kissing the lips of a panting Hancock, Naruto began to kiss her neck and leave a mark. However, before anything else happened, the door of the room was suddenly knocked, making the two stop their intense session of kissing and groping. Naruto just clicked his teeth and activated his camouflage magic, and Hancock dressed up as much as she could while putting on a scarf so that the hickey Naruto left on her neck wouldn't be noticeable. Without further ado, Hancock opened the door and saw that it was the Vice Admiral who had come to let her know that they had already docked so she could get off the ship. On the way, when they were able to get off the ship, Naruto became visible to Hancock, who almost choked from the fright of thinking that everyone could see him. However, Naruto spoke quickly and said, "Don't worry, you're the only one who can see and hear me. However, the effect of the transparency spell is ending, and I'll have to last at least 5 seconds to do the spell again, so I'm going to sneak away right away, so we'll see each other when all this is over." "Bye Hancock-chan," he said and left without before giving her a good spanking that made her squeal in a low voice that no one noticed. Naruto was going to sneak away, but before entering through a ventilation regulator, Naruto decided to make a magic clone that would last at least 4 days and sent it to hide and prepare Hinata to escape. Author's note: don't worry, you'll know who Hinata is later. End of author's note. And leaving the clone behind, who was ready to hide until he received the notice from his alpha counterpart, Naruto entered and sneaked until he could get down from the ventilation and fall into a large corridor that was full of cells full of prisoners who had not noticed his presence. Before Naruto took a step, Naruto noticed that there were some kind of snails stuck to the walls without moving. While some looked in one direction, others looked from right to left, as if they were some kind of security cameras. Naruto thought and inwardly decided not to cross the side of these snails and began to sneak around, avoiding the snails that did not see him. Naruto continued like this until he finally reached a kind of entrance that when he crossed, he did not see any more snails, so deciding to take Luffy out of his pocket space, Naruto opened a portal from wherein 2 obese Luffy came out who could not move. "Naruto, what the hell? How did you gain so much weight in 2 days?" Naruto asked, to which Luffy just said, "Luffy, I just couldn't stop eating that delicious food you had there," he said, and Naruto could only shake his head at how stupid Luffy was, although Naruto didn't care about the food, since he had enough food to feed the world 4 times. Naruto was incredulous at how little concern Luffy had, since, in case he didn't know, his brother was arrested and was going to be executed in less than 2 days. In fact, they only had 1 day and maybe 2 hours to look for Luffy's brother. So without anything else to do, Naruto put Luffy back in his pocket space in the same place as before, only this time Naruto made all the food disappear and left Luffy alone there until he lost weight. Naruto just sighed and continued moving through the prison until some pirates finally noticed his presence and without further ado began to ask him to release them, which Naruto ignored, but then due to carelessness, as the cameras began to move violently in search of him, as the guards realized the disturbance, a camera could see him and sent guards to intercept him. Naruto, seeing this, said to himself, "Naruto, this is serious. I must be getting rusty if these people noticed him, but while it might be troublesome dealing with these scumbags, it could also be a good thing, since it could interrogate one about the location of Luffy's brother." So without an ounce of remorse, Naruto broke everyone's neck except for one who was shitting his pants. "Naruto, okay, now tell me where Purging Empires is," he said, and the guard let go of everything for fear of being killed by the man in front of him, but however before he knew anything his neck was also broken, falling dead in the process, and Naruto left there while thinking, "So Ace is on the top floor," he said to himself, and ran through the prison, occasionally finding some guards. However, in a turn Naruto found a prisoner who looked like a clown, and Naruto, seeing this, spoke out loud. "Naruto, a clown?" he wondered as the clown's forehead vein popped out. "Who are you calling a clown?" "I'm the pirate Buggy," he said as he introduced himself. "Naruto, ah? Did you say something?" he asked, irritating the clown. "Buggy, who are you and what are you doing here?" the clown asked irritably. "Naruto, well, I'm looking for Purging Empires, Luffy's brother," he said, and the clown, upon hearing that name, just opened his eyes. "Buggy, Luffy? Do you know that guy?" he asked and Naruto just nodded. Naruto yes, why? Do you know him? He asked and the clown only got more irritated. Buggy because of that bastard I'm here he said while ranting, but quickly put his annoyance aside when he saw the fingerless glove with pearls embedded that Naruto was wearing on his right hand and the clown seeing this spoke, and tell me are you looking for Luffy's brother right? He asked and Naruto just nodded well how about you give me that glove that you have in your hand and I'll guide you to where it is he said and Naruto also raised an eyebrow. Naruto I'm sorry but this glove is more valuable than this whole world, besides I already know where Luffy's brother is he said and continued on his way since in the whole way around 4 hours had passed, all that time was spent between Naruto dodging cameras, defeating guards and hitting some very strange creatures, you will wonder what kind of creatures, well I will have to do a flashback of the scene. Flashback. Naruto was leaving another room in which he had defeated a group of guards, so Naruto trotted through the corridors until another corridor came out a kind of bull that held a club and walked on 2 legs. While the creature did not have a threatening face the speed it demonstrated when it disappeared in a blur of speed surprised Naruto a little since he did not expect a creature that could move almost comparable to that of one of his mid-range zombie samurai, but nevertheless Naruto quickly came out of his stupor and dodged the club and directing a fist that would leave a human in a coma, Naruto slammed his fist into the creature's face, sending it flying, leaving it a little stunned. But it quickly recovered and fell to its feet. Naruto well, so you resisted that, well, the truth is that it doesn't surprise me he said and the creature launched itself against Naruto again at a slightly higher speed, but that wasn't a problem for Naruto, who this time landed a blow that knocked out the bull's teeth and sent him flying, well he crashed into some walls and went through them, leaving a pile of 10 holes in them, Naruto just waited and when he saw that there was no response from the bull Naruto left. End of flashback. Returning to the clown and Naruto, the latter was willing to continue on his way until his path was blocked by the clown, who continued to insist that if he gave him the glove he would show him a shortcut. This continued for at least 3 more hours, and Naruto was already getting annoyed with the clown who kept insisting. Naruto Buck shut the buck up, you're stressing me out, he shouted with a vein on his forehead Buck I've never been so irritating to someone he said already pissed off, and he would have continued with his rant if it hadn't been for other strange creatures that started to come out until they were surrounded. These creatures wore a blue cape that covered their head and had a skull mask, while they carried axes in their hands. Naruto great now we're surrounded by these things he said already annoyed, but then he thought of something to make the insufferable clown stop bucking around, well clown-san, until we see each other he said, and Buggy turned to Naruto, and what he saw made him nervous, since Naruto was becoming transparent. Buggy wait and I won't insist anymore so please don't leave me here, he said in panic to which Naruto smiled and nodded as he took the clown by his sweater, making him invisible too, and when they were no longer seen in the areas, the creatures were confused as they looked everywhere in search of Naruto Buggy, who appeared far from that place. Naruto okay now like you said stop messing around and don't insist on the matter anymore he said, and Buggy nodded to what Naruto continued talking, now if you don't have anything else to tell me if you like you can go if you want he said, and he just went his way, and so Naruto went to some safe place and took out an already thin Luffy who was sleeping. Naruto Buck this is incredible, how could he lose weight in a few hours he said to himself while kicking Luffy to wake him up, come on wake up we are on the 2nd floor and we need to get to the 5th floor, plus we have 17 hours left before they take your brother, he said to a Luffy who was waking up. Luffy let's go he said half asleep, Naruto just shook his head and started running alongside Luffy. So they spent 2 hours in which they were running until they finally managed to go down to the 3rd floor to be intercepted by a group of guards, along with a small guy who was playing a kind of flute that the moment he played it, a kind of giant lion with a bored face launched itself at them, while the guards threw nets of a somewhat hard material that when they caught Luffy he looked tired, as if his strength was drained. But then when the giant lion was about to launch itself at Naruto a guy in prisoner's clothes kicked the lion a few times, leaving him effectively unconscious, and after a while the man seemed to fly in the air while spinning in the air, however Luffy seeing the person with green hair well said. Luffy, Zoro. He said happily however the guy identified as Zoro touched his face and it changed to that of a black-haired guy with a Taisen cut who looked a bit like his late friend Rock Lee, and Naruto in a quick movement untied Luffy who regained his strength and quickly ran towards the new guy and they hugged while Luffy said. Luffy Bone-chan it's you, I was a little disappointed that it wasn't Zoro, but it doesn't matter I'm glad to see you he said in his hug, while the now again identified Bone said. Bone I heard you're going to the 5th floor he said with a smile, and Luffy nodded okay then I'll go with you, he said with a smile, and they hugged again. Naruto just kept watching that bizarre scene that with every second he saw it, he felt like he was getting more stupid. "Naruto, please stop doing that and never do it again in your lives," he said, and the two just stood up and continued on their way while defeating more guards and some other monsters. This lasted about 3 hours since they couldn't find the damn entrance to the 4th floor, and this was annoying, but before it got more annoying, they finally found the entrance and without thinking much they headed to the entrance. However, before they could enter, a large figure blocked the entrance, causing them to stop in their tracks and see the person blocking their way, and next to him, a small blonde figure who stood to the side as if she were the guy's secretary, but Naruto noticed that the blonde woman had slight bruises that she tried to cover with the collar of her shirt. "First of all, let me introduce myself, I am Magellan. And this thing is Domino," he said, referring to the blonde as if she were less than trash while pointing at her. The girl being treated like this just lowered her head since she couldn't do anything since she was trapped in this place, since her parents used to work here, and because of an insistent incident that occurred where a large number of fugitives escaped where her parents died and a large debt was formed which ended up in her, but that wasn't all. She had to be Magellan's secretary who liked to hit her and treat her like garbage. But her thoughts were interrupted by the voice of the blonde boy in strange clothes. Although in this world you could find all kinds of strange things, although the clothes he wore were not in their rare, rather they were exotic, but when the blonde spoke, she was confused by what she asked. "Naruto, why do you treat her like that?" he asked calmly, his eyes fixed on the guy who just smiled. "Magellan, and why do you care how I treat this waste of space?" he asked, and Naruto just looked at him and asked again. "Naruto," I said, "why do you treat her that way?" he asked, this time letting out a slight amount of killer intent directed towards Magellan, who began to sweat. "Magellan, what, this guy can use hockey?" he wondered to himself, "and I tell you again, what do you care?" he said nervously while unconsciously activating his devil fruit power, which was actually the power to turn his body into lethal poison. Naruto, seeing this, noticed that the gas generated by the poison was heading towards the girl who was retreating, so in a blur of speed that no one saw, Naruto took the blonde and returned to where he was before. Magellan, seeing this, was exalted as he didn't notice when he moved, so throwing himself at the small group, Luffy without thinking prepared one of his attacks. "Naruto, Luffy, wait," he said, but it was too late because when the blow hit, Luffy's hands were covered in poison that began to hurt Luffy, but Magellan didn't end there because he quickly took Luffy and covered him entirely in poison, leaving him unconscious from the pain of the poison entering his body. Naruto, deciding to end this, he moved again at great speed and appearing in front of Magellan's face. Naruto threw a punch in the air that generated a shockwave that, when it hit his face, sent him flying at great speed, causing it to go through a large number of walls, and to conclude, Naruto sent a celestial sick that flew out at great speed towards the direction where Magellan should be and generate a small explosion. Domino was surprised because all this had happened in a couple of seconds. Everything happened so fast that she couldn't react since she was in shock, but after a while, or what she thought was a while, she came out of her shock and noticed that they were on the 4th floor, which was nothing more than a wasteland of snow, and the other thing she noticed was that Naruto was carrying her bridal style. This made her blush and proceeded to speak. "Domino, Edo, excuse me," she said, and Naruto just looked down at her. "What happened?" he asked with a nervous and shy voice. "Naruto, well, I knocked out that Magellan, and right now we are on the 4th floor trying to find a guy named Ivankov to cure Luffy," he said, pointing to a Luffy full of poison, while he was taken on a plank cart pulled by Bone, but at one point Naruto stopped his walk because he felt many presences that were happy. But that was strange since they were in a prison, there was no reason to be happy, but his thoughts were interrupted by Domino, who spoke. "Domino, in fact it is true that prisoner Ivankov is on this floor, but he has never been found." "Sorry," she said, thinking that her information was not useful. However, her musings were interrupted by Naruto, who looked at her and said. "Naruto, Uo, Domino-chan, you gave me the remaining clue. Now I know where Ivankov is," said the blonde, blushing at the praise and the affectionate nickname. "But has it been? And where are they?" I asked, to which the blonde replied. "Naruto, well, simple, they are underground," he said, surprising everyone, and without anyone being able to react, Naruto took everyone and using a spell to be able to move underground, Naruto took everyone where he felt a bunch of presences. Chapter 22. Naruto was carrying Domino, Bone and a fainted Luffy to the group of presences that were underground, so after a while underground Naruto and his companions left an underground wall that was in a corridor, where at the back you could see a door. Without wasting time, Naruto began to walk next to Bone and Domino, who was already walking, so taking the handle of the door, Naruto proceeded to open the door, and what he saw left him with a drop of sweat on his head. Since in the large room there was a kind of bar with many tables where a lot of men and women were positioned in transvestite clothes or revealing clothes, there was also a platform where there was a man, not a woman. Wait, what the hell was that thing? Naruto wondered when he saw a person with a purple afro, a purple rueless suit, and was wearing purple lipstick. Naruto just closed the door again and held the bridge of his nose as he opened it again, and this time everyone noticed his presence, not knowing who they were, but seeing Domino they stood on guard because they knew who she was, and if she was here, most likely Magellan was there too, but the strange guy started to approach the small group who just stood still, until the guy was in front of them. "And who are you?" the person asked, to which Bone was going to answer, but was stopped by Naruto's hand, which he placed in front of him as a sign that he should not speak. "Naruto, well you see," he said, and the person spoke. "Ivankov, my name is Ivankov," he said, to which Naruto nodded and said. "Naruto, you see, Ivankov-san, we were looking for tea, since my friend was covered with this Magellan-type poison," he said, to which Ivankov became a little serious. "Ivankov, how long has he been covered in poison?" I asked, inspecting Luffy. "It's been about 2 hours," Naruto replied, to which everyone was surprised that he lasted so long with the poison. "Unfortunately, he's been carrying the poison for a long time." "I'm sorry but I can't help you," Ivankov said to Naruto, who was staring at him. "Lie, if there is something you can do," said Naruto, to which Ivankov narrowed his eyes. "And how would you know that?" Ivankov asked rhetorically, to which Naruto replied calmly. "Your facial expressions tell me everything, they tell me that you can do something, but it's not 100% sure that it will save him," he said, and Ivankov was surprised that just by seeing his facial expressions he knew all that, but of course, Naruto was only lying about the facial expressions, since he only entered the guy's presence and knew everything, but let's leave that aside since Ivankov was going to talk. "I can certainly do something to help him recover, but as you said yourself, there is no guarantee that he will survive the treatment, but that will cost you some money," he said, and Naruto just shrugged, and Ivankov took that as a yes and led them to a room where there was some kind of X-shaped stretcher that had chain straps to hold someone there, but the strange thing was that to one side, there was a small table with wheels that had a bunch of hex toys on top of it, but it didn't last long there as Ivankov quickly kicked the table away, sending it to a dark corner of the room. Sorry about that," said Ivankov with a nervous smile, cough cough cough, "we'll put Luffy on the bed and tie him up with the chains," he said, and Naruto did as indicated and left Luffy tied up with chains, but then Ivankov appeared with another chain 20 times bigger than the others and quickly reinforced Luffy's grip with the giant chains. "Now then, I'm going to inject an antidote that will give a boost to your defense systems to counteract the poison. This alone will raise your survival percentage to 37%, said Ivankov seriously, while needles came out of the pints on his fingers and he quickly stabbed them into the side of Luffy, who after a while woke up and began to scream in agony, then everyone left the room, leaving an agonizing Luffy. "So how long will that last?" Bone asked, worried about his friend, to which Ivankov turned to him and said, "Well, that usually lasts about a day," he said, and Naruto opened his eyes. "1 day? We don't have that much time, we need to rescue your brother," he said, and this interested Ivankov, who asked, "Brother? Are you looking for someone?" he asked, to which Naruto replied, "Yes, we are looking for Purging Empires," he said, and Ivankov just looked at them so that Naruto could continue talking and say, "And we only have maybe 7 hours until they take him," he said while sighing. "No way, I'm going to have to go alone to look for him," he said, and he proposed to leave, but his walk was interrupted by Ivankov's voice, who asked him, "Are you planning on going to the 5th floor on your own?" I asked incredulously to what Naruto just said. "Well, right now the guards have lost us in El Paso and they won't know where I am, so I just have to avoid all the security," he said, simply to continue on his way, and before leaving he approached Domino, who was sitting nervously in a chair. "Relax, Domino-chan," he said while caressing her head, "after this I will get you out of this place, then you will tell me where those bruises on your body come from, okay?" Naruto said with a reassuring smile that relaxed and blushed the blonde, who just nodded, and without further ado Naruto left the place the same way he entered. Outside 4th floor. Naruto appeared again in the place that was a snow wasteland, and without further ado Naruto began to run at great speed, looking for the entrance to the top floor. This lasted at least 45 minutes. This was something that bothered Naruto, since each floor of this prison seemed like a labyrinth, and it was a mess finding the entrances as he went down, but finally he saw some stairs that were going down in a spiral shape. And without making noise or alerting the 2 guards who were next to the entrance, Naruto entered and went down the stairs until he reached a more or less large room where there were a few cells. Naruto walked calmly, calling the attention of the prisoners, who looked at Naruto strangely, but the silence ended when Naruto spoke. "Where is Purging? I asked, and all the prisoners just stayed silent for 10 minutes until someone spoke up. "They already took him 3 hours ago," said the person, and this surprised Naruto that Alan had already taken Luffy's brother. "What? Why did they take him if it's not time yet?" Naruto said with an irritated frown, to which the person spoke again. "They said something about their early withdrawal being due to the interference of some intruders. I see, it was you," he said, and Naruto just sighed and said, Actually it was Luffy, me, and another inmate who escaped, he said and was preparing to leave, but the person who was talking to him spoke again, but this time louder. Wait. Did you say Luffy? He asked and Naruto just looked at him and nodded. You see, Ace was my cellmate and he told me that when he saw his brother Luffy, I should protect him, he said with determined eyes. Naruto seeing this and not seeing a trace of a lie just asked. What is your name? I asked and the inmate just said. My name is Jinbei, he said, and Naruto could clearly see the bearer of the voice. Fine, I'll take you, he said, and everyone upon hearing that they would release one of the prisoners began to shout at them to free them, but Naruto paid little attention and approached the bars that were made of steel and with little effort opened them, leaving all the prisoners surprised since it seemed that he really did not make a real effort to bend the bars. Naruto just walked and took the shoulder cuffs and broke them, leaving this one free, who just stood up and began to follow Naruto. However, another voice caught Naruto's attention, that was one that said. Luffy, huh? I knew him, he said, and Naruto saw another guy with long hair combed back that reached his neck and had a cut that was across the bridge of his nose and seemed to be sewn. And you are? He asked, to which the man just said. My name is Crocodile, he said, and Naruto just rolled his eyes at the original name. How about we make a deal, said Crocodile to Naruto, who also raised an eyebrow. I'll help you escape from here and when we're out you set me free and we can go our separate ways, he said, and Naruto looked at him intently and saw that he was going to keep his promise. However, before releasing him he said. Okay, but if you do anything suspicious, rest assured that I will end your existence right then and there, he said, releasing a murderous intent that left Crocodile sweating, who was thinking this guy is dangerous, better not make him angry, he thought to himself as he was released, and they left the 5th floor, but this time they did have to knock out the guards. But Naruto quickly guided the two fugitives to the group of presences below the floor, and when they were above the presences, Naruto took the two fugitives by the shoulders and without further ado, they began to sink into the floor until they came out into the room where all the transvestites were dancing. Just ignore that and follow me, he said, and left the room followed by the two fugitives, and when they arrived at a place where Ivankov was with Bob and Domino talking about anything, and when Naruto made an appearance, everyone turned to see him, but however when they expected to see Naruto with Ace, they did not expect to see Naruto with two fugitives who were highly dangerous, but all the tension was relieved when Ivankov spoke. Oh, but it's just Coco boy, he said, looking at Crocodile. Long time no see, he said, approaching an annoyed Crocodile who wasn't happy to see Ivankov, but before they continued talking Naruto spoke. When I arrived they had already taken Ace, said Naruto, to which everyone just lowered their heads, and not only that, they had already taken him 3 hours ago, so at this moment, we can only wait for Luffy to get better and then leave this place and go to where they took him, he finished saying, and everyone just nodded. Jinbei, and how are we going to leave? Aren't we going to steal a navy ship? He asked, to which Naruto just said. Don't worry, I've got all that covered, he said, and everyone just nodded. 10 hours later. Luffy continued screaming until after a while everything remained in a deafening silence, and with a few kicks the door of the room where he was fell, and then he screamed. Luffy, I'm hungry. He said, and everyone heard the scream, so he went to see and saw a malnourished Luffy asking for food, and without further ado Ivankov ordered all his followers to feed him, which they did, and they gave him an absurd amount of food for 2 hours, until a normal Luffy could be seen. Okay, I'm fine now, let's go find Ace, he said and ran off, but was interrupted by Naruto, who said. Too late, Luffy, Ace was taken away about 15 hours ago, said Naruto, leaving Luffy in shock. By now they should be arriving at Marineford in about 3 more hours, said Ivankov, to which Luffy said. And who are you? He asked, to which Ivankov introduced himself and told him that he was the one who saved him. Please help me save my brother, said Luffy to Ivankov, who just denied and said. Sorry Luffy boy, but it's not yet time for me to make my appearance, since that person hasn't made his move yet, he said, to which Luffy just said. That person? Luffy asked, confused, to Ivankov, who just smiled and said. Yes, Dragon the Revolutionary, said Ivankov, and Luffy just said. My dad, he said to Ivankov, who, without realizing what he said, Luffy continued talking. Yes, your dad, when your father makes his move, that's when I'll come out of the shadows, he finished saying, but then he started thinking, analyzing what Luffy said until he realized what he said, and his eyes opened wide as he said. And your dad? He asked incredulously. It's impossible, he said again and asked. Where are you from? He asked, to which Luffy replied. From the East Blue, he said, leaving Ivankov even more surprised, who had a flashback in which he spoke with the dragon. Flashback. Dragon, you always look in the same direction no matter where you are, said Ivankov, who was standing behind a man who had a tattoo on the left half of his face and long hair down to his back. Really? You always pay attention to that kind of thing, right? Said the one identified as a dragon, who looked back at the bone, or I hadn't noticed, he said again. So it must be some kind of instinct, is that where your home is? Your family is in that direction, to the east. isn't it? He asked, to which the dragon only said. Stop interfering in my personal life, Iva, he said seriously, still looking east. Sorry, Ivankov said with a smile. End of flashback. At this moment you could see a still shocked Ivankov reacting and saying. Inazuma, prepare everything with my followers so we can leave, he said, to which Luffy said. Huh? Are you going to help us? He asked, and Ivankov just turned to look at him and think. If Luffy is the son of the dragon, that means Ace is also the son of the dragon. I have to save him because if not, then the dragon will hate me, he said to himself, while on the outside he nodded to Luffy in affirmation that he was going to help him. Naruto, upon hearing his statement, said. So what are we waiting for? Let's get out of this place, he said as he approached Domino and said, come on Domino-chan, we have to get out of here, he said, to which Domino stared at him in disbelief. Oh, but I have a debt to pay, she said with her head down to Naruto, who just snorted. And who cares about that? From now on you are under my protection, and if they dare to try to hurt you, they will have to pray to Kami that there is not a single place in the world where they can hide, since I will search for them and clear them out alive, Naruto said with determination, to which Domino blushed at how protective he was, but leaving that aside, they all began to leave the lair and began to go up the floors. And well before they took a while to go down this time Naruto already knew the way, so it did not take long to reach the first floor, which in reality was noticed a large number of empty cells and bodies of unconscious guards on the floor, but not taking the matter into account, they continued on their way to the exit that was already in front of them, but however before they left a already recovered Magellan appeared, who again stood in Naruto's way while screaming. You damn bitch, come here right now, she said angrily, addressing Domino, who began to tremble with fear, but Naruto stood in front of her protectively, making her relax. I see you don't learn, you piece of shit, said Naruto, looking at Magellan, who was steaming out of his ears with rage. You. He screamed with pure rage, I'm going to kill you, you miserable wretch, he said with pure rage. You guys go ahead and I'll take care of this shit, Naruto said to the others, who just nodded and started to pass by Magellan, who didn't care that they were leaving. During the retreat, Domino saw Naruto with a worried look, but simply decided to trust him and keep running. Well, since you hurt Domino-chan, how about I make you suffer? Naruto ended up asking, to which Magellan just began to turn into poison and rushed towards Naruto, who just dodged it and appeared next to Magellan and punched the air that formed a shock wave that hit Magellan's ribs, breaking almost all of them. Magellan could only spit out blood. In another quick movement, Naruto launched 2 more shock waves that hit Magellan's legs, breaking them, leaving him on the floor. Why can you hurt me? My body is supposed to be made of poison. Magellan asked, and Naruto began to think about the matter. Can you use Haki? He asked, and Naruto continued to think about it. Before, when he used his killer instinct, they asked him if he was using Haki. When he saw Luffy unconsciously use what they called Haki, Naruto only felt killer instinct emanating from Luffy that time, so Naruto only came to the conclusion that Haki was only killer instinct, so he only answered. Well, yes, I'm using what you call Haki, Naruto said simply, but now I have to finish this quickly, so goodbye scum, Naruto said, raising his killer instinct to a level where Magellan's heart couldn't stand it and simply gave him a cardiac arrest. Naruto only thought how pathetic it was, since he didn't actually raise his killer instinct that much. But leaving that aside, Naruto quickly ran to the exit, and seeing the entire group in the port, he saw that in the distance you could see a navy ship that was moving away, but everyone could see that the ship was stolen by a large number of prisoners, and in the middle, he was able to rush to the clown, who was laughing euphorically. Now that we're here, they've taken the only boat that was here, said one of Ivankov's followers. There's really nothing to worry about, Naruto said, making his presence known. Naruto-kun, are you okay? Said Domino while she hugged Naruto without thinking, but when she realized her action, she blushed and quickly separated from Naruto, making him smile. What do you mean? There isn't even a ship that can take us, said Luffy annoyed, to which Naruto just put a hand on his right ear, hiding a magic circle that appeared in the air. This action caught everyone's attention, but the next thing he said confused everyone even more. But bring Hinata, said Naruto, and everyone had to turn their gaze to their left when they heard a horn, and in the distance they saw some kind of ship larger than any other ship that Alan had seen before was approaching their position, but most importantly the ship seemed to be made of metal or steel. Another thing that intrigued them was the fact that the ship was moving without the use of sails, and in fact the ship was moving very fast for its size. But after a few minutes the ship was able to dock quickly, and without hesitation, Naruto jumped onto the ship, and several ladders were thrown over the side where everyone began to climb, and when they climbed, they could see the impressive cannons that the ship had. But another thing they saw was a lot of Naruto with light blue camouflage uniforms and a kind of vests and helmets that these copies were running from side to side, and some others remained positioned in a kind of weapon that was attached to the ship, but that could rotate. But his attention went to a Naruto already changed clothes who was approaching the group. The clothes he was wearing was a white long-sleeved shirt, and on his left chest a lot of gold badges. Ignore the mean-looking guy next to you. And as they approached they could notice that behind Naruto was a blonde girl who was also wearing a uniform. If this is knowledge, imagine what knowledge is, although you don't have to imagine much since knowledge is also blonde. Well, I see that everyone is already on board Hinata, he said, taking everyone out of the crash. They couldn't believe the monstrosity of the ship they were on, but for Luffy, it was with stars in his eyes. This is amazing. Luffy shouted as he looked everywhere. Naruto approached Domino and said, Domino-chan, I want to introduce you to someone, he said, and signaled for him to follow him, and Naruto went with Domino and Saber to the captain's cabin. Okay, now we are in a place without other people, he said, and then saw Domino, who got a little nervous. Okay, Domino-chan, I present to you Saber-chan, Saber-chan, I present to you Domino, and she is under my protection, he said, to which Saber just nodded and said. Okay, Naruto-kun, but is she also going to be in your harem? I asked, to which Domino blushed at the girl's question. Harem? Naruto-kun, do you have a harem? I asked with a little jealousy sprouting. Naruto, seeing this, sighed and proceeded to explain everything to her, including that he was from another universe, and that he was immortal, and also about his incredible stamina in bed, which made the blonde blush, who only nodded and, taking determination from the depths of her being, said. Then Naruto-kun and I want to be in your harem, said Domino with her hands in front of her in fists that made her look adorable, which made Naruto pet her head, and she pouted. It's okay, Domino-chan, if you want it that way it's fine, I will love you just like I will love all the others, he said with a smile that made the blonde blush, but they were interrupted by another Naruto soldier who opened the door and said. Captain, we are ready to set sail, he said as he took a soldier pose while saluting with his hand on his forehead. Rest well and let's go at full power, Naruto said to his copy who nodded and let the clone assistants pass who began to control the ship while Naruto captain just stood in the middle, directing his clone assistants. In Marineford. There was 1 hour left until the Navy ship that was carrying Ace arrived, and while all this was happening the Admiral General of the Navy who was the highest authority in the Navy, this guy called Sengoku and a tall guy with black hair and an afro. This man was looking at all the troops that were formed in the main square of Marineford. There were so many Marines that you couldn't see a single space that wasn't occupied in the main square, and Sengoku was standing on a platform where the execution of Portgas the Ace would take place. However, next to him was another man, this one noticeably older than Sengoku, since his hair was noticeably white from old age. This man is Monkey D. Garp Luffy's grandfather. This man was considered the hero of the Marines, but leaving that aside the two men just watched their troops in an awkward silence, since Garp was sad about Ace's execution, and just hoped that Luffy wouldn't show up here. If only he knew that Luffy would be here in a couple of hours. After an hour finally the ship carrying Ace arrived and without any delay they chained him to the knee platform, and Sengoku began to talk about Ace's execution. However as soon as he began to speak his words stopped due to the change in the environment, and a great fog appeared in front of Marineford that when it cleared a large fleet of pirate ships could be seen approaching. This put all the Marines on alert, but not only that happened in the middle of Marineford bubbles began to emerge that caused waves throughout the sea that grew larger with each moment. Author's note, I'm going to make a cut here to put an image of Marineford since that's where the battle will take place, end author's note. At the bottom of the sea near Marineford, 3 dark spots began to be distinguished that were getting bigger until they came out 3 giant ships that were inside gigantic bubbles that covered the entire ship. This caught Sengoku off guard, who did not expect that person's ships to get so close. All the Marines began to comment, but a sound left them all in silence and pay attention to the steps that were heard coming from the ship. Shortly after at the bow of the ship appeared a large figure that looked imposing. Sengoku seeing this person could only articulate his name. Shirohige said Sengoku with a somewhat annoyed tone of voice. The man laughed with a somewhat thick and guttural voice. I hope my son is okay, he said with a smile on his face. Chapter 23. Shirohige, I hope Alan didn't hurt my son, said the imposing white-beard pirate who started laughing again. And while this was happening Sengoku was only thinking about the mere fact that Shirohige was here, because if he is here a pitched battle will take place in which many deaths will result, because that man who is now laughing for no reason has the power to destroy the earth, because he ate the fruit that gives him the power to cause earthquakes, tidal waves, tsunamis and etc. Without a doubt Shirohige is someone to be feared. Sengoku said to himself without knowing that another more powerful force was about to arrive in a couple of hours. But then without warning Shirohige crossed his hands while semi-transparent spheres appeared in his fists. This action tensed all the Marines since they knew what was coming, and without further ado Shirohige threw his hands forcefully to his sides and punched the air. Anyone who saw this would think that the man was crazy since nothing was happening, but of course, they would think that if it weren't for the fact that when he hit the air, it began to break as if it were a mirror. And when this happened the sea began to deform, making it seem like the sea was rising, but then when Shirohige stopped breaking the air everything calmed down. This strange to the vast majority of Marines, since they thought that something would happen. But nevertheless when they thought that nothing would happen a noise was heard coming from the sea, and in a few moments the Marines turned pale when they saw that two huge waves taller than the Marineford base itself were heading towards them. This panicked everyone, and without more Shirohige began to laugh at the chaos. However Sengoku, Garp, the three admirals and the Shishibukakus were calm, and in a quick movement, Admiral Aokiji decided to take action and with a jump. Being at a great height also his hands in the direction of the two waves, and from his hands began to sprout some ice rods that when they hit the waves they began to freeze until they only remained still in place a few meters from impacting against and breaking the ice bars in his hands. Aokiji stabbed his arms and that had hints of ice and using his power once again made 4 ice spears materialize at his sides that he proceeded to throw toward Shirohige, who seeing the incoming projectiles only also one of his hands surrounded with a semi-transparent sphere and slammed them into the air, causing it to break again and the spears shattered. But it didn't just stay there since Aokiji quickly made his body turn to ice, causing his face to break in two, thus preventing it from taking damage. However, when Aokiji began to descend and colors to the more it quickly began to freeze, causing all the ships around him to be stranded unable to move. But before anyone else acted, a guy with a mustache and a large black sword slashed toward Shirohige, causing an energy to come out in the direction of Shirohige who did not move in the slightest, but before it impacted another guy appeared who intercepted the attack and deflected it. This person was one of the commanders of the Whitebeard pirates, his name is Diamond Jozu, who had the power to turn his body into diamond. This last action made Shirohige laugh while saying out loud, "Come on my children, let's rescue Ace," he said, and everyone began to jump from the ship towards Marineford. Sengoku seeing this only gave the order for the Marines to stop the pirates and prevent them from releasing Port Isd. Ace, and there began a pitched battle between two sides fighting and hurting each other without contemplation. At least 30 minutes had passed since the battle began, and there were already several casualties on both sides, but neither gave in to the enemy. However, the second admiral of the navy, already half bored of sitting alone watching the battle, decided to have some fun and go attack. So standing up from his post he used his devil fruit power that gave him the power to turn into light and thus be able to travel at the speed of light. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this admiral was Kizaru himself, and quickly disappeared in a flash of golden light and at great speed appeared above Shirohige and without wasting time, launched a barrage of light spheres towards the aforementioned, but again he did not even flinch from the attack sent and once again the stake was intercepted by a white-bearded crew commander named Marco. He had the power of a fruit that made him turn into a celestial fire phoenix. When Marco intercepted the projectiles they exploded in a large sphere, causing great damage to Marco who did not even flinch, since shortly after he was damaged his devil fruit power healed him completely, so flying at great speed, he landed on Kizaru and kicked him. Kizaru just smiled and using his power, made it as if the kick had sent him flying until he crashed into a warehouse. This irritated Marco a little since he felt that he was being made fun of. After that small attack by Kizaru, everyone continued with their fights and in a fit of frustration, Diamond decided to make a direct attack on the main building of Marineford, thus hitting the ice floor where most of the pirates and marines were fighting and forming a crater that took the shape of a circle the size of a navy ship. And taking all his strength Diamond put his hands in the cracks and began to pull out a gigantic piece of ice that he proceeded to throw towards the main headquarters of Marineford. This was seen by the third and last admiral of the navy, who just sighed and stood up from his post and using his devil fruit, turned his right hand into magma, if this admiral is called a Kainu. And throwing his fist wrapped in magma, a large magma fist was formed that impacted against a large piece of ice that destroyed it and sent several pieces flying in a meteor shower that began to fall on the marines and pirates alike. After that Akainu decided to join the battle and so he left his position and another 30 minutes passed in which the union of the three admirals were making the pirates retreat. But the retreat did not last long when a huge figure began to materialize in the distance in the sea. This caused the battles to sedate for a moment until the pirates were able to identify the gigantic figure as a kind of green ogre called Little Ors Jr. The giant ogre was absurdly large, he was literally 3 times taller than the marine giants who were surprised since they had never in their lives had to see someone standing up to them. Here is an image of the giants. The giant seeing that gigantic thing decided to start attacking and quickly all rushed against Ors who upon seeing his enemies began to raise over his head a navy ship that was a little smaller than Ors himself and with great force threw the ship at the giants who dodged the ship except for 2 who did not dodge in time and the ship dragged them to a wall at the end that upon impact left the 2 giants unconscious due to the damage caused. Or seeing still 6 giants standing drew his great sword and waited for them to attack him, which did not have to wait long, since 2 of them rushed against Ors who effortlessly hit one in the face, who felt as if he had been stamped with an iron ball bigger than his head. That was all he could think since quickly his whole world went black, indicating that he was unconscious. And literally it was the same with the other giants who quickly went quiet one by one until there were only 2 left, and these were Vice Admiral Lacroix and the only female giant who was called. Author's note: okay readers, I investigated the names of the giants, and the only ones that had names were 2, and she is one that doesn't have a name, so I'm going to let you decide her name, and also decide if she enters the harem or not, and don't worry about the size, I'll make Naruto, I have a spell for that. End author's note. The 2 giants already had wounds, and they looked very tired and frustrated, since the gigantic green being was not even noticeable sweating. This bothered Lacroix, who launched himself with his sword towards Ors, who also responded with his sword. But not long after the fight began, the giant Lacroix had to be on the defensive, since the slashes launched by Ors were very strong. Until the end the giant sword gave way, and it broke, leaving Lacroix open to a slash that Ors did not hesitate to give him, cutting the giant's chest and leaving him on the ground bleeding out. This stunned the remaining Glover, who could not believe that all his companions were defeated with that titanic ogre. But nevertheless his disbelief went away as it was replaced by thunderous anger, and without thinking twice he launched himself with his spear to stab the creature that only caught the thrust, and with a single blow to the tyrant's face, he sent it flying until he hit a ship of the navy, shattering it, leaving her unconscious in the process. With the appearance of Ors and the defeat of the marine giants, the pirates were able to recover and return to the standstill they were before, where neither of them burned, and so an hour passed in which everyone fought without rest, until something strange happened, and they wondered what that was. Well, that was that from the sky, or rather from the top of the frozen wave, pieces of ice began to fall. But while seeing some pieces of ice fall was not strange, the strange thing was that followed by those pieces of ice was followed by a navy ship that was also falling. This one fell right into the large hole filled with water that Diamond had created previously. All battle had stopped to see the ship that fell from the sky, but however they saw that instead of the ship having marines, it was plagued with prisoners of impelled down. This strange to everyone, but then quickly their attention went to the sound of a Bosnia that came from a few kilometers in front of Marineford, where Admiral Akatsuki didn't manage to freeze, and when they looked closely what was distinguished was the largest and strangest ship they had ever seen before. The strange thing was the fact that it wasn't being propelled by sails like any other ship. Everyone without worries was looking in that direction. Even Shirohige had to look back to see the imposing ship. However, a voice that strangely everyone could hear due to the silence that had fallen on the battlefield spoke. "It's impressive, isn't it?" said the voice, making everyone turn to look in the direction of the voice that came too close to Shirohige, and when they turned to see what they saw it left them breathless, since on Shirohige's left shoulder sat quietly a blonde boy who did not appear to be more than 17 or 18 years old. However, someone did recognize him, and with a blush spoke, drawing everyone's attention. "Naruto-kun, you are safe," said a blushing and relieved Hancock. "Oh, hello Hancock-chan, I'm back, it was a piece of cake," said the aforementioned Naruto, who still hadn't stood up from Shirohige's shoulder. This annoyed some pirates, and with great speed Marco launched himself against Naruto, who had a great speed that no one could see, moved and appeared sitting on Shirohige's right shoulder. This surprised everyone, since they couldn't see him move. It was as if the boy had teleported. This impressed Shirohige too, since he was the closest and couldn't see him. "Come on, why are you attacking me?" Naruto asked with a bored face, to which several pirates began to yell at him to get off his father. This intrigued Naruto, who couldn't help but make a joke about it. "Buck man, how many women did you buck to have such a huge amount of children?" he asked with a smile on his face. This shocked everyone by the nerve of the blonde, who had just played a joke on possibly the most powerful man in the world. But for Shirohige only a vein appeared on his forehead, and without thinking he tried to grab it with his hand, but again at great speed Naruto disappeared and this time appeared standing on Shirohige's head. "Oh come on, don't act like that just for a joke. I'm here to rescue Ace at the request of his brother Luffy, who is currently on my ship," he said, pointing to the imposing ship that was standing in the sea while they brought Luffy, Ivankov, Jinbei, Crocodile, and Ivankov's followers. Ace, hearing the mention of his brother, was surprised that he came here for him, but the voice spoke again and said, "Wow, seeing so many people gathered while fighting reminds me of the Fourth Great Shinobi War. Damn those times," he said to himself, but everyone heard him and was confused because such a war never happened. But well, where is Ace after all? He asked while looking around and saw the platform where a black-haired boy was tied with chains. "Oh, there is this, well let's see, I could go there in one go, untie him and bring him here without anyone noticing," but he said and said a long pause before saying, "Where would be the fun in that?" he said with a big foxy smile that made the girls on both sides blush, both the navy and the pirates. "Well, how should I go into battle? He wondered in a thinking pose until a big sadistic smile appeared on his face. "Oh I know, what if I use Berserker mode," he said, and dropping off Shirohage's head two-handed tried to catch the blonde kid again. Naruto landed in front of Shirohage on the bow of the ship, and channeling magic, his clothes acted like glitter, so that in less than a second, he changed into another outfit which was now samurai armor. This surprised everyone since they did not know that there was a devil fruit that let you do that, but what happened next made everyone surprised since Naruto closed his eyes and let out his 2 ears and his 9 foxtails that for all the women present seemed adorable. But that was not all since Naruto channeled magic again causing his hair color to begin to change to a platinum white, and as his hair color changed tattoos began to appear on his neck on the side of his face. But when Naruto opened his eyes, it made all the men present feel a chill down their spine, since his eyes were completely black, the whites of his skeletal bones were black, and the neon blue had turned a bright gray. When he finished his transformation, Naruto took out his katana and dropped it a few meters away from the ship, and when it was stuck in the ice, Naruto let himself fall, and when he reached the ice floor, he just put a hand on his face, and with a movement made a mask appear that made him look more intimidating. "Okay, let's get this started," he said in a voice somewhat distorted by the mask. Chapter 24. Everyone without exception saw the new form of the stranger who had just arrived, but then the silver-haired stranger, formerly blonde, also raised his right hand towards the bright red katana, and as if by magic the katana flew out while spinning until it landed in the hand of the one previously recognized as Naruto, and then he swung the katana to his right, causing the ice to his right to break and large pieces of ice to fly out. This caused a strong blizzard that sent the pirates and marines who were in that direction flying, while surprising the spectators who did not believe that a single movement of the katana could do that much damage, but that intrigued the best swordsman in the world, thus Naruto had Mihik's attention. Naruto began a slow walk almost as if he was walking through his own house, but suddenly Naruto disappeared, leaving nothing but a small cloud of ice dust, and in less than a second the place where Naruto was destroyed, leaving only a crater in the ice. But shortly after Naruto disappeared and left that crater, screams of agony began to be heard, flesh being cut, bone snaps and many other things. See Goku along with his admirals, and a surprised Mihik, saw how a line of corpses began to form. With cuts, broken necks, holes in the chest, and etc. The most disturbing thing was that not only the marines were attacked, but also the pirates. Naruto continued with his massacre until he quickly had to block a thrust from Mihik and sent Naruto skidding backward. "Oh, someone who could predict my location," said Naruto, who was a little surprised that someone could see him at the speed he was going, but of course, although he wasn't going that fast, tank that if you were at a great distance you could see the person move. That was the reason why Son Goku along with Garp and 2 admirals could see him, since Admiral Kizaru was used to moving at the speed of light. It didn't cost him that much, but that didn't mean he wasn't surprised. "Who are you really?" Mihik asked Naruto, who just looked at him with an impassive face. "I'm just a person looking for someone to fight with on equal strength or speed or any other aspect. I'm just a person looking for the adrenaline of having a good battle," said Naruto with passion being heard by everyone. "You? Such a young person looking for someone strong to fight, you're just a kid, the only thing you have going for you is good swordsmanship and speed," said Mihik, who believed that Naruto was a simple kid who ate some devil fruit. Naruto, who was only listening to what Mihik said, just let out a laugh that surprised everyone present, except obviously Hancock and the giant who was still unconscious. "A kid? Me? Ha 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 ha, that's a good joke," Naruto said to Mihik, who kept looking at him. "Tell me, how old do you think I am?" he said, and Mihik was confused by the stupid question according to him. "You must be around 17 years old," Mihik said as a statement, to which Naruto shook his head. "You're wrong, since not even I know how old I am due to the number of millennia I've been alive," he said, surprising everyone with the revelation. "You don't believe me? Well, how about this?" he said, stabbing his own katana into his heart. This action surprised everyone because they thought he had committed suicide, but nevertheless Naruto continued speaking. "See? I'm still alive and it doesn't even hurt, the wound feels like a fly lands on my chest," he said, and took out his katana, and everyone witnessed how the wound didn't last even a single second open before it closed, leaving no trace of its existence. "But let's leave this topic for another day, the question now is that I like your sword," said Naruto pointing at Mihik's sword. "The sword? I will no longer allow you to possess it, you will have to remove it from my corpse," said Mihik seriously. "Ahahaha, well that was what I planned to do, since you not only had the nerve to call me brat once but twice, so rest assured that that sword is going to be mine," he said, and they launched themselves in unison into a battle of swords that looked more like blurs of speed that stayed in the same place, but in a quick slash that Mihik threw that Naruto dodged the slash, drew a deep crack in the ice that reached a pirate ship that was cut in two. Naruto seeing this smiled and preparing a slash that he threw towards Mihik, who also had to dodge by ducking and narrowly avoiding the horizontal slash that cut horizontally the two frozen waves, as well as cutting a part of the Marineford building. Everyone was perplexed by the power that the two swordsmen had, who jumped back leaving a considerable space. "You're good, I admit it, but you won't be able to beat me. I've remained the best swordsman in the world for 20 years, and I'm not going to let you take that title away from me," Mihik said seriously as he prepared to fight. "Well, that won't matter when there's a slash separating your head from your body," Naruto said calmly as he also prepared to clash swords, and so it was that once again they engaged in an incomparable battle of swords. So dangerous was the battle that all the pirates and marines had to retreat from the place, as waves of cutting energies came out in crescent shapes that killed and maimed nearby pirates and marines. So after 45 minutes of sword fighting, the two of them were the only ones in an area that expanded without Nadia around them, more than some bloody corpses. Of course in the distance everyone continued their fights, while they let the two resolve their dispute. "Well, I think this fight has gone on too long," said Naruto, to which Mihik didn't really say anything as he was a little perplexed by our reasons. The first was that he never expected anyone to be able to face him, and the second was that while he was sweating profusely his opponent didn't seem really tired, but his thought was interrupted by Naruto's voice. "You know, I'm not interested in your sword anymore. In reality, I can make a much better one with the same appearance or maybe more comfortable," Naruto said to Mihik, who said nothing so as not to waste more energy than necessary saying a few words. "How about we finish this in one move?" Naruto asked, to which Mihik just nodded. "Well then you are going to witness one of my powerful attacks. Of course if you're lucky you can survive," said Naruto and slowly sheathed his sword, while he had his feet half separated and closed his eyes, while he kept his right hand on the hilt of the katana. Mihik also prepared to throw the strongest slash he could, and without thinking he launched himself against Naruto, who was waiting for him with his eyes closed. And when they were about to collide, time slowed down for the two who were about to launch their attacks. Mihik to throw his strongest slash, but however, although he was seeing everything in slow motion, he couldn't help but be surprised by what happened next. Before his eyes Naruto seemed to unsheath and sheath his sword at great speed, that really if he wasn't seeing in slow motion, he wouldn't have seen the action. But in that small fraction of a second in which Naruto did the action quickly appeared 10 slashes that went in different directions towards Mihik, who only saw this helplessly, since he was not going to be able to dodge, and waiting for the inevitable. The slashes hit Mihik, who spat blood from the slashes that continued without a path behind Mihik, causing damage, while cutting more people in that direction, and cutting boats, until they were left as a pile of floating wood. And so the slashes continued, also separating the most where it was not freezing. In reality the scene looked like Moses when he separated the sea, but the scene did not last long since the sea came together again. Next to Naruto, Mihik fell heavily while he bled and was unconscious. Looks like he's going to live. Well, it would have been a shame to kill him, because it was actually fun," said Naruto as he looked at Mihik's unconscious body and took off the mask he was wearing, placing it on the side of his head where it didn't cover his face, revealing his perfect face, unaware that once again everyone had stopped fighting and were watching the outcome of the battle in absolute shock. "Well, I'm going to continue on the path to rescue Ace," said Naruto, who began to walk towards the stage, but nevertheless on his way he saw that in a hole in the wall of the base, there was a giant ruby woman with marine clothes who seemed to be unconscious, while two women, one pink-haired and the other red-haired, were trying to wake up the giant while they looked worried and distressed. "Come on, wake up, Dinah," said the pink-haired girl as she pushed against the giant's large face, now identified as Dinah. "Buck, you have to wake up, we have to treat that wound on your torso, because if not," said the black-haired girl this time, who did not continue talking since she had to think about her friend dying, and it is that the three marines were great friends for a few years now, and they were really close. But before continuing trying to wake up their giant friend, a voice caught the attention of the two, who when seeing the person quickly got into a battle pose, but not before blushing at how handsome the person in question was. "I see you are in trouble," said Naruto, which caught the attention of the women who got into a battle stance and blushed. The girls only saw him cute and fantasized about how beautiful he was, but Naruto spoke again while looking at the enormous stake that was stuck in the giant's torso. "Can I help you?" said Naruto, to which the women just looked at each other for a while, until the pink-haired woman decided to speak. "Can you really save her?" I asked suspiciously while trying to notice any hint of hostility or lies which I didn't notice. "If I can save her right now," she said, to which the two nodded. They made way for Naruto to pass and approach the giant, and he quickly took the stake and with a little force removed it, causing the giant to grunt in pain. This put the two women on alert, but then Naruto quickly put his hand on the wound and it began to glow green, and in less than a minute the wound was closed without any trace of scar. And shortly after the giant slowly opened her eyes and when she opened them completely, she noticed Naruto standing on her torso. The giant was going to tell Naruto to get down, however the giant was paralyzed by the person she was seeing, and for her this person was the definition of beauty, and she couldn't help but blush for maintaining eye contact with Naruto, but her daydream was interrupted by the other two girls who spoke. "It really healed you," said the black-haired woman, happy that her friend was no longer in danger. "Dina, you worried me a lot, don't worry me again," said the pink-haired girl this time. "But it's you Hina, Joan," said Dina, identifying the pink-haired girl as Hina and the black-haired girl as Joan. But before they continued talking they were interrupted by Naruto who spoke. "Well, if there's nothing else I can help you with, I'll leave," he said and started to leave, but Dina spoke. "Wait," said the giant, to which Naruto turned to see the giant who looked away. "Yes?" Naruto calmly asked the giant who only gathered her courage and said. "I don't want to be a marine anymore," she said, surprising her two friends who didn't believe what her friend had just said. "The giant division was massacred and now I have nothing left, that's why I want to go where you go since from what my friend said you saved my life," she finished saying, but before Naruto could say anything she spoke again, "Although it's probably not true that a giant accompanies you. Surely you think I'm a nuisance," she said, and before she could continue speaking Naruto interrupted her. "If you're worried about your status I really don't care, but if you want I can make you change your height to that of your friends," he finished speaking, and the giant just stared at him in shock. This person had told her that he could make her change her height. This made her happy and without question she accepted, and after a few moments Naruto made a magic circle appear under the giant who was wrapped in a layer of celestial energy, and in less than 5 seconds the body of the former giant was now the size of her friends who were amazed since they didn't think that would work. Well, now he couldn't finish speaking as the former giant pounced on Naruto, hugging him while lightly throwing shots, and Naruto just caressed the former giant's blonde hair, but she quickly blushed. "Well, as I was saying, since you want to go where I go, you just have to enter this portal and you will be transported to my ship in which you will meet one of my women who is currently in charge of my ship," she said, and the ex-giant only saw the portal and turned to see her friends, and when she was going to say goodbye, the two raised their hands as a sign for her not to speak. "There's no reason to say goodbye, Dina," said Joan as she unbuttoned her navy jacket, followed by Hina with the same action. "After all, we will also go with you to the ship," of Hina said, but she could not continue since she did not remember Naruto's name. He upon seeing this only responded. "My name is Naruto," he said, and Hina blushed in embarrassment. "We'll go to Naruto-kun's ship," he said, not realizing the honorific he gave her. "Well, if those are your decisions, enter the portal on my ship, you will be safe," Naruto said with a reassuring smile that relaxed the 3 ex-marines who walked to the portal, and the moment they entered they appeared in a cabin where a blonde girl with a different sailor outfit than the marine was waiting for them. "Hello, I'm Saber and Naruto-kun has already informed me of the situation," Saber said calmly, to which the new girls just nodded as they looked around at tons of Naruto replicas, walking from here to Aya and from Aya to here. Saber, seeing their condition, said, "Oh? Are you wondering why there are other Narutos?" He asked, and the girls just nodded. "Well, they are just mana constructions, they can think and have ideas, but they are half as strong as the original who sent them here," he said, and the girls just nodded. "Do you want to stay here to watch the battle develop or should I take you to a room?" Saber asked. "It's not okay, let's go watch the battle," the girl said, and Saber nodded and threw a cube to the ground, which opened and projected a screen where the battlefield could be seen, but the screen focused on Naruto who was walking calmly without anyone getting in his way. But Naruto. He was walking calmly and no one crossed him, but then a person crossed in front of him, but instead of attacking him, the figure threw a kick to the side of Naruto's head, effectively hitting the face of a marine who began to petrify and fall unconscious. "Hello Hancock-chan," Naruto said to the figure who had a serious face looking at the fallen marine, but his angry face was changed to one of happiness, with a blush on his cheeks. "Naruto-kun was so worried," Hancock said, blushing. "I told you, Hancock, that it would be fine, and I also promised you and I don't break my promises," said Naruto, approaching Hancock, who blushed from the closeness, but Naruto quickly took her by the waist and held her to him and gave her a chaste kiss that the Moon Empress did not hesitate to return. On the boat. The 3 new girls frowned at the Empress's jealousy, but then they remembered that his wife had called him and they turned to see a calm woman who didn't mind seeing Naruto kiss another woman. No San, aren't you jealous that Naruto is kissing another woman?" "I mean, he said you were his wife." I asked to know that he only told them. "Well, yes, I am his wife and I am not the only one. There are other women who are sharing him, but I am not jealous. After all, he loves us all equally," she said with a blush, to which the 3 new girls only nodded with a small hope of being able to be with Naruto. But Naruto. He stopped kissing Hancock and opened the same portal and said to her. "Hancock-chan, enter the portal and I will send you to my ship." "I don't want to see you fight and get hurt," Naruto said, blushing at Hancock for how protective he was of her. Also, I want you to rest because I want to try this juicy ass of yours, he said and gave Hancock's round ass a squeeze, who let out a squeal of pleasure and surprise, but she only walked to the portal and the moment she entered it closed and Naruto continued on his way. On the boat. Hancock appeared in the cabin and when she saw the 3 ex-marines she could only ask. What are you doing here? I asked the ex-marines, who just scratched their necks nervously. Well, we no longer want to be marines, and now we are followers of Naruto-kun, the 3 said in unison, although more than followers, we want to become more than that, they said this time a little quietly but still no, and Hancock listened and just smiled. With Naruto. This one was now jogging while he put his mask back on, as he was already reaching the platform where Ace was, but before taking another step, a yellow flash was going to kick him in the face, and Naruto for thinking about getting to where Ace could not dodge it, and the kick hit him right in the face, sending him flying at the speed of light, and the kick left a sphere of energy that followed him closely, until he crashed into a wall, causing a concentrated explosion that caught everyone's attention. When they heard the loud noise of the explosion, and when they looked in the direction they saw a large smoking crater, everyone thinking that the guy who received that attack would already be dead, were preparing to continue their fights, but before they continued a foot came out of the smoking crater and revealed a wounded Naruto who was missing an arm and the upper armor had been destroyed, leaving him only in black pants with some metal plates on his waist and knees. Revealing his well-worked muscles that seemed carved by the same gods that made most of the women present blush, but nevertheless had a smile from ear to ear, and in less than a second his arm was regenerated and his wounds were closed, leaving Naruto as good as new. Yes, that's how pain felt. He asked himself happily since in many centuries he hadn't felt pain, but he set his gaze on the attacker who was Admiral Kizaru, who only looked at him with a small hint of surprise. Okay, let's fight, you in the yellow suit. I see that your power is to move at the speed of light, so let's see who's faster, said Naruto, who disappeared in a burst of speed that no one could see. Chapter 25, Season Finale. In the previous chapter, Naruto was attacked by a kick at the speed of light given by Admiral Kizaru, who just kept calmly watching a bruised Naruto coming out of the crater made by his attack while he was missing an arm. However, Kizaru had to be a little surprised, since the badly wounded body of his opponent healed at an incredible speed and not only healed his wounds, but also recovered his lost limb. Feeling the pain after thousands of decades excited Naruto, who finally thought about having found a worthy opponent. Well, let's fight you, the one in the yellow suit, and I see that your power is light, well let's see who is the fastest and come out the winner, he said, while pointing his sword towards Kizaru, but the admiral just looked at him calmly and said. Well, my body is made of light, so I doubt someone like you can hurt me, said Kizaru calmly, deciding to make fun of Naruto, who just narrowed his eyes. Someone like me? I asked with narrowed eyes. Yes, someone like a dirty pirate like you is no match for me, he said, and Naruto lowered his gaze and raised his hand to his mask that was too cracked and barely stayed in place. Naruto just touched it and it crumbled into small pieces. I see, so you think I'm a dirty pirate, he said, pausing for a moment before his hair stopped being gray and returned to its original blonde and the tattoos disappeared, leaving only the tattoo on his back, and looking up he saw Kizaru with his neon blue eyes again and saw him frowning in anger at being called dirty. You know, I was thinking about leaving you alive, since if there was someone to fight seriously, I could fight several times in the future when I was bored. But with that insult you just told me, I'm not going to leave you alive, and from what they told me, when a bearer of a devil fruit dies the fruit grows back somewhere in the world, so why wouldn't I look for your devil fruit and turn your power into mine, he said with a dark smile that shook Kizaru a little. Oh? Are you planning to kill me? Ha, what a good joke, brat, he said, trying to be more confident, which worked because he was confident again. Well, how about I give you a demonstration so you take this fight seriously, Naruto said to Kizaru, who didn't understand and just stood there waiting for him to do something, but however he didn't see the blonde do anything when suddenly his head was detached from his body. This surprised him since he saw absolutely nothing, he didn't see any muscle of his opponent moving, and his head was cut off without him noticing anything, but his thoughts were interrupted when Naruto spoke. Now tell me what would have happened if I had used what you call hockey, he said, and Kizaru's eyes widened at the implication, since if he had really used hockey, he wouldn't be thinking right now that he would be dead. This encouraged him to take the fight seriously, so putting his head back on as fast as he could he spoke. Akiji-san, he said seriously, and the aforementioned who was not far away fighting with some pirate spoke. Yeah? What do you want? The dark-haired man asked. Could you freeze a large piece of sea just outside of Marineford? I asked what Akiji just did, uncle, and creating an ice spear he sent it to the outskirts of Marineford, effectively freezing a large piece of sea that was at least 3 times the size of the base of Marineford itself, and without wasting time Kizaru disappeared in a yellow flash, appearing in the middle of the frozen wasteland, and shortly after Naruto followed him, disappearing in a vortex of gold and black fire. Appearing a few meters in front of Kizaru, who prepared himself and was alert for any movement, Naruto just stood in battle despite with his sword sheathed. They stood looking at each other for a few minutes until Naruto tensed his legs, and right behind Naruto the ice shattered, and less than a second later Naruto disappeared in a burst of incredible speed. And in less than a fraction of a second Naruto was in front of Kizaru, who barely used his fruit power to dodge at great speed the fist that was heading towards his face, but quickly retaliated and inflamed his fist in light and launched it with great power towards Naruto's torso, who upon seeing the attack, disappeared from Kizaru's sight, thus missing the blow. Not long after missing the blow, Kizaru had to use all his speed and instinct to avoid the fist that came from above, and when dodging it Naruto's fist hit the ice, creating a large crater that sent pieces of ice flying everywhere. All this happened in less than 2 seconds. After that Kizaru quickly pointed his index fingers towards Naruto, and from these rays of light came out that headed towards Naruto, who quickly dodged, and without wasting time, he launched himself towards Kizaru, dodging the rays until he was in front of him, giving him a punch that sent him flying at the speed of light. But before Colors to the Sea, Kizaru activated his power and quickly disappeared and appeared behind Naruto, who could not dodge a kick infused with light that hit him in the head and nailed Naruto into a crater. But without wasting time, Kizaru tried to throw a sphere of light at Naruto to disintegrate him with a single attack. However, Naruto disappeared from the place and appeared at the side of Kizaru, and in a fraction of a nanosecond Naruto had driven a fist into his face, breaking the lectern he was wearing and leaving him with a nosebleed. Kizaru could only spit out a little blood and disappear again in light, this time appearing behind Naruto, stabbing a sword into Naruto's heart, who only spat out a little blood. But Naruto quickly kicked him in the stomach, sending him back, and just like last time the wound closed, leaving no scar. The fight so far had not lasted more than 2 minutes, but in those 2 minutes, more things had happened than you could have imagined. However, the fight continued amazingly for 45 more minutes, in which explosions, slashes, fists hitting, etc. were heard. All the Marines and pirates throughout the fight, at first they stared in amazement, but then they thought that Admiral Kizaru would defeat him, but after 30 minutes of fighting, they did not know who was going to win, so deciding to ignore the matter they continued their fights. But not long after they began to ignore the fight of the two men, 15 minutes later, a ray of light flew out of the battle site and hit the main building of Marineford, destroying it in the process. Everyone was amazed by the attack, since it had to be a very powerful attack to destroy such a huge building, but nevertheless, before any person could follow what was said, the smoke from the impact cleared up, leaving a silhouette lying on the ground to be seen. Everyone paid attention to the silhouette, until they all had to hold back a stifled scream when they saw that the figure was actually Admiral Kizaru, who was unconscious, and not long after Naruto appeared with wounds that healed quickly, leaving him only with stains of his own blood and stains of dirt. "Fuck, that was fun. I said I was going to kill you, but it would be a shame if a person as strong as you died, so you have to be grateful since I let you live," said Naruto. When he turned to where Ace was supposed to be, he only saw some shackles on the platform. "What? They already killed Ace?" he asked, but before anyone could answer, Naruto spotted the person he was looking for. However, he was in Luffy's presence, who had a panicked face as he asked someone to heal the obviously dead Ace. This annoyed Naruto, because if Ace died, it was as if he had broken a promise, and that could not happen, since Naruto never breaks a promise, but nevertheless he got carried away in the fight against Kizaru and could not save Luffy's brother. A few meters away he saw Shirohige giving Admiral Akainu a beating, leaving him badly injured. After that, everything started to get out of control for several reasons. First, was that Luffy was in a state of total shock, in which he could not move. Second, was the early recovery of Akainu, who tried to kill Luffy. Third, was the intervention of a young marine who seemed to be a friend of Luffy, and tried to deter the battle between the two sides with the excuse that they had already killed Ace and that he no longer had any reason to continue fighting. This action annoyed Akainu, who tried to kill the young marine, and the fourth and last was the intervention of Aridid, who stopped the admiral's attack. This man was identified as Shaksa Yonku, who seems to have had some kind of influence and was able to end the bloody war between the sides. Then Naruto saw that they were removing Luffy. He quickly put him in a yellow submarine that quickly indicated and disappeared into the sea. "What was formed here," Naruto said to himself as he teleported to his ship and saw the girls, who seemed to be worried about him, but Naruto calmed them down and ordered one of his clones to follow the submarine, and quickly the clone approached the radar and saw the point that was the submarine, so he quickly began to follow it. However, near the position of his ship 3 ships were approaching, 1 pirate and the other 2 marines. Then Naruto was notified that the 3 ships came with hostile intentions and reported that the marines were preparing to fire cannons and the pirates intended to dock his ship and keep it for themselves. Naruto just sneered and said, "Well, prepare the cannons. We have to show them where their place is," he said, and the clone who was reporting nodded. Naruto turned around and saw the girls, who were nervous to hear that 3 ships were coming towards them. Of course she was not scared in the least, and Naruto decided to talk to them. Then Hina, Dina, Yon and Hancock want to see how those 3 ships are left as simple driftwood, he said, and the girls just looked at each other and nodded without knowing how he would do it, since the ships were at a distance of more or less 15 kilometers, and at this distance, you would have to be very lucky to hit the projectile or lucky that I only managed to reach, but his thoughts were interrupted when Naruto spoke. Well, prepare all the cannons in the direction of the enemies, he said while on a screen that transmitted what a camera was recording outside the ship, they saw how the main cannons moved and on the side of the ship other grids opened and from these more cannons came out and when all the cannons were pointing towards the ships, Naruto had a devilish smile while saying, "Naruto. Fire." And all the cannons without exception fired with such force that the ship itself tilted to one side due to the force of the shot. As for the enemy ships, they did not have a single chance since they exploded into splinters, leaving only wood and floating corpses. The girls did not know what to say. All the projectiles had hit the target at the same time, and the 3 previously imposing ships were now like simple pieces of wood. Naruto just turned to the girls with a smile on his face and said, "Girls, don't worry, you are safe. As long as you are with me I will protect you, and nothing will happen to you after all," he said, pausing and raising his gaze, while his eyes shone intensely with neon blue. "After all, I am the king of Nazarick. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.